the officials area, but we're going to take you behind the scenes now.
Ooh.
So through this
Move
little
in.
golden gateway, or green gateway.
Thank you very much.
And we can get up the stairs towards mission control.
If we can without tripping up over the wires. Safety first, people.
And we'll see how far we can get into mission control before they throw us out.
I'm enjoying the pirouettes up the stairs, Sven. You're so very great. Good morning. Well, that was a quick costume change from the video that we were running there. Welcome back to day 2 of Euroclash. I'm Panda.
I'm Shadowfrana. Bonjour la France, bonjour à tous les spectateurs français. Ça fait très plaisir de commenter pour vous.
What he said.
Yeah.
At any point throughout the day, jump in French. I'm more than happy to sit and listen and swoon at you. So this morning we're going to be seeing Paris taking on Dublin.
Yep.
So this is going to be a second game for both of the teams here that we've had already. Paris won yesterday against Newcastle, 238. Leeds sadly lost 94 to Dublin's 312.
Basically, we're two major score for both teams, so I assume that it's probably going to be quite an exciting game to watch.
Yeah. I think this is something that a lot of people are going to be tuning in for. Apparently, we have had some technical difficulties with the stream so far, so if you're not quite getting in tuned in, make sure that you're using the Tyne and Fear YouTube streaming, and we'll get the WFTDA TV link set up a little bit later on today when the states catch up.
And we can also congratulate the viewers now because it's pretty early in the morning, even with the British summertime. So
yeah.
thank you for being here watching us.
Absolutely, and a happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers out there in the UK.
Hello, mothers.
Okay, let's go for the rundown of the rosters.
We're going with a 0-3-3 for Kilbel, 1-0-1 Charlie, 1-5 Samu, 1-8 Miss Gadin, 2-2 Rosienne, number 3 Botchan, number 3-3-3 Supercut, number 4-4 Cuddy Malloy, number 4-5 Oli Barbac, number 5 Buffon, number 5-4 Bully Bunker, number 7 Nasty, number 7-2 Sally Breyer, and number 9-3-1 Général Bolinator.
All right, Dublin Roller Derby, we've got 12 Flick Labine, 16 Gemerald, 169 Brewdoll Elocock, 17 Dirty Knees Louise, 23 Bloody Harry, number 3 Voldemort, 490 Malabru Stacy, number 7 Ellie Beating, 74 Stabber, 777 Destroy McClaw, number 8 Chancletta, number 83 Dashing Trudy Snow, 90 Lana Payne, and 95 Manager.
Just a few statistics before starting the game. Paris Roller Girls are number 58 at the WFTEA rankings, whereas Dublin Roller Derby is 98 at the WFTEA ranking. For the predictor, it's 37 points scored for Paris, 20 for Dublin, but we'll see that the predictor is just here to predict. Nothing is ever done in that game. And Paris is on a 21 victory streak.
Wow.
So it's going to be a pretty exciting game. Let's join the live. The game is starting. It's time for Roller Derby, people. Right, 15 seconds before the start of the game.
And looks like we've got Dashing Trudy Snow lining up to jump for Dublin.
And for Paris, I think it's going to be Général Bolinator. Yes, that's it.
That's the first whistle gone. Oh, that was the rolling whistle. I apologize.
We know,
Nobody
Panda,
moved.
the importance of the first jam to set up the pace of the game. So who between Général Bolinator and you said for Dublin it was?
I think it was Dashing Trudy Snow. I could see what I thought was an 8 and a 3 there.
Here we are. Général Bolinator is trying to get on the outside, but the walls appear to be strong for the first jam for Dublin. Dublin's jammer is still a bit ahead. It's Dashing to the show. And this is it. The first jam of the game goes to Dublin with number 8-3.
Yeah, she's got Snowy on her back, but we've got it down as Dashing Trudy Snow with a lovely little check on the outside, but it's a cut track penalty and a power jam here for Dublin.
Excellent start for Dublin. Power jam and lead jammer for Dashing to the Snow.
But Snowy's going to be taking a seat now and we'll be releasing General Mulineto back onto the track.
It's now a reverse power jam for Paris, and Général Bolinator alone on the track, able to maybe score points, but first she has to complete her initial pass. Général Bolinator is trying to shot her way through, but look at that strong wall from number 7, Ellie Beating, preventing Général Bolinator from passing the pack the first time.
Yeah, so we were going to be running for the full 2 minutes for this first jam because we had lead called, but then Jammer in the penalty box. And Snowy's still struggling to find a line toward the front there, recycling back around the back of the pack again.
What a display of energy for the very first jam. It's going to be a 2-minute jam. And Gérald is having a hard time, but has completed her initial pass. She's now in a scoring pass for Paris.
All right, so we're going to hopefully have some points on the board before the end of the jam. There we go, 5 on the board for Snowy now.
Oh, good defending from number 8, Shancleta, recycling General Mulinato to the back of the pack.
Lana Payne trying to hold the front up there, but having to recycle herself around the outside of the pack, and Snowy again taking 1 foot off the track and having to recycle behind the back of the pack. It looks like Stabber's going to be recycling as well.
Yeah, good defending from Stabber and General Mulinato. Trying to get on the inside, and she scores 4 points on the very last whistles of that jam.
Very sneaky 4 points. Almost took a tumble on the inside there, but nicely done. 4 plays 8 in favour of Dublin Roller Derby so far with our 2 minutes gone.
Look at that. Who's going to jam for Paris is going to be Cody Malloy, jamming for the first time and playing her first official game with the Paris Roller Girls All-Stars.
Wow, and it's Gemerald there for Dublin Roller Derby.
She played an unofficial game with Paris, was the derby anniversary against Vagin Regime and Lauren Much in the team, and she had an excellent game. It was approximately a month ago. Let's see whether she's going to win that jam. She's a bit ahead for the moment. Cody Malloy is shouldering her way through. She's pushing and takes the leads for Paris.
Out of play warning up at the front, left lead free there.
Scoring pass for Cody Malloy, evaluating the situation. Oh, good tripod and good defending from Dublin. Valdemort is on the ground, but Cody Malloy is standing up.
And we got a direction of gameplay penalty called there. I think we actually had 2. I heard 2 whistles, and I think they were both for direction of gameplay penalties. So, no, clarification, it was just the one. I'm sorry about that.
The strong wall from Dublin. Look at those 4 blockers having a good lateral mobility and for the moment preventing Cody Malloy from passing the pack.
Gemerald looking like she was tiring a little bit on the inside. So coming back now for a pass round the back is super cute. But, tumble toward the outfield. Is she going to be No. Yeah, it was a no pass, no penalty, I think, there.
And despite Samu and Charlie, the jammer for Dublin, Gemel, manages to pass the pack the first time. She's in a scoring pass now. And this is the end of the jam after Cody Malloy scored 5 more points, allowing Paris to lead for the first time on that game, 9-8.
So, but the next jam that we're going to see, we're going to have 2 of the Dublin Roller Derby skaters in the penalty box. So it's a 4-on-2 pack in advantage of Paris Roller Girls.
It's going to be General Mulinato back again for Paris. And I can't see it clearly from where I stand.
They're so low.
Yes.
We're right across from the track. It can be pretty tricky to see.
It's bloody hairy, but this is General Mulinato taking the lead for the 2nd time in a row for Paris. General Mulinato entering a scoring pass now and approaching the pack.
Oh, bloody out front, but not lead jammer.
She takes the outside and scores the points and calls it off. Good job by General Mulinato, allowing Paris to lead this time with 5 points ahead, 13-8.
Nicely done. So yesterday we saw the very first and last games of the day being incredibly close with single point differentials. And I reckon this one is going to be the same.
Yeah, exactly. But look at the next jam. You have 3 players for Dublin in the 5th blocker skates penalty box. So I assume there's going to be maybe more room for Paris Jammer. And this is Miss Gadin taking the leads for Paris Roller Girls All-Stars and having a scoring pass now.
Nicely done, as manager hasn't even managed to break through that back wall now. So a little bit of tussling at the back there around the back of 777.
Oh, good job from Miss Gadin taking the inside of turn 1 and scoring 5 more points for Paris. The first jam was to the advantage of Dublin, but now Paris seems to be a bit woken up, and they are scoring points. Even if Miss Gadin had a cutting penalty, she's being sent to the penalty box. It's a power jam for Dublin and another 2-minute jam.
So manager is going to be struggling to break through that wall still. Managing to get through the pack around the first part of the wall, they were struggling so far to get pretty much half of the way around the track now, trying to find wall through the front.
Manesia has removed her hammer cover, passing the initial pass. Now she's in a scoring pass. She's putting her helmet cover back to be able to score more points for Dublin.
I think she actually managed to sneak past undetected at that point there without the helmet cover on. It really worked to her advantage.
That's the purpose of the star stats,
Exactly.
Panda. You know this. And it's a scoring pass now for Manesia. And Miss Gadin is back on the track. We're going to go until the very end of this 2-minute jam as Miss Gadin lost the benefit of her lead jammer position. Manesia is having a manita with 5 points for Dublin.
Nicely done. Scooping around the inside of the track there. And 5 points on the board there for Miss Gadin.
Manesia is having 2 blockers for Paris. Just follow her now 3. The tripod is back on the track for Paris, and Manesia is having a hard time passing it.
Yeah, Flick Labine's taking a seat in the penalty box, and it looks like we've got another whistle there for a high block penalty.
And this is the end of the jam. More points scored on the very last scoring passes for both jammers. 13 for Paris, 8 for Dublin. It's a 26-16 lead for Paris.
Very nice. And 22.5 minutes left on the clock. Thank you very much for joining us so early on a Sunday. And it's a little bit earlier with the hour differential as well.
And the British summertime, as they say, is no joke. They have summer in Britain,
Oof.
right?
Absolutely. So I think we have got Snowy back jamming.
Cody Malloy taking the lead for the Paris Roller Girls. She's now in a scoring pass, approaching the pack one more time, trying to get more points for Paris. Oh, good job. She stretched Ellie Bidding to the outside and moved to the gap and the inside. Passes and Colin.
So we're going to be starting the next jam on a power jam because Dashing Trudy Snow got a low block penalty when she went in for the apex jump and tripped one of the skaters. So that's going to be a power start here for Team Paris, or Paris Roller Girls, sorry.
Yeah, power start for the Paris Roller Girls All-Stars. General Mouinator. Main objective is to take the control of that jam before the Dublin jammer comes back on the track.
Well, so far they're doing a good job with a nice lead at 31, almost half score, 31-16. 21.5 minutes and an official timeout is called.
As we said it in the presentation of the game, Paris is on a 21 victory streak. The 2 last teams with Paris were 2 years ago. There was Central City by 3 points and Dublin in 2015.
So definitely something to consider. Do you think this will be on the mind of the Paris Roller Girls for every game that they play?
What's on the mind of the Paris Roller Girls is to win games, and they are very focused on the WFTDA ranking because they have some objectives for the league, participating to the D2 playoffs. So they are very, very much focused. I heard yesterday that they were a bit scared against Newcastle because at some points they didn't have enough points to get a strong position in at the WTDA ranking. So they're really, really focused on the details, and that's maybe why Paris Roller Girls is so talented on the track.
Absolutely, and I think compared to the statistics that we had been looking at before, we expected a larger score there from Newcastle, and they really struggled. But Paris put up an incredible fight, and I think they did. Both teams, I mean Newcastle as well, put up a strong game, but Paris just ran away with it. Yeah,
Paris Roller Girls is full of competitors. We have 10 members of the Paris Roller Girls who are members of Team France, and Team France is having a practice weekend on this weekend. So bonjour à toute la Team France qui nous regarde. I'm sure that you have some people from Team France watching that game.
Hi everyone. So we've just had a note passed to us. Paris have got 4 consecutive leads so far out of 5 jams. Doing pretty well.
Yeah, but once again, look at that. You have 3 players from Dublin in the penalty box. It's been the second time in a row that Dublin starts a jam with players in the penalty box. We also have Team Ireland players among Dublin. Actually, 5 Team Ireland players, and they're going to play a game, an international game at the very end of this Euroclash 2017 against Team Scotland at 7 p.m. British summertime.
Absolutely. We've also got Pippa, number 575, who isn't actually on the roster for this game for Dublin Roller Derby, who was the Team South Africa captain in 2014.
Euroclash is international, Panda. You know that?
Oh, absolutely. So we've just had some information about the official review there, and it looks like the penalty, the low block penalty on Snowy, number 83, has been removed. It's been one.
But General Mouinator is taking the lead for Paris after 1 or 2 seconds the start of that jam. General Mouinator is entering his scoring pass now, approaching the pack.
Bit of a tussle on the pack there. Pack spread through turns 1 and 2. Gemerald is out and ahead now.
There was a gap on the outside, and General Mouinator rushed into it, scored points, and immediately called off that jam. 4 more points for Paris.
Just skipping back a couple of jams, we also had a penalty on number 7. So we are looking at Ellie Beatty in there from from Dublin Roller Derby, and that was removed as well at the same time as we had the low block removed from Snowy.
This time you have 1 player for each team in the penalty box, so we have a beautiful pack of 6 on the track. And it's Rosienne apparently jamming for Paris.
And bloody hairy.
Yep, exactly. Rosienne is a bit ahead for the moment, but good job from Lana Payne, even if Rosienne is taking the lead for Paris.
And Lana Payne is going to be taking a seat in the penalty box for that. Scoring pass now in situ. Oh, going in for the apex jump on the inside. Rosienne calling it off. No points on the board.
No, she almost did it, but she went out of the track on the very last seconds, so she had to be recycled in the back of the pack, and no point scored, as you said.
I think she figured the other jammer was far too close to even try and chance it. So 35 to 16, still just under 20 seconds left on the clock.
Still another 6-pack on the track, and we have Cody Malloy jamming for Paris versus Manesia for Dublin.
Strong back straight off the line. Paris, holding up some great walls at the back there. Cody Malloy is really fighting for that front line, coming up against the back of Brudal.
But good defending from Dublin, allowing Manesia to be ahead at the moment, but she's struggling, and this is it for Dublin. Lead jammer for the Dublin Roller Girls.
Breaking Paris's streak. Lana Payne now back, joining the back of the pack.
Well, it's quite simple. Dublin had the lead on the very first jam, and they waited for 7 jams to have the lead once again.
All right, so we have scoring pass in situ as Paris Pivot takes a seat in the penalty box. 3 points on the board there for Dublin.
So it's 35 for Paris, 19 for Dublin, with 18 minutes and 43 seconds to go.
If you have joined us online, thank you very much for tuning in this morning. We've got Paris Roller Girls playing in the blue jerseys, Dublin Roller Derby playing in black.
As we have Violent Bob trying to argue with the referees.
He's not one to be known for that.
No, that's quite surprising, Panda, don't you think? And he's asking for a team timeout for Dublin.
All right.
That will allow us to thank our sponsors for Euroclash. We have the tournament sponsor, Roller Derby City, skater owned and operated. We make merch, scrimmage, and uniforms, and just introduce our new legwear, leggings, capris, second shorts, and shorts to offer a full top-to-toe uniform service. Come and try them at the stall today and talk to us about getting your team covered. We've got a load of new apparel designs at our stall this weekend.
Absolutely. You've probably already seen that our penalty box is sponsored by Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus, by the way.
And we also have Kaya, who is present at the venue. Kaya Performance Driven, iHand, truly unique. It's time. The new Kaya Yonex boot is available now. Kaya, it's time.
It is time indeed. And I've seen a lot of people already this weekend sporting some of those gorgeous Power of Grey Skull leggings. If you haven't had a chance to check them out, get online and have a look at all their goodies. Sport apparel with a difference. Made to measure custom leggings, custom fit. We've got you covered. Made from the best fabric we can find. Power Grey Skull, be the difference. They'll even put your pets on your legs if you want.
Even? You're kidding, Panda.
No, I'm going to get my cats on some leggings. This is amazing.
And in the meantime, we have Super Cutes jamming for Paris. I'm just pronouncing it well because there's kind of a story developing with the French viewers. I'm not saying more, but it's Super Cutes. It's Super Cute jamming for Paris versus Dashing Through the Snow.
Yeah. So Snowy trying to find a line down the inside, not managing to break through. Those Paris walls at the front are absolutely phenomenal.
Look at that push from Supercut, getting the outside and taking the lead for Paris, even if Lana Payne tried to prevent her from passing.
Lana Payne up at the front every single time, showing her strength as captain.
Yep, she might compete for the MVP title. You have the awards at the very end of the day by 7 p.m.
Super Cute calling it off from a knees on the inside.
No points scored. Good defending from Dublin.
Great defense from both of the teams so far. I think we might have expected it to be a little closer at this point, but hey, we've only got 13 minutes into the game.
Yep, that's quite an achievement for Dublin. Only 16-point difference as far as I can calculate.
Yeah, that's pretty
I'm
good.
not very good at mathematics, you know,
should ask
Benda.
Badham. His maths is awesome.
Here we are, General Mulinator for Paris, Gemerald for Dublin.
You've got better eyes than I have. They look so tiny. They're either small or far away. I can't decide.
Yeah, General Mulinator is quite tiny, but she's a very, very talented. But as Gemerald not taking the lead, she's being sent to the penalty box for a cutting. It's a power jam for Paris. And General Mulinator hasn't taken the lead yet. She's still struggling with the walls from Dublin. Good defending from number 169, Brutal Locock. And General Mulinator manages to take the lead.
Absolutely, lead was called, but it wasn't. Didn't stand because of the cut track call.
Yep, that's quite hard in the morning, isn't it? And General Mulinator is in the scoring pass now. Oh, good track by Rosienne. And General Mulinator is struggling once again with Lana Payne, but she manages to pass on the outside of turn 4 and scores 5 more points for Paris.
Fantastic teamwork there from Paris Roller Girls up at the front. And looks like we've got a skater with an equipment malfunction on the inside of the track. Possibly lost a wheel by the looks of it. But Gemerald now back in the pack, struggling against that wall, but fighting so hard. The amount of energy that they're putting into that wall is incredible.
Yep, I'm quite impressed once again by the defending from Dublin. Especially once again with number 169, Brutal Locock.
Gemerald going for that front line, trying to find a break on the inside, but knocked to the infield. And it looks like Miss Gadan is going to be going to the penalty box for a direction of gameplay penalty.
There's going to be one player down for Paris in the pack, but General Mulinator is accelerating and scores 5 more points for Paris.
Gemerald going through for the run-up and now out of front. Out of play warning goes up, which releases them. She looked a little bit tired. She was like, thank goodness for that.
Third scoring pass for General Mulinator, and she saw Gemerald coming over, so she calls off that jam. And 2 more points in the last scoring pass, which is a 12-point jam for Paris.
Tough jam for Gemerald. Doing a great job. I'm sure they'll be happy for a sit down for a couple of minutes. Great work from both of the teams here. Incredible tactics. And I think very similar sort of style of play that we're seeing.
I'm quite impressed by the defending, actually, I have to say once again, from Dublin. We have Cody Malloy versus Bloody Harry for Dublin. Bloody Harry is a bit ahead at the moment. Only 2 blockers from Paris facing her. But Bloody Harry is being recycled by Charlie. Charlie who won the Roller Skater Athlete of the Year award in France last year. That's quite an achievement.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Both of our jammers powering through the pack and trying desperately to get into those walls, but no gaps. Absolutely no leeway whatsoever.
Once again, Ellie beating recycled Cody Malloy and allowing Bloody Harry to pass the pack first time. But this is Cody Malloy taking the lead. It was a no pass, no penalty, and Cody Malloy called off that jam immediately. So it's a no-point jam. Official review. Let's see it on the replay. Good defending once again from Dublin. Bloody Harry on the outside. No pass, no penalty. No point on that jam.
Nicely done, though. Scooping nice and low on the outside. So we have a team. Oh, an official timeout, official review, sorry, has been called. And
by Violent Barber and Dublin.
Yeah. As soon as we know any more, we will get back to you and let you know.
Well, at the end of the day, the head referee is going to tell you the results of the official review on the microphone.
So out of 11 jams that we've had so far, Paris have had lead in 9 of them. I expect the roof will be lifted off of this place next time Dublin get lead.
The call for the official review takes a bit of a time.
If you are watching online, don't forget you can send us your shout-outs or get in touch via Twitter using the at NRG Roller Girls stream, or you can get in touch using the hashtag Euroclash 2017.
In the meantime, I'm checking on Facebook and we have a lot of viewers. So we had a bit of a problem with the microphone. We couldn't hear Duncan Disorderly.
Hopefully we'll be able to get some more information once the decision has been made. They were just letting us know what that was about. Generally, we have one of the alternate officials, alternate referees to come in and let us know.
14 minutes, 5 seconds to go before the end of that first half. The score for the moment is 47 for Paris, 19 for Dublin.
Paris playing in blue, Dublin in the black jerseys.
So, the microphone is on again. Are we going to hear it this time? Yes, we do.
That's Gay Fawkes testing it for us.
So, what is it about, Duncan Disorderly? Please tell us.
Oh, we were hoping he was going to come right in then and let us know.
But no, no.
Keeping us on tenterhooks.
Gives a bit of time to describe the crowd. I'm also quite impressed that you have so many people that early in the morning in Newcastle.
They brought an awful lot of energy yesterday. Today is going to be even bigger and better. I mean, I think the fact that you've got such a well-organised tournament, you've got such amazing vendors, our lovely sponsors as well, and of course afterwards we're going to be heading to the Ware Rooms, our after-party venue, which is also part of Euro Hostel, one of our sponsors this weekend.
How convenient is that?
Absolutely. If you're looking for a place to stay in Newcastle, this is Newcastle's best kept secret. The Ware Rooms is open from 8 in the morning till late every night, and of course you don't have very far to go for bed next door at the Euro Hostel. The
referees seem to have finished about it. We won't have microphone check for that one, so we're not quite able to tell you what was going on, or maybe after that one. Yeah.
All right, so we're just waiting for the alt refs to come in and give us a little bit of info, and we'll feed back to you once we've had listened to what they have to say. So the feedback going to captains and alternates just now.
Once again,
I'm going to pass you over to Tenacious P. He's going to give us some info.
Okay, so the black team Paris asked for a forearms penalty on number 44. However, the referees deemed that there was no contact, and in fact the contact came from their own skater. No penalty.
Thank you so much for this
Excellent.
insight.
It saves having a whole Chinese whispers thing going on across the production desk.
We're back again on the game, Panda, for that future jam number 12, and it's going to be Samu versus Manija.
Is this the first time we've seen Samu jamming?
Yes, exactly. I've been quite emotional whenever I see her, because I actually announced her first game 4 years ago, and I'm so proud of the progress she made.
But it is Dublin out in front, taking lead. Manager well ahead of the pack now.
Lead jammer for Manija and Dublin. Manija in his curling pass. Oh, good assists for number 17, Bloody. Dirty Knees, Louise.
What a fantastic pass there from Manager. Incredible work, duking through the pack with such pinpoint accuracy. Great work.
Yeah, great work from Dublin, allowing them to score 4 more points. Closing the gap with Paris. It's 23 for Dublin and 47 for Paris. General Muinator is back on the track for Paris. And we have Bloody Harry, as far as I can see. Or is it that? No, it's dashing through the snow.
Yeah.
It's dashing through the snow.
It's something 3 on their arm.
Let's go a Snowy then. No lead jammer for the moment. even if dashing through the snow is a bit ahead. But look at those great walls from both sides.
So we've got. Now it looks like Lana Payne in the penalty box, but lead jammer goes out to Gérard Moulinato, if I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, you do. And Gérard is in the scoring pass now, approaching the pack one more time. Oh, good job. She attracted the pack at the outside and immediately goes on the inside just to score points, and she calls it off.
An illegal procedure penalty for Snowy's going to be taking a seat in the penalty box, and that was to do with the star pass, I imagine, because the helmet cover was not in her hand at the time.
Yep, that's also the reason why Staba is going to the penalty box as well. So Dublin is going to start next jam with 3 players down in a power start situation for Paris.
Yeah, 4-on-2 pack advantage as well as the power start, as you've just mentioned. 52-23 with 11 minutes, just under 12 minutes on the clock, let's say.
Exactly. Let's see whether Cody Malloy is going to take the lead. That's the objective for Paris Rollercoaster Jammer. The objective for Dublin's blocker is to buy the needed seconds so that Snow can come back on the track. But this is it for Cody Malloy. Lead jammer position for Paris.
So the out of play call, the warning went out at the front there. Flick disengaged, and as soon as the pack was defined again, chased.
Oh, good job once again for Cody Malloy, and she took the very inside of turn 1. Good work from the blockers for Paris.
I think as soon as Dublin take their eye off the inside line, Paris are going to know about it because they're keeping such attention on that.
Yeah, very good composure for the Blues on the track. And Cody Malloy is shouldering her way through the 2 blockers from Dublin to score 4 more points.
Again, the out of play warning and goes up at the front there, pushing that pack as far as they possibly can to keep the jammers down, and pushing it as far as till they get out of play pretty much, so they're just going to wait for that call. But another scoring pass with 5 points.
Cody Malloy seems to be on fire on that jam. She scores 5 more points, and she's not done.
And it looks like Stabber has got the star on for Dublin. Or
yeah, and she's still struggling with the famous tripod for Paris. Flick is out to the penalty box, which means that you have 1 blocker down for Dublin. Oli Barbak is trying to give the needed access for Cody Malloy to pass. Oh, good defending once again from number 90, Lana Payne. And this is the end of the jam for Cody Malloy. So let's see it on the replay.
Absolutely.
So look at what Cody Malloy did and takes the outside. And she scored 17 points on that very last jam, allowing Paris to reach the 69 points, 23 for Dublin.
So that takes us to 9.5 minutes left on the clock.
Samu versus Gerald.
Gerald straight into that front wall, hoping for a break on the inside, but no, that would be far too easy. We don't want to... and a foot on the inside, toast up on the inside. It looks like we have some equipment on the inside of the track there. That'll get scooped up soon enough.
Nasty tried to give the assist for Samu to pass, but it didn't work. And we have a lead jammer position for Gerald.
Nice work. And an out-of-play penalty sees Paris lose the pivot to the penalty box.
Gemerald is leading that jam, and she's going to the outside, passing Buffon and calling that jam off.
Not quite managing to hit the pack before that 4th whistle, but 4 points on the board for Dublin, who are slowly inching toward Paris lead. Just over 8.5 minutes left. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I'm Panda.
And I'm Shop the Fred up from Paris. Not from the Paris Royal Girls, from the Lutèce Destroyers, but still from Paris.
Oh, I'm not. You probably noticed I don't have a similar accent.
Yep. And we get to the next jam with Général Mouinator back on the track for Paris. And I assume it's going to be versus Bloody Harry.
You're right. So it looks like we're just waiting for everybody to get into place.
Yeah.
We have an official timeout in place, but I think that's just a short one there.
And we're back to the game. 2 players down for Paris, so maybe room enough for Bloody Harry to take the lead on that one. That would be the 2nd jam in a row controlled by Dublin.
Yeah, I think the easy way to try this is going to be to find an inside line, but they've actually gone for the outside. I was a little bit surprised about that, but I think regardless, it's not going to be easy.
So you have Miss Gadin and Rosienne for the moment preventing Bloody Harry and allowing General Muinator to take the tiny little gap on the inside of the track to take the lead on that jam number 16.
Coming up on the scoring pass now, and we haven't even got the...
She calls it off. 3 more points, sorry, for Paris. It's 72 for Paris, 27 for Dublin.
So we've had General Muinator, try and pronounce that correctly, has got 5 leads in all 5 jams that they've skated in.
Yeah, she played tremendously well last year at the Beach Bowl in America with an average win for Paris about 380 points. Absolute wonderful victories last year in America for Paris.
Fantastic, and absolutely so exciting to watch as well. And I think that's we're getting that again today. Cody Malloy picking up lead.
We have one player down in the penalty box for Dublin, maybe allowing Cody Malloy to go on the outside, but good job by number 74, Stabber.
Manager now looking for a break up at the front with the helmet cover in the hand.
Oh, good tripod. Look at the good tripods.
Stabber trying to break that up, trying to make some room, just trying to find a break somewhere in that tripod. Oh, beautiful!
Oh, good job by Mania on a scoring pass now. In the meantime, Cody Malloy is still struggling, but she saw Manija coming over. That's why she decided to call off that jam.
Yeah, it looks like I think we've got somebody going to Lana Payne to the penalty box again. She's had a few penalties in the last couple of jams.
Yes, exactly. We will have to make a report to you at half time, which is in a bit more than 6 minutes. 75 for Paris, 27 for Dublin.
Snowy lining up to jam for Dublin roller derby.
And I can't figure out this is Samu. Samu started jam twice. She lost the lead jam position twice. Let's see whether she's going to do it here, or whether it is Snow taking the lead. She is a bit ahead at the moment, but good defending from Buffon and Oli Barbak, allowing Samu maybe to take the lead for the first time.
Oh, tumble at the front there. Oh, allowing Snowy to come right around the outside, and a huge gap for lead jammer.
Lead jammer for Snowy and Dublin. Now she's in a scoring pass. Lana Payne is going to assist her, but she has Buffon ahead and Nasty. And she takes the outside, accelerating. Oh, good job from Snowy. She calls it off. Johnny Boy, the bench from Paris, was asking for a cutting. No, it's not awarded. Good job by Snowy.
Yeah, nice 4 points on the board there, but we've got a blocker apiece in the penalty box, so it'll be a 3-on-3 pack to start the next jam. And it looks like Gemerald lining up to jam for Dublin.
Yep, and we have another 6-pack on the track as one player is, each team is in the penalty box. The 5th blocker skates penalty box, I would say.
Absolutely jam on and straight into that wall. They were inches away, or centimeters if you're in Europe.
Gemerald, General Muinator. Once again, that duel of the first half turns to the advantage of Gemerald, taking the lead on General Muinator.
Rosienne pushing for that front line as far as possible until the out of play warning went up.
Gemerald is in a scoring pass now. Oh, she puts Rosienne to the floor.
Oh.
And she's being sent to the penalty box for a cutting. She loses the benefit from the lead jammer position. It's going to be another 2-minute jam, but no, because General Muinator is going to the 5th blocker skates penalty box. So we have 2 jammers in the penalty box. Gemerald is back, and followed by General Muinator.
Oh!
No, General Muinator is back in the penalty box.
And that looks like it was a legal procedure. So legally leaving the penalty box, possibly. We'll get clarification at some point on that. But 5 points on the board. This is huge chance for Dublin Roller Derby now.
Yes, exactly. This is a huge opportunity for Gerald and Dublin to get back maybe a bit better at Paris. And Gerald is passing the pack a second time, or even if Buffon is defending and being sent to the penalty box, Gerald is scoring 5 more points for Dublin. That's quite of a momentum for Dublin right now.
It is, absolutely. And again, Paris pushing out that front until the out of play warning goes up. They are just edging so close to those penalties, but it was actually called this time.
Yep, a bit more than 30-point difference so far. And you have 7 seconds to go before the end of that jam. Look at the good defending.
Get the hips past that last one in the last couple of seconds. Can she do it? Oh. 4 points.
4
Nice.
points by General Munat on the very last seconds. Team timeout asked by the Paris Roller Girls. It's 79 for Paris, 44 for Dublin, with 2 minutes and 27 seconds to go before the end of that first half.
So we'll at least get one more jam in before we head off for a short break. Let's give a shout out to our fantastic sponsors running the stream, the wonderful Tyne and Fear. Stream provided by Tyne and Fear Streaming. We're also running live on WFTD ATV, but if you are having any issues running that, please head over to Tyne and Fear's YouTube channel. So just type Tyne and Fear into YouTube for your search and it will pop up for you.
You know what, Panda? I have to say some words about French Roller Derby because for the first time 2 weeks ago, we had 3 French teams in the European top 10, which is Toulouse number 5, Paris number 8, and Lille Roller Girls number 10. That's quite an achievement for French Roller Derby, right?
Fantastic. Well done, everybody. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to say anything in French to congratulate them. How would you congratulate them in French?
Bravo et félicitations à tout le roller derby français.
I can say bravo.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So here we are back on the track with 2 minutes and 28 seconds. They won the 1 second awards on the clock.
And it looks like we've got Bloody Harry jamming for Dublin.
And I think this is Super Cute jamming for the Paris Roller Girls All-Stars.
Those packs so close to the jammer line. The jammers don't have any movement to get into them.
Super Cute 2 weeks ago is the last one to have been selected for Team France. Quite an achievement for her. And Super Cute is shouldering her way through the pack to take the lead jammer for the 333 from the Paris Roller Girls.
Buffon taking a seat in the penalty box for a direction of gameplay penalty. Bloody Harry now out. Oh, a forearms penalty.
It's a power jam for Super Cute, getting the outside and scoring 5 more points for Paris.
This is not what Dublin wanted going into half-time after the momentum that they gained in the last jam.
That's the strength of Paris, never losing their heads, never losing their mind after momentum for the other team. They managed to get back to it and score more points, even if Super Cute is being recycled now by number 17 from Dublin, Denise Louise.
Buffon back in the pack, trying to find a way to help Super Cute through. Bouldering the way toward the front of the pack, making some gaps, nicely done, but holding those lines now.
It's the end of the forearm penalty for Bloody Harry.
And a multiplayer block there for, I think it was Destroy McClure.
Yeah, 1 player down in the pack for Dublin, allowing Super Cute to take the inside of the track and score 5 more points for Paris. But even if Bloody Harry is out of the initial pass now.
Flick has picked up the start pass.
Oh, nice. No. Super Cute thought that she made it for the apex, but it was a cutting. She's being sent to the penalty box. She loses the benefits of a lead jam position. We're going to go on to the end of 2 minutes, and it's a power jam, but no, it's not a power jam anymore, as Flick is sent to the penalty box for a cutting, and this is the end of the jam, Panda.
My goodness, we had about 28 seconds on the clock as we went into half-time. Not half-time, sorry, in between the jam, so we may well be running into half-time unless anybody calls a penalty. A time out. Crikey.
Stay tuned during halftime. We are going to have the interviews from last games yesterday with Bino Skates, with Sasha from Old Ricky and Mia Missil from Berlin. Are we going to have a last jam, maybe?
Oh, well, the in-house announcers are calling halftime. There it is on the board. It is halftime. We didn't quite have more than 30 seconds on the clock, but it looks like an official review has been called.
An official review has been called. This is not really the end of the first half. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. For the moment, it's 48 for Dublin, 89 for Paris, and it's an official review asked by Dublin, by Paris.
Okay, so we'll keep you informed as soon as we know any more. But as we've mentioned, some of our lovely sponsors, but we've got some people watching on YouTube bright and early. Sniper, who was with us here yesterday and hoping she'll be around at some point today. Keeping an eye on her pink chair trackside. Hello, Sniper.
We have Ferricti from LRT also. We have Breakouts Lux and supporting Paris. Bonjour, Lux.
Zero of Hyrule, one of our Twitter fans who does get shouted quite often. Thank you so much for joining us over in Ireland.
And we have a shout out from Vagine Regime France. Also, I bet they're supporting the Paris Roller Girls.
So Duncan Disorderly has just mentioned to the crowd, unfortunately we don't have that microphone patched into the feed.
So we couldn't get it, actually. And we may have cut Duncan Disorderly's speech. So apologies for that.
Yeah, this has got to be for one of the penalties, the cut track penalties, and I think we had a forearms penalty on one of the jammers at some point. There was an awful lot of whistles being called there. We'll clarify the penalty situation as we go into the second period. Have a look at that board, see who's on what.
We saw that when General Morita was awarded the penalty, she didn't seem to like it at all, so she may have told it to the bench who asked for an official review.
Yeah.
We just have to assume this is it.
Well, currently we've got both of our jammers in the penalty box and General Mulinata standing, so there's less than 10 seconds on that time. So if we do have a switch at any point, it's not going to be for very long. We've got the alt ref coming over for a bit of info, so we may be handing you off to Tenacious B shortly just to feed back.
Let's hear Duncan Disorderly.
So it sounds like that feedback was the cutting call will stand.
Yep, and this is halftime on this. So let's see the interviews at halftime. We have Clément Thierry who says coucou Fred. Salut Clément. Thank you Clément for everything you say.
All right, over to you for halftime. I've been Panda. I'm with the lovely Shut the Fred Up, and we will see you again very soon.
Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
I'm Chasing Katie and I'm here with Missy Pow Pow. You've just come off track after playing against Paris. How was that one? Tough one for you?
as you can see by how red and sweaty I'm assuming I am, yes, incredibly tough. Paris was a game that I really wanted to play, really excited that it came over, and knew it would be tough, knew it would be hard, and knew that they were on a huge winning streak, and it was a really good game. Yeah.
Noticed you changed tactics in the first half there, maybe moving to a kind of stronger jammer rotation, maybe putting in a bit of power behind it, putting in Calamity James, yourself coming in, Anita and Raven dropping into the pack. Was that something that you'd planned to do if things maybe weren't going your way?
Yeah, I think we need to just mix it up. I think what we've learned from experience is we can't just go in with a set game plan. Yes. We need to see how the other team is, how the walls compare, how the pack formation reacts, and mix it up as we go along, rather than waiting until it's too late to do anything about it.
Definitely made a difference. The score really took a jump there after you did that. And tomorrow, looking forward to tomorrow?
Yes. More derby, yes.
More
really
derby.
looking forward. We're playing Central City. We have played them before, so they're not unknown to us. We've been in quite a few tournaments with them previously, so we have seen them skate quite a lot. I'm sure they've seen us skate quite a lot. We're friends on the track, and I'm really looking forward to getting on track and having some fun.
Brilliant. Anything you're going to try and maybe watch a game or two tomorrow?
Definitely. We don't play until the afternoon, so that gives us all morning to watch all the roller derby.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Dublin Paris in the morning. I think it's going to be the one to watch.
That's one of the one that one that'd be good. And then Middlesbrough versus Bear City later on. After we've played, I'm really interested to see how they do.
Brilliant. Well, good luck tomorrow, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. I'm Chasing Katie, and I am here with the lovely
Buffon
and
Kill Bell
from Paris Roller Girls, fresh off the track from their game with Newcastle. How do you think it went today?
It went great for us. It was as hard as we expected it to be. It was a great challenge, and we managed to do what we wanted to do on the track, show what we wanted to show, and I think it was a great start to the tournament for us. So,
a lot of defensive work, a lot of walls there. Was that something you were aware of going into the game against Newcastle? You were really going to have to shut down some very powerful and quick jammers?
we didn't know Newcastle specifically. We know that the English game is very fast as a whole, and we like to play very slow. So we knew that we had to be extremely strong on our defense today, and I think from time to time we got, it went a bit over our head, but I think we managed to do what we wanted.
So now just resting up, Dublin first thing tomorrow morning. Looking forward to that one?
Yeah.
Well, actually we know Dublin pretty much, and we're looking forward to play against them, because we know the girls, and we're quite looking forward to play them actually, because they played another French team a few months or weeks ago, Toulouse, and so we're looking forward to compete against them.
Brilliant. And a lot of people back home watching you today. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Champion!
Thank you very much, ladies. Enjoy your game tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whiskers, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
All right, here we are. I am King Crazy, joined by Billy Pistol and Tiger Bay captain Thrill Collins. What a game. What a way to start the weekend.
It was pretty tough, yeah. I mean, not the result we wanted, but CCR came out, they played a strong, hard game, and they took the win and totally deserved it.
We play CCR quite frequently because we live quite close to them, so they're our go-to for like big tournament warm-up games. Obviously, we can do that this time, but it's great that I feel like we're always of a similar level, and we never know who's going to win, and today just kind of highlighted the brilliance of how we play together.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch. It was watching the game, it was very much their sort of strategy was they were scoring 4 points hit and quit it, whereas you, especially, you had a big jam very early on in the first half. Was that something you look for, or is it just the way it fell?
I mean, if we can take big jams, we'll always have them. But I think it's just kind of luck of the draw and just go with what the jam, like what comes up in the jam. I mean, we've obviously got default strategies for what we do in certain situations, but any point where we can capitalise on them just kind of messing up on track, we'll take as much as we can.
I mean, we would gladly take 4-0 jams also. We did have some nicely timed power jams in our favour, which obviously helped us bring the score up when we needed it most. Yeah. Heaven shine down on us. But I think Steph especially was very, very good at getting those 4-0 jams, keeping us at the same level as them.
So you've got one more game, I believe. That's tomorrow against Paris. Yep. Have you played Paris before?
We have not, no. We're pretty excited. They're a bit of an unknown to us, so we're a bit nervous, but kind of that excited nervous. We don't really know what's going to happen, and we're just really looking forward to it.
I'm going to speak French to them on track. Whisper sweet nothings in their ear.
I see, now that's just showing off. So what else have Tiger Bay got lined up then for the rest of this year?
We're competing in Tier 1 British Champs at the moment, so we've got those games running through the next couple of months. And then we're also playing Dublin on the 24th of June at home for a Worcester game, so that should be really good. And we're also playing Middlesbrough, who are here this weekend, again at the beginning of June at home for another Worcester sanction game.
So you're doing a little bit of scouting while you're here?
A little bit, yeah.
Brilliant. Anything to say to anybody watching back home supporting you?
Thanks very much for getting up at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. We appreciate it.
Enjoy going back to sleep.
No problem. Thrill. Billy, thank you very much.
2017 in Missy Carval, where he's just played their city. How did you find it?
It was a very difficult game. We expected them to come out really strong and fighting for that win. Obviously they're much higher ranked than us, so we knew they were going to be really tough opponents, and we were true to that.
Yeah, did you have a plan going in, I guess? Were you looking for something specific? Did you sort of think about differentials before you went in?
The plan going in was just to play our own game.
back to the Walker Activity Dome for the start of the second half between Paris, the Paris Roller Girls All-Stars, and Dublin Roller Derby. We have a few statistics to tell you at halftime. For Paris, they have 20 penalties overall among the 7 cuttings, but overall you have 32 points scored by General Mouinator and 30 points scored by Cody Malloy. Quite amazing performance for both of jammers.
It is, even though the point differential is about 39 points.
Yes, exactly. And for Dublin, we have 22 penalties overall with 6 cuttings. We have 2 players who are with 4 penalties each. Miss Guedin is having 4 penalties at the beginning of the second half. And for Dublin, you have Valdemort with 4 penalties at the beginning of the second half.
So we are just a minute and a half away. Paris Roller Girls on 89 points and Dublin Roller Derby on 48. You can probably work out the differential because my maths is terrible, as you've probably already worked out.
Right after that, at 11 o'clock, we have the second game of the day between Old Ricky Roller Girls and Leeds. Et j'en profite encore pour parler en français et pour dire encore bonjour à tout le roller derby français qui regarde le match des PRG. Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
It's making me hot. So of course, don't forget we've got some of the Dublin Roller Derby skaters are going to be playing in the Team Ireland Scotland game this evening at 7 o'clock British summertime. Remember, the clocks have gone forward if you haven't already noticed, and we haven't already mentioned it because we have.
I'm already laughing inside when you say British summertime in the same sentence.
There's no such thing. I mean, seriously. We get about a week, maybe in February, where it's sunny and warm.
But we have to admit that it's quite sunny so far in Newcastle. We are extremely lucky.
Yesterday was a beautiful day. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us if you want to shout out on the feed or on YouTube, which we're streaming through Time and Fear. The Twitter feed is at NRG Roller Girls, and you can hashtag Euroclash 2017, and we'll pick up any messages and try and read them out for you.
We also have some. Once again, I'm being jingoistic on this. We also have some French people at the NSO. We have Bacon, Joséphine Bacon, from Paris as well in the NSO. We have Princess Beach, also from Paris, doing the stats. And this is going to be the start of the second half very soon. And we have 2 players down for Paris, including the jammer. So it's going to be a power start for Paris. The jammer for Dublin is still in the penalty box. We have Super Cute jamming in that power jam situation for Paris.
Flick Labine is standing, hovering over the seat. Super Cute coming up against that front wall. Still all 4 skaters at the front to pass as Flick is back on the track.
Good defending from Dublin with the 4 blockers retaining for the moment. Super Cute. Flick is back. Still no lead jammer position on that first charm of the second half. Even if Super Cute is shouldering her way through the pack, she pushes and pushes, but Dublin resists. And this is it for Super Cute's lead jammer for the 333 from Paris.
Very nicely done. But 2 blockers shortening the pack there as Dublin have 2 in the penalty box.
Super Cute is accelerating. Oh, she's being taken out once again by Lana Payne, who's having a tremendous job so far.
She's been incredibly such a strong jammer up at the front of the blocker up at the front of the pack, helping the jammers get through and showing incredible strength as captain of the team.
First corner pass down for Super Cute.
Yep, 4 points on the board there.
And she doesn't want to stop it here. And when the Flick is just out, sent to the penalty box for a cutting.
Oh.
It's another power jam for the All-Stars from the Paris Roller Girls.
It was wheels millimeters over the track line. That was so close. I think they thought they got it, but no, didn't manage to get past the eagle eyes of the outside pack referees.
But close don't count in roller derby. Close counts only in horseshoes and grenade.
All right, that is the jam called with no points on that last pass.
And it's now at 50-point difference. So far, 98 for Paris, 48 for Dublin.
So Paris Roller Girls inching toward that 100-point mark. Just over 2 minutes gone for that first jam.
Exactly. We can clearly say then Paris has nearly Dublin the score over the capital of Ireland.
Oh dear. This is what we had all day yesterday. Bad dad jokes. This is the deal for this guy.
I'm not even a dad. Thank God.
I think it's just a thing that people have. So Flick
Cody
is...
Malloy taking the lead for Paris on that second jam of the second half. Cody Malloy, who has scored so far 30 points on that game.
Flick was standing in the box there straight off the line, but back on the track and into the pack. A scoring pass for Cody Malloy. An initial pass to complete there for Dublin.
Oh, Cody Malloy is having a hard time for the moment, passing the defense from Dublin. Once again, we have the 777 Destroy McClure, giving her such a hard time.
And it looks like we have a star pass in situ now as manager has the helmet cover on.
Cody Malloy passes. Oh, good skating backwards for the jammer for Dublin, even if she's being out of the track now.
Manager recycling back behind Rosienne. And a cut track penalty called there, and
To Manesia for Dublin. It's another power jam for Paris, and Cody Malloy is alone on the track to score points on that power jam situation for Paris.
And we had an out of play penalty called from the outside pack referees, so Paris losing the pivot to the penalty box, but that doesn't make too much of a difference for this power jam.
Miss Guedin is sent to the penalty box, and she seems to be quite angry about it. Oh, once again, the good defending from Dublin, and once again, Destroy McClure hitting Cody Malloy.
Really strong.
And forcing her to call the end of that jam.
Yeah.
Extremely good job by Dublin. We'll see that on the replay.
Incredibly strong walls. Let's have a look at the jammers breaking through. Nicely done on the outside. Oh, with a check, but didn't quite get laid down.
Good resistance by Cody Malloy on the outside of the track to score points. 107 for Paris Roller Girls, 50 for Dublin.
Just over 25 minutes left on the clock.
One player down for Paris. The pivot, Miss Guedin, is still in the penalty box, so no star pass possibility for Paris so far.
And Dashing Trudy Snow jamming for Dublin.
And General Molinator for Paris.
None of the jammers really making much headway in the pack just now. Dashing Trudy Snow is recycling toward the back of the pack once again.
Look at this good tripod for Dublin, but Miss Guedin is back and trying to assist General Molinator, but good reorganization from Dublin tripod, and still no lead jammer after more than 30 seconds of play on that jam.
Snowy trying desperately to find a break with the shoulder on there. And knocked off the track, recycling yet again. And it looks like we've got an outplay penalty called from the pack, which is spread now across turns 1 and 2.
Maddie Bruce and Landon Payne are giving a hard time to General Molinator, who passes on a no pass, no penalty. She's in a scoring pass.
So lead's still open as we're a minute into the game. Snowy could break through the front of this pack and pick it up, but General Molinator is coming on the outside line.
Amazing row from the blocker. We are more than 1 minute on that jam and still no lead jammer. General Molinator is in a no pass, no penalty, and she passes the pack once more, scoring 5 more points for Paris.
Oh, it's a no pass, no point there, so it's 4 on the board. And still struggling to get Snowy through. The helmet cover has been removed, so I don't know if she's actually trying to pass or trying to break through.
She's just on her initial pass. The lead jammer position is not open, so we're going to go until the end of those 2 minutes.
So this is just 15 seconds left in the jam.
Exactly 12 seconds to go before the end of that jam, and General Molinator is passing once more. 5 more points for the number 931.
It looks like it was a back block penalty called there.
Yes,
Stabber.
It's a power jam, and it's another 5 on the very last seconds before the final whistle on that jam for General Molinator. Let's see that on the replay with a beautiful apex. Just look at that technicality from General Molinator going on the inside and jumping. Beautiful apex for the number 931.
Make it look so easy, so graceful and weightless.
Yes. And she made quite of an impression, as I said, the bridge brawl last year. But every time she plays, even in the French championships, she makes a huge impression on all the players.
Stabber is still sitting in the penalty box from the star pass that occurred previously, so they're going to be taken on the jammer roll.
And it's Rosienne jamming for Paris. Once again, still no lead jammer. Rosienne takes the outside and takes the lead for Paris.
And it looks like we have an illegal procedure penalty has been called.
Rosienne is giving information to the pack, trying to show their way through, but good defending from Gemerald. Even if Butchan is preventing her from going forwards, the pack is reorganizing.
The remainder of another penalty being served for this power jam. Rosienne is just standing, looking for a break there, trying to find a space where she can get the shoulder in. Oh, around the outside with a nice bit of footwork.
Good job by Bully Bunker, even if Rosienne was taken out on the very last seconds.
Stabber now back on the track, helmet cover in hand. Again going in with the shoulder, beautifully done. Some great aggressive skating at the back of the pack there. 5 points on the board for Paris.
Yeah, Stabber is out of the pack. She's putting a helmet cover right now. She's scoring pass now. And this is the final whistle of that jam. With 6 points for Rosienne, Paris is now leading 127-50 for Dublin.
Just over 21 minutes left to go. If you are tuning in from home, Paris Roller Girls playing in the blue jerseys. Dublin playing in black with the slight blue stripe down the inside.
And it's one player down for Paris. One blocker is in the fifth blocker skates. Penalty box. Cody Malloy jamming for Paris. Bloody Harry for Dublin.
Dublin yet to pick up lead in this game, but we've got this second half of the game. Oh, and as she says it, it happens.
Bloody Harry is taking the lead. I believe this is the first lead of the second half for Dublin.
It is.
And Bloody Harry is in the scoring pass now.
Nicely done. This is definitely the momentum that Dublin Roller Derby need. We had a little bit of the push for this toward the end of the second half. See if they can pick up a little bit more of a pace through the pack, which is pretty stationary now down the straightaway.
Bloody Harry struggling with Sally Broyer. Another member for Team France.
Oh, big hit there from Lana Payne.
And Bloody Harry is still struggling. Oh, she almost managed to pass the pack, but she's being recycled at the back and ready to fight again.
Cody Malloy going straight in with a big hit through the pack there. Coming up against Chancletta.
We have a full configuration of the pack. No one is in the penalty box. And Curly Malloy is pushing and pushing and passing for Paris. Even if she's not a lead jammer position, she removed her helmet cover. She's in the scoring pass now, so she's putting back on.
But that is the jam called, and 5 points on the board for Dublin.
55 for Dublin, 1-2-7 for Paris. 19 minutes and 14 seconds to go.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us on Twitter. Use @NRGRollerGirls or the hashtag Euroclash 2017. We'll do our best to read out any shout-outs that you have. You can also watch us live on the YouTube channel provided by Tyne and Fear Streaming, one of our lovely sponsors. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Yeah, exactly, Titan Fear. And it's the second jam controlled in a row for Dublin. Oh, Manija, I don't know how to pronounce it actually, is controlling that sixth jam of the second half.
Nicely done. Dublin, as soon as they get a little bit of momentum, they really run with it. It's great to see because they've struggled for a little bit throughout the second period so far. The last 10 minutes have been tricky for them. A few penalties, but through now for a 4-point pass.
That's probably what we call the Irish spirit on this. Manija is leading and has scored 4 more points for Dublin.
Nice. Now coming up against a strong wall at the back, trying to get the hips through as well as the shoulder, but a forearms penalty.
Oh, no! Manija is being sent to the penalty box for a forearm. She loses the benefit of a lead jammer position. It's a power jam for Paris, and we're going to go until the very end of those 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a seat. That's such a shame.
And this is it for General Mulinator. Passing and scoring another 5. Breaking the momentum that was building up for Dublin.
Kilbell taking a seat for a direction of gameplay penalty. Oh, nicely done, General Mulinator's great footwork on the inside line there, staying in on toe stops. Beautiful.
And she manages to lower her skating quite hard so that she can't be hit. And this is one of her particularity, taking the outside, being very low on her skates, and to add up a bit more security on her skating.
All right, so we've got both of our jammers back in the pack now, straight into the middle of the pack. Fantastic job from manager.
Yes, Kilbell is still in the penalty box, so 1 player down for Paris. Maybe room enough for manager, but look at those fabulous tripod for Paris. And General Mulinator taking the tiny little gap on the inside of turn 3.
Just taking a stroll around the inside line there.
Manesia out of the pack, scored 4 points.
Yep.
General Mulinator as well. Beautiful, beautiful jam with many points scored on that one. 15 for Paris, 8 for Dublin.
So 142 for Paris in the lead, 63 for Dublin. Just a little bit less than 17 minutes on the clock. If you're watching from home, thank you very much for joining us.
And just right after that game at 11 o'clock a.m., we have the second game of the day between Old Ricky Roller Girls and Leeds Roller Derby.
Snowy jamming for Dublin. And Super Cute for Paris Roller Girls.
And Super Cute is getting the lead for Paris. What's player history for Super Cute? 3 years ago, she played for the league. I love the Lutèce Destroyers, and she went out to the Paris Roller Girls. Now playing in the All Stars and selected in Team France 2 weeks ago. Quite an achievement. But we have an injury time here.
It looks like she was waving her hand saying, I'm fine, I'm fine. Taken out by her own blocker. I think she came up against the front of possibly Lana Payne just as
and
bit
Snowy
of a surprise.
is up. Yeah, Snowy is up, so she seems to be quite fine on this. We are 15 minutes and 52 seconds away for the end of that game.
So General Mulinator, has scored 61 points for Paris Roller Girls so far.
Wow, 61 points for General Mulinator on this. Quite an achievement for Paris, even if Dublin is never giving up.
Well, absolutely not. I mean, as soon as they get a couple of jams in the bag, Dublin are really starting to pick up the pace. And I think it's taken them a little while to find that stride in the second half. And as soon as they manage to break through some walls in the pack and have a little bit of, a little bit of luck as well to help them. As soon as they can find a break in the pack that allows them through, they really start to pick up the momentum.
Paris is going to have great games ahead. Next week they're going to play against Bear City for Berlin. They're going to play also with against Crime City, I think in May or June, I can't remember. So great games ahead for Paris. And here we are with Cody Malloy versus Gemerald for Dublin.
So nice rotating walls on the pack there. Gemerald trying to find a line against the inside, but no, at every turn she is taken out.
Cody Malloy on the outside of turn 1, taking the lead for Paris. Lead jammer for the double 4 of the PRG All-Stars.
It looks like we had a forearms penalty in the pack there as Gemerald exits at the front, completing the initial pass.
Look at the way the blockers from Paris set up the pack on the outside of turn 2, creating the gap for Cody Malloy to rush into it and to score 4 more points.
Absolutely.
Good job by the blockers.
Very nicely done. 148 on the board for Paris, 63 for Dublin. No movement in that last jam. We are halfway through toward the end of the second period of our first game here. Paris versus Dublin.
And we have Bloody Harry jamming for Dublin versus Miss Gada, I think. Yep. 1 player down for Paris.
Yep.
I think it's Oli Barbak in the penalty box. Not sure about that.
Lana Payne holding that front line, but not quite enough as Miss Gadan comes through, picks up lead jammer.
Miss Guerin has a shirt marked -18 because when she first played roller derby, she was like 15, 16, so she couldn't play. So that's why she put it on her shirt. But she's a very, very talented jammer and blocker at the same time.
We had some great blocking there from Dublin, allowing Bloody Harry to make her way around the outside. But to no avail, jam was called off before any points could be scored.
63 for Dublin, 152 for the Paris Roller Girls with 13 minutes and 47 seconds to go.
I think we've had at least 2 jams where Dublin haven't put any points on the board, so they're going to be definitely looking to break that streak.
But it seems that you have less penalties than in the first half. The players gather minds again. General Muniato versus Manilla.
Manager's trying to find a gap on the outside line, but toe stops off the track.
Oh, once again, a great defending from Brudol E. Lowcock. Oh, and it's a lead jammer position for Manilla, but it's being out of the track at the very last seconds. She has to fight again.
Straight the way through. I think she thought she got it at that point, but
oh,
look at that footwork.
Did you record that on the replay? Because I want to see it again after that jam. Good job by Manilla.
I don't think we do, so we just get to remember that one.
Oh, once again on the outside for the number 95 of the Dublin Roller Derby. Manilla is on fire on that jam number 10.
Managers had a great second half so far. Even after the first couple of jams where we weren't quite picking up that momentum, now getting those points on the board. Fantastic work.
Good hit by Supercutes, but Voldemort tried to prevent her from recycling Manija. And she's having a hard time for the moment, but Manija is a solid player, never giving up.
Oh, we have a cut track penalty on Paris Roller Derby. Paris Roller Girls, I apologize. Dublin now have a power jam.
A power jam situation. General Muniato is being sent to the penalty box for cutting the track. And Manija is alone on track, being able to score points. And this is what she's trying to do for Dublin, but Supercut is on her way.
Oh, and that's the jam called off, so it'll be a nice power start for Dublin in the next jam, but 10 points on the board.
That's when Manija called off that jam so that Dublin could be able to start the next jam in a power start situation.
So Manager's been the best jammer for Dublin in the second half so far with 18 points on the board, 10 of which came from that last jam.
Good job by Manija. So power start for Dublin. The objective for the Dublin jammer, taking the lead before General Muniato comes back on the track. The objective for the blockers for Paris, buying the needed seconds so that General Muniato can come back and maybe pretend to be lead jammer.
Yeah, so Dashing Trudy Snow now coming up against, having to recycle on the pack as we've got both of our jammers back on track.
Good work by blockers from both sides. We have General Muniato back on the track and Snowy jamming for Dublin. Both can still pretend to be lead jammer on that one.
So we've got 2 penalties there for direction of gameplay. And we've got General Muniato out in the front and picking up lead jammer.
Look at the job from the blockers. General Muniato started that jam in the penalty box, and the blockers bought the needed seconds so that General Muniato can be lead jammer on that jam number 11.
So he's taking off the helmet cover and powering through the inside. Very nicely done.
And
that tactic works so well when you're undetected.
Exactly. That's what the star stash is all about. 3 points more for General Muniato and Paris. It's now a 154 for Paris, 55 for Paris, 73 for Dublin.
I think the Star Stash has worked really well for Dublin on a couple of occasions where Paris have just had taken their eye off of her just for a second, and they don't even realise that that's the jammer coming through because they're too busy blocking or being blocked, and I think that's worked superbly for Dublin.
That's also one of the assets of the Paris Royal Girls blockers, is that they never give up. Even if the Dublin jammer is taking the lead, they're still trying to get the slightly little details so that he can recycle her.
The destruction of pack penalty being called from the inside there by Schreff, and that's Miskadang.
Going to the penalty box, and Dublin is taking the lead. Gemrold's lead jammer on that jam number 12, but Cody Malloy is out of the pack quite quick and is just right behind Gemrold.
Straight into the pack up at the front. Gemrold is going for it as Cody Malloy recycled toward the back. General pushing really hard, trying to find a break with the top of his shoulder. Not. Oh, she's through for 4 points.
Yeah, that's because of the good assist from Ellie Beating, who broke the pack of the Paris Roller Girls blockers, and Gemmerwald is getting the points.
Ellie Beating didn't go unnoticed there by the referees on the inside for an out-of-play penalty.
Oh, good job once again by Denise Lewis trying to recycle Miss Gadin. And this is the end of the jam.
Let's look at that again on the replay. Coming through for the inside line.
Look at Rosienne trying to block Gemerald on this. Amazing work, but Gemerald is gathering a mind and manages to take the inside of 10-3.
Very nicely done.
7 points for Dublin, 4 for Paris.
So 159 for Paris on the board at the minute. 80 for Dublin. 8.5 minutes left on the clock. And it looks like Bloody Harry jamming for Dublin and Super Cute for Paris Roller Girls.
Still no lead jammer on this. Even if Bloody Harry is a bit ahead, and Super Cute is going to take the lead. And this is it for Super Cute. Lead jammer for Paris.
Malibu Stacey didn't manage to get that hit down at the front, but I think she just disengaged in the best interest of not creating any penalties.
Dublin blockers are trying to reorganize, but Sean and Buffon are creating the mess in it, and Super Cute is calling that jam off. 3 points more for Paris. It's 162 for Paris, 80 for Dublin, with 7 minutes and 36 seconds to go.
5, 4. We keep going. Super Cute for this half has got 3 out of 3 leads for the jams that she's played in.
The 3 is the number, not 2, not 4, but 3 is the number on this.
There's something special about that, I think. It's a magic number, hey? Manager now up against General Mulinato. Pack has started,
And full
moving very slowly.
Full configuration of the pack at the start of the jam.
Yep.
It's quite rare, so that should notice. And General Mulinato is taking the lead for Paris.
Oh, and a huge hit as the helmet cover was removed there from Oli Barlak. And
Nice.
cut track penalty's been called.
Nice jump for General Mulinato on turn 1.
So manager's taking a seat in the penalty box. She hasn't got the helmet cover on. It's in her hand.
5 points more for the number 3931. Oh, good job from the blockers recycling General Mulinato to the back of the pack. It's a reset for Muli, as they say in America.
Dublin putting all they've got into those front walls. Destroy McClure holding it up at the front with Voldemort. Keeping a keen eye on everything. Skating backwards and just watching what's happening.
Rosienne is trying to assist by hitting Denise Lewis.
Manager going in with the hips, trying to find a break, not managing to break through. Such great blocking, offense and defense all in one go here.
They're very stand still on their feet and preventing General Mulinato from passing. Look at that absolute immobility from the pack of Dublin.
She's juking around the back, trying to find a break, but not really getting anywhere. But we'll see that one again afterwards.
Oh, look at the blockers from Dublin. They're not moving, and General Mulinato is having a hard time passing her shoulders. She's trying on the outside, and she gets to it. Great job by General Mulinato. 5 more points for Paris.
A couple more direction of gameplay penalties being called from the inside there. It's when the skating gets this slow that it happens. Oh, but we have a power jam.
No, I thought. Sorry, Panda. Sorry, Panda. I misled you on this. Let's see that on the replay. Good job and good apex for General Mulinato. There's no power jam on this one. It's going to be a regular jam for the next one.
I think
number
it was
15.
The whistles that we heard, coupled with the end of the jam and the jammer skating past the penalty box to their bench, caused much confusion.
Yep. It's going to be Miss Gadin versus Snowy on this, with another 6-pack on the track. But a good tripods for both teams for the moment, preventing the jammers from taking the lead.
Wiped off her feet.
Good job for Chancleta on Miss Gadin. But Miss Gadin is taking the inside of turn 2 and taking the lead for Paris.
So helmet cover is off of Snowy's head. In a hand, nicely done around the outside. Not quite quick enough as the opposing jammers through the pack. Miskadan calling it off.
And she's being back on her feet by Nurse. Nasty Nurse, actually.
So we've got a 100-point game now, 180 to 80, with 4 minutes
You're
left.
so good at mathematics,
This is the kind of stuff that I can do. Yeah, but when you teach small children, this is the kind of level that you're working up.
So we have a couple of teachers and announcers here. For General Minato, it's now 65 points so far on that game.
Incredible.
Here we are with Cody Malloy and Gemerald for Dublin. And another full configuration of the pack for that jam number 16.
Oh!
And Gemerald is taking the lead for Dublin. Lead jammer for the number 1-6.
And that pack moving back down the straightaway between turns 4 and 1.
Oh! we crushed the microphones because it was so beautiful to watch.
That
Apex.
was fantastic.
but Cody Malloy is down and is being injured, so the jam is off.
Well, that was a very exciting end to the jam. Sadly, we do have one of our skaters down, receiving medical attention, so of course we are going to give them their privacy.
That's why we have a blanket just in front of it, so that no one can take pictures.
But
That's also the spirit of roller derby, you know.
Absolutely. And I think, regardless of what happens, everybody chips in. And the spirit of the game is such that, you don't get an awful lot of aggression. You might have aggression on the track, but in terms of clashes between personalities, you don't tend to find that a lot. It's a very friendly atmosphere, a good family atmosphere with a lot of the leagues as well, which is fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. The atmosphere is quite good for that game, the first game in the morning. Remember that just right after this, at 11 o'clock, we have Old Ricky playing against Leeds. Then we have at 1 p.m. Tiger Bay playing against the Paris Royal Girls. Once again, at 3 p.m. we have Newcastle playing against Central City. 5 p.m. we have Middlesbrough playing against Bear City. And to finish, an international bout at 7 p.m. between Team Scotland and Team Ireland. Cody Malloy seems to be okay. At least she's back to the corner and should be taken care of by the medics.
And such a fantastic crew of medics that we want to say thank you to. The events medical team, Saltney, do come and visit us quite a lot, and we're very grateful to have them with us. So thank you to those guys. You can follow them on Twitter if you want to keep up to date with anything that they have got to share with us.
It's an official review being asked by Dublin. Just in time for me to give you some statistics, interesting statistics. For the moment, in the second half, 9 leads for Paris and 5 leads for Dublin. And 37 points scored by Dublin on the second half and 82 points scored by Paris on the second half. Thank you for the progression, for giving me such meaningful statistics.
We say big props to... Which way do we go?
He's here. He's here. Big shout out.
Tenacious P. He's keeping us right with all the official reviews, but let's have a listen to Duncan Disorderly. So it sounds like they were asking for a back block on the blue jammer to be called. I said exactly as Sven mouthed it to me from across the hall.
So the referees are discussing about this. They're going to give their reports in a few seconds.
Let's quickly give a shout out to our fantastic sponsors. Tournament sponsor, Roller Derby City. Where would we be without them? Skater owned and operated. We make merch, scrimmage and uniforms, and we've just introduced our new legwear. Leggings, capris, cycling shorts and shorts to offer full top-to-toe uniform service. Come and try them on at the stall today. If you're heading across to the venue here at the Walker Dome, come and have a chat with them about getting your team covered. They've got loads of new apparel and designs available, so get online and check them out.
And don't forget, for the fans watching here, that we're going to have interviews from Paris players and Dublin players at halftime on the next game between Old Ricky and Leeds.
Yeah, I want us to give a shout out to Sven, Will I Be Famous,
Yeah.
who is one of our other head announcers here this weekend, who has made the interviews possible. If you've been watching up until this point, you will have noticed that we've had those interviews. And without Sven, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So it's really nice to have that all to put together and bring to you. So good job, Sven.
Duncan Disorderly is giving the results to Violent Bob and Johnny Boy. And we may tell you what's going on in a few seconds.
Yeah, I think we'll hand over to Phil because, like I said, we play Chinese whispers sometimes, and I
Yeah.
just sit here go, what? What? Don't understand what people say.
At the end of the day, that's a very good atmosphere in the venue. More and more people are coming.
Okay, so the official review was on number 44 for a back block penalty. The blue player did go down and the back block has been awarded, so they keep their official review.
So it's going to be a power jam
Wow.
for Paris, as Cody Malloy had a back block on her.
That's how you use an official review.
Yep. Good job by both Johnny Boy and Croquette at the bench on the lineup for Paris.
All right.
But I can still see Jammer for Dublin.
So we've got some penalties that we just want to bring back for you. So Dublin.
No, it's Paris now asking for...
Oh.
I don't understand what's going on, actually. It's Paris now asking for an official review on this.
Oh, are they challenging the call that was just made?
No, because it was in the favor. So I don't understand. Maybe we have more insight in a very few seconds.
Okay, so let's have a quick run through some of the penalties. Try and decipher Sven's handwriting. He's put 18. I think it's number 16, which is Gemerald, who's on 6 penalties. And we've also got, sorry, that was for Dublin. And number 74 for Paris.
So Miss Guedin is having 6 penalties. Nasty is having 5 penalties so far. And General Mouinator is having 4.
Yeah, that was me getting the colours mixed up. I'm sorry. So Gemerald has not got 6 penalties, so scratch that. So Stabber has got 6. And we've got Voldemort on 4. And number 12, who is Flick Labine on 4 as well.
And Duncan Disorderly is going to give the result of the official review. That is the call on the microphone.
They were having some issues with that mic by the sounds of it.
It doesn't seem that there is a power jam situation so far.
Statman's in the inside now. He's like, you know how to work the microphone, you do it.
Huge kudos to Statman for that beautiful.
All right, so it looks like Paris are calling the cut on the Dublin jammer now. This wow, I'm lost for words.
We'll tell you everything at the very end of this, for the moment, confusing official review. So another beautiful statistics so far on this game: 23 lead jammer position for Paris, 11 lead jammer position for Dublin.
I think the lead jammer position coming a little bit easier to Paris, I think, throughout the game so far, but Dublin very well fought. And then they've picked them up. They've really used them to their advantage as well. The difference in score is quite obvious, that you can see Paris ahead on 180, Dublin on 185, just over 3 minutes left on the clock.
So the report is being made to the captains of the bench.
We're getting some feedback from all of the ORF, and we'll hand over to Tenacious P when we have a little bit more information for you. And Duncan Disorderly is going to feed back to the house now.
So there is a power jam for Dublin this time.
Okay, and just quickly, there was a call on the black jammer for an apex cut. The refs have deemed that the jammer landed inbounds, so therefore they have lost their official review and the call stands.
So the situation is that it's a power jam situation for Dublin, as General Mouinator is in the penalty box.
It's a good, strong position here for Dublin.
And here we go.
Bloody Harry jamming for Dublin. Jammer's on, running down the inside line. Can she break it?
Oh!
That's a low block,
That's
surely.
definitely a low block by Oli Babak, who let her leg down for
cut.
Bloody Harry. And this is a cutting the track for Bloody Harry being sent to the penalty box.
So are we going to see a switcheroo in the box?
So they don't
no.
make the most of the situation of their power jam. It's now a power jam for Paris and General Moulinetor back on the track. Oh, good job by Rosienne. But Lana Payne is closing the door at General Moulinetor, is shouldering her way through the pack. But Lana Payne is a good blocker and very difficult to move that player.
Absolutely. Great job up the front of the pack there. Lead has finally been assessed.
But General Moulinetor managed to get through it and is lead jammer on this.
Bloody Harry back in the pack now, coming up against a booty block to the inside. Trying to find a break down the inside line and charging straight into the front of the pack.
Oh, good job once again by Ellie Beating.
Yeah.
And the number 8, also Chancletta.
High block penalty has been assessed there for early beating, so taking a seat for the next 30 seconds.
And General Moulinetor calls it off. She saw that Bloody Harry was coming back on the scoring pass.
3 points, I think, picked up there. So 183 to 85 with just over a minute and a half left on the clock.
It might be the last jam of that beautiful game between Paris and Dublin. And for the moment, we have less than 100-point difference between the two teams. 85 for Dublin, 183 for Paris. We have had so far 11 power jams for Paris and 7 power jams for Dublin.
Wow. A lot of power jams in this game.
Yes, exactly. Miss Gueda jamming for Paris versus Manija. Oh, good job once again by number 17, Denise Lewis. And Manija is on the outside, but she's being sent to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. It's a power jam and lead jammer position for Miss Gueda and the Paris Roller Girls.
Oh, I nearly got so excited there. It's possibly going to be the it's going to be the last jam if it runs the full 2.
Oh, good job by Miss Gueda. And the door closed on the outside. Denise Lewis is trying to get Miss Gueda out, but she manages to get her way through the pack and scores 5 more points for Miss Gueda.
So Miss Gueda now back on the next scoring pass.
Miss Gueda set the pack on the outside. Oh, good defending by Brudol E. Lowcock.
Manager now back on track. And there was a direction of gameplay. No, I think it was a pack.
And this is the end of it.
Yeah.
And the final whistle of that game with the unofficial final now showing 192 for Paris, 85 for Dublin Roller Derby. Referees are going to check out on the points and we'll be able to tell you the final score in a few seconds. That has been a very beautiful game to announce, Brenda.
Right. So a great start to day 2 of Euroclash 2017, and that is the final score. So 825 to Dublin Roller Derby, Paris Roller Girls 192. I think we expected it might have been a little bit closer.
A little bit closer, but still good work from the blockers on
Fantastic.
every single jams. But if Paris had it all because they have a better composure on the jammers. Once again, General Moulinetor impressed quite a lot whenever she jammed. The blockers as well for Paris had a good tripod organization, preventing
really
the jammers from Dublin from taking the leads. It was a really beautiful game, quite a lot of technicality on this. For all the roller derby lovers, that was a beautiful game to watch.
It was. Thank you so much for joining us so early on. Thank you for Tyne and Fear Streaming for bringing the live video to you. We will have some interviews coming up in the second half of and the halftime period between the next game from some of our skaters that have been playing here in this game. But for now, I've been Panda.
I've been Shut the Fred Up. Au revoir la France. Bisous, Lutèce Destroyeuse. Bye bye.
Au revoir.
Rocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Rocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
All right, here we are. I am King Crazy, joined by Billy Pistol and Tiger Bay captain Thrill Collins. What a game. What a way to start the weekend.
It was pretty tough, yeah. I mean, not the result we wanted, but CCR came out, they played a strong, hard game, and they took the win and totally deserved it.
We play CCR quite frequently because we live quite close to them, so they're our go-to for like big tournament warm-up games. Obviously we can do that this time, but it's great that I feel like we're always of a similar level, and we never know who's going to win, and today just kind of highlighted the brilliance of how we play together.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch. It was watching the game, it was very much their sort of strategy was they were scoring 4 points hit and quit it, whereas you, especially, you had a big jam very early on in the first half. Was that something you look for, or is it just the way it fell?
I mean, if we can take big jams, we'll always have them. But I think it's just kind of luck of the draw and just go with what the jam, like what comes up in the jam. I mean, we've obviously got default strategies for what we do in certain situations, but any point where we can capitalise on them just kind of messing up on track, we'll take as much as we can.
I mean, we would gladly take 4-0 jams also. We did have some nicely timed power jams in our favour, which obviously helped us bring the score up when we needed it most. Yeah. Heaven shine down on us. But I think Steph especially was very, very good at getting those 4-0 jams, keeping us at the same level as them.
So you've got one more game, I believe. That's tomorrow against Paris. Yep. Have you played Paris before?
We have not, no. We're pretty excited. They're a bit of an unknown to us, so we're a bit nervous, but kind of that excited nervous. We don't really know what's going to happen, and we're just really looking forward to it.
I'm going to speak French to them on track. Whisper sweet nothings in their ear.
I see, now that's just showing off. So what else have Tiger Bay got lined up then for the rest of this year?
We're competing in Tier 1 British Champs at the moment, so we've got those games running through the next couple of months. And then we're also playing Dublin on the 24th of June at home for a Worcester game, so that should be really good. And we're also playing Middlesbrough, who are here this weekend, again at the beginning of June at home for another Worcester sanction game.
So you're doing a little bit of scouting while you're here.
A little bit, yeah.
Brilliant. Anything to say to anybody watching back home supporting you?
Thanks very much for getting up at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. We appreciate it.
Enjoy going back to sleep.
No problem. Thrill. Billy, thank you very much.
2017 at Mrs. Alvar, where you have just played their city. How did you find it?
It was a very difficult game. We expected them to come out really strong and fighting for that win. Obviously they're much higher ranked than us, so we knew they were going to be really tough opponents, and proved that.
Yeah, did you have a plan going in, I guess? Were you looking for something specific? Were you sort of think about differentials before you went in?
So
for us at Euroclash. We're still going. Oh, so classic Euroclash. We shall see you next week for the next game.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how...
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of Euroclash here at the Walker Dome in Newcastle. Getting ready for game 8 of the weekend, which will see Old Reekie Roller Girls, versus Leeds Roller Derby. Leeds, the amalgamation of Leeds Roller Dolls and Hot Wheel. So this is only their second weekend as a merged team. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. Old Reekie Roller Girls have played twice already this weekend. They played Middlesbrough Roller Derby and won 194 to 99. And then lost a heartbreaker on the last jam to Bear City last night, 176 to 177. Leeds played Dublin yesterday, came up short 94 to 312. Flat Track Stats does have Leeds to win this. I think, as I say, the newly formed Leeds Roller Derby could be interesting to see how they do. They are still trying to gel its 2 teams into one. But it should be a really, really good game, as they all have been this weekend. So that's what's coming up in about 5 minutes' time.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. 5th Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Living in a city that's full of hope. Good morning and welcome to the second game here of Day 2 at Euroclash 2017. We're going to be seeing Old Reekie Roller Girls playing in green, facing up against Leeds Roller Derby in white.
So we're just going to introduce the teams.
I'll take you through Old Reekie in green. We've got 0-1 Calamity Jen, 1-1 Crazy Legs, 1-5 Dinosaurus Rex, 1-6-4-9 Temple of Doom, 1-9 Miss Kolicek, number 264 Pope John Brawl, 3-9 Yin and Bang, 5-0 Rosie Peacock, 6-2-6 Sasha de Boyle Pisco, number 7 Jess Little, number 709 Lady Scrapnel, number 77 Charlotte Patterson, number 85 Skinner Alive, and number 9 Mallory Powers.
And in white for Leeds Roller Derby, we have number 10, Eat My Glitter, number 15, Ellie, number 21, Yenga, number 25, Shin Pain, number 26, Kerosene, number 35, Lanimal, number 426, Peril Streep, number 45, Avron, number 5, Rambo, number 61, Killaroo, number 65, Little Dark One, number 81, K Hizzle, number 87, Siege, and 88, Nina.
And we are just about ready to get into the action. We've got Rambo, number 5 for Leeds, up against number 77, Charlotte Patterson on the jammer line. A big hit in straight onto Rambo. Charlotte Patterson pushing the Leeds team at the front. Lovely work round the outside line, racing away, manages to get away from Lee Animal and breaks with first lead jammer going to Old Reekie Roller Girls.
So Rambo is stuck at the back of the pack. She is on her way to the box for a back block.
Just going to give a power jam now to Old Reekie Roller Girls. Old Reekie very powerful in their games yesterday, but we have a cutting penalty. Good call there, good pull back by Siege to enforce that penalty on Charlotte Patterson, releasing Rambo from the penalty box.
So we do have the Leeds jammer back on track. We have the Old Reekie jammer is standing. So just a really strong wall there at the back for Leeds, just trying to stop that jammer. There is a no pack call. They will have to reform. So both jammers just trying to fight their way through, and Old Reekie jammer just skips through the inside line, grabbing some points.
5-point pass. This will of course go for 2 full minutes, with both jammers having been in the 5th block escapes penalty box.
So Rambo is now free and eligible to score points. Have a couple of blocker penalties to Leeds.
Charlotte Patterson with a lovely work around the outside line, picking up another set of 4 points. Rambo's been recycled back. Some very good work there by the Old Reekie pivot.
Yeah, Old Reekie blockers really making life difficult for Rambo. She is still yet to score in this jam.
There's some pushing through as in final seconds of this jam. Rambo still pushing away through. Charlotte Patterson knocked down to the inside, but Leeds recycle back in front of her, allowing her to stay on the track.
So that is the jam. So Old Reekie with 18 points there to Leeds 4. So strong start from Old Reekie.
It is a very strong start from Old Reekie. Leeds definitely putting up a fight. We've seen both teams playing yesterday. As I said, Old Reekie very strong. Leeds really pushing their way through on this one. It just looks like we've got a bit of a... No, we are going straight into the game. I thought we might have a little bit of a delay, as we've got Old Reekie's bench coach currently in the centre of the track, but she's going to stay there.
So Little Dark One for Leeds, grabbing a very quick lead jam there, just on turn 1.
And we've got Rosie Peacock for Old Reekie just pushing her way through, blasting through, but being knocked back by Ellie, number 15 for Leeds.
So Little Dark One did not jam at all yesterday, so they've obviously decided to change their jammer switch up. So she did 1 jam yesterday, so she might feature a little bit more significantly today.
Yeah, but she did I think probably one of the first 3 jams and then stayed off the jammer rotation for their game yesterday. Very effective today, but 4-point pass and a call off, holding Old Reekie to 0. Leeds currently 8 points, 10-point deficit behind Old Reekie Roller Girls, but we've only had 3.5 minutes disappear so far from this game.
So next up for Leeds we have Killaroo, very strong jammer in yesterday's game against Dublin.
And that is up against Sasha de Boyle Pisco, the captain for Old Reekie.
So just getting hit to the inside by the Leeds blockers.
Just little the pivot for Old Reekie going to the penalty box. That will be a big blow for Old Reekie. And in fact, Killaroo picking up Lee Jammer from the disappearance in that wall.
Yeah.
Leeds doing a very good job here of their jammers powering their way out and holding the Old Reekie jammers down.
It's a really strong through wall there from Leeds. Just Old Reekie jammer just trying to push her way through. Rue, meanwhile, is just trying to grab some points at the back of the pack.
Some good hitting out and recycling back by Old Reekie. Leeds just holding very solid at the front. Sasha de Boer-Pisco, who had a formidable game yesterday, seeming to have a little trouble here. And in fact, they have gone for the star pass to Jess Little, but it's an illegal procedure star pass.
So we just have Rue on the track as the only jammer for Leeds. Recycled back.
Just Little, the pivot for Old Reekie, now also going to the penalty box for a failure to return. She rejoined the pack, but she rejoined it from the back instead of rejoining from the front. So that's the jammer and the pivot in the penalty box. The jammer helmet cover has been discarded, basically, on the track on
its loan on the track. So Leeds just looking to go in for a little bit of offense just to try and help their jammer get past that through wall. So signal to call the jam.
We've just had a release of Sasha from the penalty box, so a very well-timed call. And Leeds creeping back up now. 5 points just between the two teams.
So looks like we have another exciting and close game today. So a lot of the games have been really close, and I believe there was a very, very exciting game at the last game yesterday.
Unbelievably close. We're going to see some more today. Just going to be a quick shout out to Kaya. Kaya, performance driven, high end, truly unique. It's time for Kaya. It's time for this jam as well. And that is Charlotte Patterson again, powering her way through. Shin Payne, however, forcing her way through, chasing down probably a third of a track behind Charlotte Patterson. Good work by Old Reekie trying to split apart the Leeds defense. They do. Lovely slide around by Patterson.
Beautiful work there. Just snuck through, hit and quit. So grabbed a couple of points. So 4 points for Old Reekie to Leeds 0. So Old Reekie just extending their lead a little bit.
We've got Rambo lined up. Rambo lined up on the jammer line up against Rosie Peacock. There's going to be a blocker advantage to Old Reekie. Let's see if they can benefit from that in this jam. Peacock pushing their way on the front of the pack up against Avron. Lovely toe stop work, and Peacock picks up lead jammer.
So Rambo just trying to find a little gap on the inside. She does have the helmet cover now in her hand. Seems to be a tactic for her to just pass a start if she does get caught in that back of that pack.
Unfortunately, however, Leeds have lost their pivot to the penalty box.
Yeah, so Rambo is going to have to just keep pushing, just try and get past this 2-wall. Crazy Legs is a pretty formidable blocker. Not very easy to get past at the best of times.
Leeds down to just a solo blocker on the track.
So Rambo is back. Quite a fast pack now. She's just trying to catch up.
Peril Streep trying to push those Old Reekie blockers apart. Doing a good job, but some brilliant defensive work there by Temple of Doom, who had a killer game yesterday in recycling Rambo back.
So we have 2 Old Reekie blockers in the box. Crazy Legs has just taken a seat.
Peacock with a wonderful slide around the outside. So much action going on in this game.
Yeah, this is a really good game. So much going on with just the jammers just pushing and just being really, really effective from both teams.
Knock to the inside line on Peacock. Leeds setting up a triangle of Doom in front of Peacock. Getting low, but not low enough. Big hit to the outside by Peril Street, but Peril picking up a penalty, and the inside line cleared. Just Jenga to get past. Oh, lovely hit to the inside. Peacock calls that jam to an end.
Just tried to stay on her feet, but wasn't able to stay in bounds. So that was a big jam there for Old Reekie.
24 points picked up by Peacock, bringing their score to 46, playing against 21 with just over 21 minutes left in this period.
So as always, you can tweet us. So if you are watching on the live stream, please do a tweet to NRG Roller Girls. Hashtag Euroclash 2017. We would love to hear from you.
Sasha Pisco pushing her way through and picking up lead jammer very swiftly for Old Reekie Roller Girls, but Little Dark One getting that inside line cleared, manages to chase her through, perhaps half a lap behind. Sasha now hitting the back of the pack. Old Reekie trying to split them apart and knocked to the outside by Eat My Glitter. Very good stop there. There will be points, but not the full set of 4. Just 2 points picked up by Sasha in that jam.
So we are up. We have Rue just hiding behind that wall of Old Reekie, just trying to sneak her way past. And Charlotte Patterson for Old Reekie, just hit to the outside by Nina. So
good recycle on Killer Roo, but she's back on track very swiftly. Just being held here at turn number 2. Charlotte Patterson getting some offense by Crazy Legs.
Yeah, just Crazy Legs going in with the sweep there, just trying to help her jammer, but she is denied by the Leeds blockers. So hit to the inside at the back of the pack and then back to the outside.
By Avron, who's again another very good blocker from yesterday's game. Again showing good power here and good timing in the hits, taking out Old Reekie's jammer.
So Rue just recycled, just does a little shoulder shimmy, just trying to duke her way past that 3-wall. She does have the star in her hand, so she is looking to pass the star to her pivot. So we have a backwards pack going now, is just recycling both teams back.
Charlotte Patterson trying to call the jam to an end. She has been issued with a penalty, but I think she's calling for injury to state she can't go to the penalty box. She can't. She needs medical attention. So whilst we're having a short break for the medical attention, we're going to see this replay once again. Rue on that inside line, just working away, as we can see now on the film. Just working her way around, beautiful work, getting low, sweeping around, spinning, turning, and using her height and her legs to her advantage.
She's so effective. She just transitions around, sometimes on one foot. She did it a lot yesterday. She's very, very effective when she does that.
So whilst we have a short break, let me give you a bit of a shout out to Euro Hostel Newcastle, who are the tournament hotel sponsor. They have the cheapest city centre accommodation guaranteed with Euro Hostel Newcastle. You can ask about Boom Mates rates when you book there and grab an exclusive discount on your rooms. And of course, if you are up in Newcastle, check them out on Carlisle Square in the centre of Newcastle.
So just over 18 minutes to go in this first half. We have Old Reekie on 48, Leeds on 21. Still a very close game, so
yeah, we've certainly seen plenty of action. I think there's been a few penalties being thrown around. Both teams really out to prove their points, and I think it will be safe to say that the cleaner team is going to have the bigger advantage in this game.
yeah, definitely. I think we are losing quite a few people to the box quite early on, so I think they will need to be very careful as half-time comes out, so making sure that we have the full effective blockers on the track.
Yeah, the 5th Blockers Gates penalty box has certainly seen plenty of action. Our leads have just been given some stats by Gay Fawkes, who's our producer today, thank you. Our leads have been pretty even. Old Reekie with 11 lead jammers, Leeds with 13. So it's not been a massive differential between those. The points, however, being big set of points picked up by Peacock in this first quarter of this game, which has given Old Reekie that jump ahead. still anybody's game.
Absolutely.
The way they're playing right now, I would not put money down on either team.
No, I think it's going to be a very exciting game to watch. So I think we are just about ready to start. We do have the Old Riki jammer sat in the box, so when the jam commences, Shin Pain will be the only jammer on track.
Getting back into the jam. Old Riki now setting up at the front, Leeds at the back, trying to force that spin for the power jam start. They do have a goat, but they're carrying on to give some offense up at the front for Shin Pain. Shin Pain knocked to the outside line and now re-attacking the pack on the inside.
So just trying to find a little gap, but she did go out bounds, so she had to recycle herself back, so she did not get that cut. Forced to the outside. A little bit of offense there, just hitting the Old Riki blocker off. But she is recycled again by Skinner Alive.
Shin Pain throwing those hips in, but Old Riki very swift to reform. Miss Kolicek going up, and Charlotte Patterson breaking out Rosie Peacock breaking out lead jammer. Really good work there by Old Riki. That was almost a full sit penalty, and to pick up lead jammer. So a good penalty kill by Old Riki.
So looks like Rosie Peacock did put herself in the box to swap out for that injury. So Rosie Peacock is the active jammer for Old Riki.
Has been a 5-point Grand Slam or a natural Grand Slam already. Rosie Peacock coming in, looking for an additional one. Good knock to the inside line, but a penalty being picked up now by Skinner Alive.
So Shin Pain nearly gets through, but she is unable to get past that last line of defence at the front. Some really good blocking going on here by Old Riki, but they do have to let her go. So they will, one of the...
Yeah, we have had a couple of out-of-play penalties. Fifth blocker penalty box has got a few skaters in there, but a good jam once more by Rosie Peacock. 14 points picked up, putting our scores at 62 points to Old Riki with 21 to Leeds Roller Derby. Just under 17 minutes left in this first period. Still the first period. There's so much to go in this game. So blocker advantage to Leeds Roller Derby at the start of this jam.
So Rambo is just the only... So just trying to find a little gap on the inside, takes a little bit of a tumble, recycles herself back to the back of the pack. So we have a lead jam for Old Riki.
It's some very good work there by Sasha using her leg work, but Rambo just carries on with the physicality, just kept pushing through. Some really good work to chase her back down. Sasha gets through the pack. Rambo not far behind, but Sasha calling that jam off, picking up 4 points. We've had a YouTube comment. Becky Boop says, "Happy Mother's Day to all the skating mums out there." Aww.
Aww.
My mum's not watching. I know. I can guarantee you my mum's not watching. But hello to everybody else's mum.
Hi, mums.
We're going to see Little Dark One once more again on the jammer line, facing up against...
That is Peacock for Old Riki, I believe. So Little Dark One just shrugs off that last blocker at the front and does pick up lead jammer for Leeds. Nina just hitting Peacock out, but she does get a clockwise block, so she will be sitting in the box. So Little Dark One is now on her way to the box for a back block, so Rosie Peacock is the only jammer on track currently. Takes a tumble. We have another penalty being assessed to one of the Leeds blockers.
This is going to leave just the 2 blockers for Leeds on track in a power jam, with Old Riki now having a full 4 returning to the track. Doing a very good job of splitting those Leeds blockers apart. Ellie, just the last line of defence. Oh, brilliant hit. Just takes Peacock off balance. Skates going outside and the recycle has to happen. Good penalty kill as Little Dark One is now being released from the 5th blocker skates penalty box.
So Rosie Peacock just trying to force her way through that 3 wall at the front. Little Dark One on her toe stops. Beautiful work there. Just sneaks through and grabs a 5-point pass.
Rosie Peacock also picking up a set of 5 points in that pass. We've got under 30 seconds left, but this is going to run a full 2 minutes. So points able to be picked up now by both jammers.
So both jammers just stuck behind those 3 walls. Some really good teamwork and wall work going on from both teams here. So Peacock just transitions round backwards and gets some more points. Little dark one hit to the inside. So we have the conclusion of that jam. So just wait for the scores to be updated. I believe that we have 9 points apiece.
We have a team timeout. It's been requested by Old Reekie Roller Girls. So we're going to see a little bit of a replay of that jam by Peacock. Got Peacock here coming to the inside line. Beautiful spin round work. Just timed, just right. Unable to get Eat My Glitter to touch her. Just manages to spin past a little bit faster. Lovely work there. Shout out to Power of Grayskull Sports apparel with a difference. They're made to measure, custom design, custom fit. They've got you covered, made from the best fabric they can find. Power of Grayskull say, be the difference. It's lovely seeing so many people here. I know it's early. We've had people here for the game here at 9 o'clock British Summer Time, which is 8 o'clock GMT.
Oh, the joy of the clocks going forward.
But the audience have been very energetic all the way through to last night's last game, all the way from early this morning, and we're going all the way through again to the exhibition game at 7 o'clock British Summer Time tonight. We've got another team timeout. Leeds have decided to extend this timeout, and they're now taking their first team timeout. So we've got another minute just to sit back and relax. So if you are needing to make a cup of tea, go grab yourself a cup of tea or a coffee, and whilst you're doing it, send us your tweets in. Get a photo of yourself enjoying a nice brew in the morning, listening to us. A big thank you to Tyne and Fear Streaming, who are providing our stream here today. And if you are sending your details over at NRG Roller Girls, hashtag Euroclash 2017, that's 2017.
So we just have a fact passed to us by the lovely Gay Forks.
This is an actual fact.
An actual, factual, facty fact thing.
Not one of those made up ones.
So Rosie Peacock is the current high scorer. She has picked up 47 points already in this game. So 47 points off the 75 that have been currently scored by Old Reekie.
That's
so
nearly 2/3 of their points.
That is very, very effective. She was extremely effective yesterday. So she is a relatively recent transfer from Hellfire Harlots in Nottingham, and she is also Team Scotland, so I believe she will be playing later on today as well.
On the roster certainly, as a few of the skaters are. Lovely work here by the captain again, Sasha Pisco, just using her counterbalance as it was yesterday to get through. Killaroo trying her hardest, coming up against Jess Little and just coming to a pause now against Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom, brilliant blocker.
So Rue just trying to use her body and her agility just to sneak her way around. She wasn't sure if she had cut. She took the risk and she is now on her way to the box.
It's giving Sasha Pisco a power jam, pushing her way up against Jenga, able to stay in at the front. Jenga with a big smile on her face, realising that maybe didn't quite take her out far enough, but lovely to see a big smile and not the frustration. Sasha now coming round for a second scoring pass.
So Lee's just trying to speed the pack up a little bit just to stop this Old Reekie jammer capitalising on these points in this power jam. Offense coming in from Crazy Legs. But she decides to call the jam just as Rue is standing, but she is actually released from the box.
3 points picked up by Sasha Pisco in that last pass, giving an 8-point jam, taking Old Reekie up to 83 points, playing Leeds 30, just under 12 minutes left in this period.
So we have Champagne up on the jam line for Leeds. So just pushing through, just trying to get past that 3-try wall of Old Riki, just trying to find a little gap on the outside line.
Charlotte Patterson breaking lead jammer for Old Riki.
So Shinpei recycled back by the Old Riki pivot. She is on her way to the box for a cutting, I think. So we do have another power jam to Old Riki, which, as we have seen, can be quite devastating because they are really effective at picking up these points.
Yeah, Charlotte Patterson just on her toes, getting some beautiful offense being thrown in by Miss Kolicek, but Charlotte Patterson able to get past the last two blockers with her own volition. Now we've got Ellie and Miss Kolicek coming up. Not the best goat to try and take out of the pack. Ellie's done a brilliant job in both games. Charlotte Patterson taken down to the ground, seeing that they can hold Shinpei in the box, calls that jam, picking up another couple of points and giving us some nice round figures on the scoreboard.
So just over 10 minutes to go. We have 90 to Old Riki and 30 to Leeds.
Stats coming through from Gay Fawkes. Old Riki on 17 penalties, Leeds on 20. So again, we did say earlier the penalties may have some play in this game. Well, they should have play in every game. Peacock now pushing the Leeds wall at the front, knocked slightly to the outside, but really quick to get back in on track. Shinpei finding some space, and Old Riki having to scramble to reassemble.
So Shinpei just ducking and diving, just duking around the outside, but she has been recycled by Old Riki. So Rosie Peacock is your lead jammer. Shinpei has the helmet panty in her hand, looking to do a star pass to her pivot.
Rosie Peacock just held on the edge of the outside, and the pack recycles back around. Lovely work. We've had a star pass over to Jenga, but Peacock breaking for another 5-point pass as Jenga's taken back to the middle of turns 3 and 4.
So Jenga was pretty much pivot for every time she was on the track yesterday. So she has been taking quite a lot of star passes yesterday. So I think looks like that will be the case again today.
Yeah, Leeds very good at noticing as soon as they need to pass, and it's almost as instantly as lead jammers awarded to the opposition team. They remove the star and they use that option as much as they need to do. They're very good at setting up in front of the pack and allowing the pivot free reign of the track. I've seen a couple of star passes this weekend where the pivot has still been caught behind the rest of the pack.
If the pivot's caught, then
it's
just going to be so difficult. Like, they pass the start and they've got to do all that work themselves. So if they can be already at the front of the pack, that is obviously going to be a lot easier for them to get through and start earning some points. So Rambo just hit to the inside. So Dinosaur expects for Old Riki, just find a gap on the inside, just skips through, grabs lead.
So first jam of this game, but not her first jam of the weekend. Dinosaurus Rex, very accomplished jammer for Old Riki, coming through now. Looked to almost threaten an apex jump, but decided to reevaluate and goes around the outside instead. Rambo's taking a hit to the outside, but a low block being issued out to Skinner Alive.
So Rambo looking to star pass to Nina, the pivot, but she does break through, so she will commence her journey as the jammer for Leeds.
Dinosaurus Rex having a look back, seeing that Rambo's coming round, calls that jam to an end. We're going to have a replay. We're going to have a look at Dinosaurus breaking her way out of the pack. We see the pushing now. Dinosaurus coming up against that green wall, comes around the outside. Lovely footwork.
Yeah, really, really good footwork and edge work there for the Old Riki jammer. So ARG have broken the 100 mark. So Old Riki on 102 and Leeds are on 30.
We've got Sasha Deboer Pisco and Little Dark one this time pushing against the front.
So Little Dark one just pushing through that 2 wall, just trying to find a little gap on the outside, using her toe stops.
Crazy Legs holding but unable to keep her away. And that's a good break by Leeds Little Dark one. We're looking at attempted star passes, but in the end Sasha's gone for it on her own. Knocked just to the outside, but she's picking up a forearm penalty. And is reporting to the penalty box.
Yeah, she's looking to star pass just a little there, but she did end up getting that penalty. So we do have Leeds now picking up some points.
Little Dark One had an easy pass on the inside line whilst all of that action was happening earlier, and now an inside sweep clear. Aldriki very quick to set back up on that inside line. It's very cluttered and very cozy around turn number 4. Little Dark One knocked to the outside line, and a good pullback by Skinner Alive. Skinner Alive having a very, very good tactical game today. Quick shout out to Double Threat Skates. They are the UK's most expert roller derby store. Double Threat Skates offer a full fitting service and advice you can trust from experienced skaters. Visit them down in London or go check them out on the internet.
So Killaroo is the only jammer on the jam line in this jam at the start. So she's just trying to find a little bit of offense there from Ellie to help her get through. She's just tries to find a little bit of gap on the inside, but is denied by the Aldriki pivot. Ellie coming in to give her a little bit more assistance, but we have the Aldrika jammer out of the box and grabbing lead. So Sasha Pisco is your jammer, lead jammer.
That was beautiful work on her toe stops for Sasha. She's again
And
that
again.
outside line. Lovely work. Just maintained her balance. Looked like she was going to try and run on her toe stops, but kept on that one foot. It worked in her favour.
Yeah, old Riki jammers are loving the outside line today. Just if you give them a little bit too much room, they will sneak round and grab those points.
Can we have another look at that initial pass by Sasha Pisco? Coming round the outside line. We can see now she's pushing on that Leeds wall at the front, and then just the entirety of that outside turn on turn number 1. Really well played.
So we have a Leeds blocker in the box, so we have a 4-3 pack advantage to Old Riki. Leeds jammer seems to be hiding, so I can't see who it is. It is Shin Pain.
Charlotte Patterson picking up lead jammer for Old Riki, but Shin Pain a quarter of a lap, maybe a third of a lap behind, and the pack's starting to move now. Leeds wanting to push it forwards. Good work there by Jess Little to pull back.
Beautiful work there from the Old Riki jammer. Just snuck through, grabbed some points, called it off. Really effective hit and quit there.
$111 points to Old Riki, 39 points to Leeds. We've got just over 3.5 minutes left in this period. We've got another half, ladies and gentlemen. After this, please do stick around.
So we have a full complement of blockers on the track.
Is that an empty fifth blocker
It
skates
is
penalty
an
box?
empty fifth blocker skates penalty box. So Rambo against Rosie Peacock. Rosie Peacock just trying to push her way through that front wall. Nina do some really, really good brace work there, but she does let her go and she picks up lead.
Yeah, again, good resilience by Peacock, just continuing to push and waiting for that out of play, making sure that the pack were pushed as far as possible. Very strong work by Old Riki's jammer. Being recycled on the outside line once again. Nina, a good job there of hitting out and taking back.
So Nina just runs right back to the front and just tries to get another hit on Rosie Peacock, which she does, but Rosie just shrugs that hit off and picks up some more points. So just pushes round on the outside and she does yield that cut, so she will not pick up a penalty. Some very good footwork there, very aware of what she was doing. So yeah, very clever work there from Rosie, just being ultra cautious, making sure that she does not risk getting any penalties.
Rambo going for a star pass to Nina, unfortunately picked up a cutting as this was happening. So Rambo now in the fifth blocker skates penalty box. Power jam to Old Riki's Rosie Peacock, but only 33 seconds left on the clock. I'm sure a set more of points can be picked up, but Rosie Peacock calls that jam, having picked up 15. Again, such a high scorer for Old Riki. Rosie Peacock has collected most of their points.
Yeah, she's been so effective. She was extremely effective in yesterday's games, and she is proving herself to be very, very effective today as well.
Just before we're coming into the half-time, we'll give one more shout-out. And we're going to say hello to that penalty box sponsor, Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus, by the way.
It's Gallus.
It's Gallus.
So we have a goat at the back of the pack. Old Riki just trying to stop Jenga, but she does get her way through. Yields that cut.
Beautiful footwork on the inside. Sasha Daburapisco just bouncing on the toe stops right on the edge of the inside line to pick up lead jammer.
So Rambo stuck at the back of pack looking to do another star pass, which is one of the main Leeds tactics. So she is on her way to the box. I don't know if she was effective in being able to pass that star to the pivot. Yeah, Jenga does have the star in her hand, so Rambo will be in the box as a blocker.
Lovely work there by Sasha Deboyle at the front. Avron not quite able to hold her back. Oh, but they've come back for a beautiful sweep from the outside to clear path for Jenga. Jenga now free to come round on a scoring pass, but Sasha just a couple of blockers to beat. Works her way around the outside, delayed but unable to be held. And that jam called to an end. We've got barely seconds left on the period clock. Not sure we'll squeeze another jam in unless a timeout is called. It doesn't look like...
Oh, just as you said.
Oh, we've got to know. An official review being called by Leeds Roller Derby. We'll, of course, jump to the tournament... we'll jump to the crew head referee to hear what that information might be. And just to let you know, if you stick around at half-time, you can catch an interview by Shut the Fred Up with Paris and Dublin. Paris are going to have Ollie Barback and Miss Gaddin, and that actually that interview is in French, so it'd be really interesting to have a listen into.
That would be very interesting to listen to.
Especially if you are listening in a French-speaking country. And Dublin have got Malibu Stacey and Ellie Beating. So stick around at half-time. You can catch the interviews with those two from that previous game. The Irish skaters are not being interviewed in French. They are being interviewed in English. Just for your information. Okay, Team White have used their official review to review the 5-second call at the beginning of that jam. Obviously, we will let you know what the referees and officials discuss and provide back to the teams as soon as we hear ourselves.
So it'd be quite interesting to know what the issue with the 5-second call was. So hopefully we will get that information to you relatively quickly.
I think it was too loud.
Do you think?
Too demanding, too forceful.
Did somebody say how many seconds?
No, it wasn't heckled, and that is the major issue.
That might be the problem.
A big thank you to our head referee, Righteous Oxide, who has confirmed 5 seconds was indeed 5 seconds. And we're going to have one final jam in this period.
That was brilliant. So we do have an Old Riki pivot standing in the box and a Leeds blocker sitting in the box. Little dark one for Leeds, just trying to push their way through that 3-wall. Do have a couple of whistles. There is a back block being assessed to Little Dark One.
Very quickly being sent in for a power jam now.
So Old Riki. So Patterson just trying to use her toe stops, which she does with great effects, picks up lead. So
that was just on the line.
That was so, we've like just in front of where we are sat. It was extremely close. She did very, very well to stay in bounds there.
Now the period clock has disappeared, but with Old Riki in charge of this jam and it being a power jam, I'm sure they are just going to run, pick up as many points as they can do. Little Dark One returning from the box, but this is going to be her initial pass. So Charlotte Patterson's still got plenty of time. Wonderful hit out by Nina. She's hit out herself on that recycle back, but Charlotte Patterson still coming in at the very back of the pack.
So Nina, once again, using the skill she has with really effective blocking. Little Dark One is through and eligible to score points.
Oh, we've had a cutting issue to Charlotte Patterson, so this is now switched up in Leeds' favour. That would have been around about the time I reckon Old Riki would have wanted to call it. Little Dark One now on a scoring pass and with a power jam in her favour.
Yeah, so this will go the full 2 minutes. We do have a cut track now to the Leeds jammer, so we will have another jammer switcheroo.
Exchange of jammers in that fifth blocker penalty box.
So Old Riki's jammer and one of the blockers are released simultaneously, so good three-wall work there from Leeds, just trying to stop the Old Riki jammer getting through. Nina once again just stayed in bounds, little skip through.
That was beautiful matrix work there by Charlotte Patterson, just kept her balance behind her.
And just as Little Dot One made her way through the pack, they've got so to see how many points she picked up. So she did just sneak 5 points at the end. We have another official review being called. So this time it's by Old Riki.
And again, I've said this before, it's always called at the very last minute. You are eligible to call with no time left on the period clock. And as you don't get to carry your official reviews over, you might as well, regardless of whether it's something you 100% believe in or something you just want to question. There's no harm in it.
It's always worth a try.
Our power jams tally. Leeds have had 7 power jams in their favour. Old Riki only 3. But the scores obviously flip the other way round. Rosie Peacock with some wonderful natural power jams has bumped the score for Old Riki up. Okay, so they've asked for an official review. Old Riki have asked for an official review regarding the length of time that the White Jammer, Little Dark One, served in the penalty box on their second trip to the penalty box. So that would have been the switch up, the Jammer switch up that we were talking about earlier. So they're questioning whether Little Dark One was actually retained in the penalty box for the same amount of time that Charlotte Patterson had sat in the penalty box. Interesting call. I mean, they are well within their rights to state it, but actually finding it and proving it is going to be pretty hard.
It's going to be quite difficult to sort of make any headway with this, so we'll just see what the referees decide and if there is any outcome. So we have a little Sven here with some more facts for us. We just have a penalty update. So we have 2 of the Old Riki team are on 5 penalties and one of the Leeds is on 4. So just as we are coming to half time, they are going to need to be pretty careful with their penalty scores, to making sure that we don't get anybody who is going to at risk of being fouled out before this game is concluded.
Don't forget, we've got those interviews coming up at half time. There he is, the man indeed. Shut the Fred up. He's going to be doing an interview recorded earlier with the skaters from the previous game, Paris versus Dublin. Paris have got Ollie Barbach and Miss Gaddin, and they are being interviewed in French, en français. Dublin have Malibu Stacey and Ellie Beating, and they are being interviewed in English.
And also, please don't forget you can tweet us. So at NRG Roller Girls, please use the hashtag Euroclash 2017. We will do you some shout outs. We will read your tweets out. So please feel free to get in touch. So Old Riki's bench looking pretty relaxed over there, looking quite eager to continue. Looking quite chilled out, really.
Yeah, I mean, once this whole official review has been cleared up, we are going to go into a half-time. We've got the second half of this game coming, and of course the game following this is going to be Tiger Bay Brawlers versus Paris Roller Girls. Paris, who played the game just previous. So stick around for that game. We're going to jump back to the results of the official review called by Old Riki. by the fact that we have gone straight into half-time, I would state that official review has not been upheld. I assume 5 seconds. The time in the penalty box was indeed the time in the penalty box. The 5 seconds were the 5 seconds.
Absolutely. Everything is all above board. So we will come back to you at half-time. You can watch the interviews that were previously recorded, and we will be back to you ever so shortly.
And here we are live and direct on WFTA.tv with two beautiful players and extremely talented players for Dublin. Two blockers, Maddie Bruce here and Ellie. It's not a coincidence that you were chosen to be interviewed here because blockers from Dublin gave an amazing work on the track today, right?
The Paris Jammers really made us work, so that always helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you get into that game just before it? You set up a very specific strategy on blockings and on the tripods?
Well, we watched the Newcastle-Paris game yesterday, and we noticed that it took a lot of time for Newcastle to get really into it, and we said that what we didn't want is that initial lead to build up, and we wanted to, if we weren't scoring points, we didn't want Paris scoring those points, so we said it was very defensive at the start, and then we tried to mix up and start adding in more offense as it went on.
Yeah. And they've really jukey jammers as well, and they're a lot shorter than us, which generally for our blockers, lots of high blocks. So we were kind of saying today, no reaction is a reaction. You know what I mean? Don't buy into them moving it around, and just try and hold your ground a bit. So it did work for us at some points, and then we kind of lost it. But that was kind of main strategy for the blockers, read what's happening, I suppose.
You've played against Paris quite a few times within the last years. You even were not the last to bet them 2 years ago, but you bet them 2 years ago. How is it? Is it always something particular playing against Paris for you?
It's always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Whatever, Paris bring the passion.
Yes, that's exactly the slogan.
We've played them every year for the last 6 years. And for about 4 years, it was we would win by 4 points, they would win by 2 points, we would win by 2 points, they would win by 10 points.
Up until today, we were 2 points ahead in the grand scheme of things. I think 2 or 4 points. So next time we're coming back for revenge.
Definitely.
We're bringing out the 100-point win next time.
So do you have a specific message to give to the Irish supporters watching you live on WFTA.tv?
Thanks for watching.
Hi, mammies. Happy Mother's Day.
It's Mother's Day at home, so happy Mother's Day to all our moms.
I'm sure you'll be here for the cry, is it the way we say it in Ireland, for the cry tonight, this evening, for the after party?
Yeah, well, some of us are possibly playing the Team Ireland game and then rushing for a plane, but we will have Snowy and Maria representing Dublin for the after party. So
exactly. Let's not forget that we have an international bout at the very end of the Euroclash between Team Scotland and Team Ireland, and I believe that 5 of Dublin players are playing for Team Ireland.
We're not sure if we're playing yet. We're going to find out the roster later, but there's 5 of the Dublin skaters on the 20, so that's pretty exciting.
Thank you so much for your game, and thank you so much for your skills. Bye-bye. And here we are live on WFTA.tv for the post-game interview by the Paris Roller Girls. Let's face it, I'm French, they're French, so I'm going to do the interview in French and we'll try to translate it to you because all languages should be represented on WFTA.tv. Alors bonjour, vous en êtes à 22 victoires consécutives. Comment est-ce que vous avez abordé ce match particulier contre Dublin?
Déjà les 22 victoires, on les a pas trop vues passer dans le sens où on abordait vraiment la saison match par match. Donc on n'a pas du tout réfléchi à victoire pas victoire. On a vraiment vu ça comme des objectifs stratégiques de rankings, de points. Donc c'est vrai que les 22 victoires, c'est un fait, mais du coup on arrivait sur ce match comme tous les autres. Dublin, c'est une équipe qu'on connaît plutôt bien. On les a pas mal joués ces dernières années.
Oui.
Donc du coup, c'est vrai qu'on connaissait pas mal le roster et ça aidait, mais toutes les équipes changent, donc on est venu comme sur tous les matchs préparés à faire notre jeu et à imposer notre jeu sans se laisser emporter par le leur.
Est-ce que vous avez été surprise par la très bonne défense de Dublin? On le voyait sur le track, il y avait beaucoup de tripodes qui étaient très très solides. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui vous a surpris de la part de Dublin ou est-ce que vous vous attendiez à ça en fait?
On s'y attendait un petit peu quand même parce qu'on commence vraiment à les connaître. Et vraiment, on a adapté nos stratégies en début de match de cette façon-là. Et donc, pas trop de surprises. Mais c'est toujours un plaisir de jouer contre elles, même si on les connaît. C'est vraiment un plaisir et puis on s'entend bien. Donc, vraiment, le plaisir est sur le terrain.
Alors, votre prochain match, je pense que c'est contre Tiger Bay, hein, oui. L'équipe galloise dans quelques instants. Comment est-ce que vous allez aborder ce match? Est-ce que vous avez hâte de rencontrer Tiger Bay, bien sûr?
Oui, on a toujours hâte de rencontrer une nouvelle équipe et puis comme on disait, chaque match est différent, donc chaque stratégie est différente, donc on va l'aborder comme une nouvelle chose.
So overall, I tried to translate. I mean, they were expecting the strong defense from Dublin overall in that game, and they didn't think about the 22 victory streak. They just take games after games after games to set their road derby practice and to say their practices on again. And they're looking forward to playing against Tiger Bay, and they are all going to try to give everything on the track to get the victory back to Paris. Is that it? Congratulations, félicitations,
Merci.
and see you for the next game against Tiger Bay then.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Fifth Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guards, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, you know, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus Finally.
Welcome back to the second half of this game here between Old Reekie Roller Girls in green, Leeds Roller Derby in white. Brilliant first half that we've had. It's been so full of action.
It really has. It's been so exciting.
Make sure you watch it back if you haven't been watching, and of course if you have been watching, please do watch the archives once they go back up. Score is currently 150 points to Old Reekie Roller Girls. Leeds on 44, but that does not display what's been going on track. We've had penalties left, right and centre. We've had massive leads. We've had big scoring jams. We've had 0 scoring jams. So it's been a really good game to watch.
Yeah, we've had lots of power jams from both sides. I think we've had 7 power jams for Old Reekie and 3 for Leeds. So we may be seeing more of the same in the second half.
We have to give a shout out to WFTDA. Of course, we are going out on WFTDA.tv thanks to Tyne and Fear streaming. WFTDA has grown from 20 member leagues to over 400 since 2005. There are 52 apprentice leagues across 6 continents currently. For more information and rankings, visit WFTDA.com or stick around on WFTDA.tv. You can Twitter at WFTDA, and of course today you can tweet us at NRG Roller Girls with the hashtag Euroclash 2017.
So just talking about some of the facts from the first half, we have a 80% lead ratio for Old Reekie. So Old Reekie picking up 16 lead jams and to Leeds 4. So let's just see if there's any change in that in the second half.
Big thank you to Gay Fawkes, again our producer, who's giving us statistics as the game progresses. Looking at the wonderful weather we have outside at the Walker Dome. We'll pan down to the track and we're ready to get back into the action in about 10 seconds time.
So we have a Old Reekie blocker starting in the box. Rambo is your jammer for Leeds.
And she's up against Charlotte Patterson. Rambo, wonderful run around the outside line. Charlotte Patterson just getting actually caught up by her own blockers before she gets that push through.
Very quick lead jam there for Leeds. No pack is called. They will have to reform. So just goes round the outside, calls the jam, picks up 2 points.
Charlotte Patterson with an attempted jump along the inside line. Doesn't pick up any points, taken down to the ground, but no penalties given in that jam. We're going to get back into the next jam in a few seconds. We still got Ulrike with a blocker in the 5th blocker skates penalty box. And we're going to see Sasha de Boyle-Pisco up against Killaroo.
Killaroo was just hiding there just on the outside of the jam line, so just trying to force her way through that 3-wall, which she does, picks up lead.
Some good work there, skating laterally alongside Temple of Doom on that out of play call, making sure that she can get around without getting a blocking herself, getting a blocking out of play penalty.
She is the only jammer on track. Leeds just staying at the back of the pack, just helping, just making sure that she can duke her way round on her, using that footwork yet again on the outside, but she is recycled back by 2 of the Ulrike blockers. They do have to let her go.
Temple Doom picking up a blocking out play penalty, but that was a good catch if it had been just a fraction earlier.
Yeah, just out of play, unfortunately. Both jammers now back on track.
Charlotte Patterson just completing, Sasha de Boyle-Pisco completing first initial pass, and that jam called to an end by Killaroo.
So Leeds picking up 5 points. So strong start here from Leeds.
Quick shout out to our tournament sponsor, Roller Derby City. They are here today, but they make all types of merchandise. They just launched their new legwear. Check them out online. Roller Derby City, our tournament sponsor.
So we have a
with Little Dark One taking that inside line. Wonderful bouncing along on the toe stops, keeping well in on that inside line. Lead going to Leeds.
Rosie Peacock just forced out. She does manage to sneak through on the inside, so overtakes the Leeds jammer. Little Dark One calls off that jam. We have a YouTube shout out from Smacks. Tis I, Smacks from BBD, Birmingham Blitz Dames. Just want to say, announcers looking lovely today. Nice talkie work, guys. Thank you very much, Smacks.
Yeah, we're just going to announce that we're the best, obviously.
Well, you know.
Thank you very much.
It's very nice to have a compliment.
150 playing 55. Charlotte Patterson up now against Rambo. Rambo pushing at the front. Leads down to just 2 blockers on track. Ulrike with just 3, but they're holding very solid in that brace 3-wall. Jez Little coming in with offensive play, opens the outside line, and Charlotte Patterson juking to the inside line, picking up lead jammer for Ulrike.
We have a lead jammer was just looking to take the star off her helmet, but just about sneaks through on the inside. So Rambo is chasing the Ulrike jammer down, just quite a fast pack going on here as well.
Yeah, Rambo did a very good job there on that pass. I think Ulrike thought they'd knocked her out and were going back for the recycle, so she managed to sneak through whilst they were on their recycling move.
So strong 3-wall. Really good hit out there by Mallory Powers from Ulrike on Rambo. Recycles her back. She is now on her way to the box for a back block, so Rambo will be taking a seat in that 5th blocker skates penalty box.
Charlotte Patterson being recycled back by Nina. Looks like Eat My Glitter getting an out of play block, but Nina was still eligible for that pullback. Charlotte Patterson back on track, picking up those points and calls that jam to an end. Let's have a look at the replay, watching Charlotte Patterson with their juking around the outside of the pack.
So just sneaks through on her toe stops, runs past that last blocker from Leeds. Really, really good footwork and agility there from Old Riki. Leeds jammer and one of their blockers starting this jam in the box. Rosie Peacock will start on a power jam for Old Riki.
Just threatening with the offense, but pulling back, allowing Rosie Peacock to work the way through. Picking up lead jammer Siege, not able to take Rosie out, just gives her a nudge on her way, escaping from the box.
Old Riki just waiting at the back of the pack, looking for a little bit of offense. But Rosie Peacock just trying to get her way through that wall. She is now on her way to the box for a back block herself. So Rambo is now back on track.
Temple of Doom just trying to lead Rambo to the inside line with a good recycle around by Crazy Legs. This time the offense clears a bit of space. Jenga very good at blasting through there. Eat My Glitter managing to break at the end.
Yeah, some really good offensive sweep moves there from Leeds, enabling their jammer to break through. Looking to use that move again for Rambo to get through on the inside, which she just does on her toe stops. Picks up a 5-point scoring pass.
Yep, Old Riki just unable to hold back and dig their heels in on that pass. Good work there by Rambo.
Rosie Peacock just trying to find a little bit of room on the inside. Has to step back inbounds. Siege and Jenga have to let her go. So we have Rambo just hit to the inside, forced to recycle back behind that wall of green. Meanwhile, Rosie Peacock is stuck behind a through wall of her own from Leeds. They are called out of play.
What a stretched out pack going all the way from turn 2 to turn 3. Some really hard work there by both sets of jammers. Brilliant defensive work with the stretch back by Leeds and the stretch back by Old Riki and the holding solid by Leeds at the front. That's 8 points apiece in that jam, so hard work to basically come to a neutral conclusion. 172 points Old Riki leads on 63. There's still 22 and a half minutes as we go into this official timeout. Sui, it's a big ask with over 100 points to pull back, but Leeds are still fighting for it.
Leeds are doing really well. They are looking really, really strong. I really don't think that the score reflects how well both teams are playing here. So we just want to do a little shout out for our after party venue, the Wear Room. So tonight we do have an after party that you are more than welcome to attend. Holly is doing some beautiful moves next to me here. So ain't no party like a Wear Rooms party. Newcastle's best kept secret. The Wear Rooms open from 8 a.m. till late every night. Looking for a party venue? Check out the Wear Rooms on Carlisle Square. 250 capacity and no room hire charge. Sounds like a bargain to me.
Looking like they're already in the party mood. The Old Riki fans just cheering their team on in the crowd. As we said before, the energy here this weekend has been brilliant.
So we have Beatrix and Billy No Skates, who are in-house announcers that are just getting the crowd going. Beatrix waving her arms about, getting the appreciation going for the crowd here this morning. Oh, it's afternoon now. Just.
I blame those clocks
yes,
moving.
It's very confusing. So we are back in action. We have an empty fifth blocker skates penalty box, which is always nice to see.
Killaroo pushing her way through at the back. But it is Sasha de Boyle Pisco with that front. She's got a bit of space, gets around Kay Hizzle and Lee Jammer going to the Old Riki captain.
Killaroo just recycled back. Old Riki blockers all over her, just having to recycle herself back. Really good recycling going on from Old Riki. Nina, the pivot, and also Rue are both on their way to the box. So we have a 4 rounds penalty being assessed.
Sasha Pisco picking up a 5-point pass, has a quick look at the penalty box, seeing it's a power jam in her favour, and slows down. Sensible move here. Old Riki just need to make sure they stay in control of the rest of this game, and they will be able to take the win quite easily if they keep the control. In fact, we've got a bake sale for Leeds in the penalty box. All seats were occupied. We've got a couple standing now. Just 2 blockers to get past for Sasha on track.
Nina is back on track for Leeds, as is Rue. Trying to duck her way through, pushing past that wall, gets past the last line of defence from Skinner. She is not lead, but she will be eligible to score some points.
Eat My Glitter really good at pushing Sasha Pisco out, and with Nina with the pullback, Sasha calls that jam to an end, keeping Leeds to a 0 score. And Old Riki picking up 15 points in that jam. They're doing really good with these double-digit jams.
Yeah, once again, a high-scoring jam from Old Riki. We have Champagne, I believe, on the jam line for Leeds, taking quite a low stance, and she is going up against Rosie from Old Riki. Sorry, Charlotte Patterson for Old Riki, I apologise. So both walls nearly stops, just really pushing. Both teams doing really well to try and stop any progress being made by these jammers. Need to be really careful that they maintain this pack here. Champagne just skips through on the outside, but she did go out of bounds, so she recycled herself back, looking for a little bit of help from Jenga.
Again, Champagne really testing the parameters of this pack, going from inside to outside and pushing forwards, giving the Old Riki blockers really something to think about. Lead jammer has been awarded to Charlotte Patterson, but she's been recycled back to the back of the pack by Avron.
So Champagne with the jammer star in her hand, looking for a star stash. She does, however, put the star back on her helmet, so she is still the effective jammer. Just sneaks round the outside, but is recycled back.
That was very unfortunate. Champagne just with a little break on the outside line, but took a stumble down herself, and because she'd gone out, had to recycle herself back.
Crazy Legs doing a very effective job here, using all she can to stop Champagne getting through. Champagne takes another tumble at the back of the pack.
Charlotte Patterson continuing and persevering, manages to break free on that initial pass, but there was less than 20 seconds left on the clock. We've had a star pass over to Jenga. A little bit of fresh legs for Leeds as they come into a scoring pass. Charlotte Patterson, well-timed call off, picking up a set of 3 points and holding Jenga for Leeds to 0. Old Riki Roll goes now on 190 points, facing Leeds 63 with 18 minutes remaining in this game.
Rambo jamming for Leeds. She is up against Dinosaurus for Old Riki. Dinosaurus, Rex.
Dinosaurus pushing up at the front. But
Rambo.
it looks like Rambo has got the momentum, took herself from the outside to the inside, right on the edge of the apex turn 1, and used that straight line to just keep running through. Really good break there for Leeds.
Tries to find a gap on the outside. Makes contact with the Old Riki jammer. Hit to the inside. Recycles herself back to the back of the pack. Is caught by 264, Pope John Brawl from Old Riki.
Pope John Brawl doing a brilliant job there, was actually providing a little bit of offensive play on that run back at the same time. I love to see it. I love to see the double job being pulled by any blocker, coming back, still being offensive and defensive at the same time.
Crushing the jammer's dreams.
And hopefully giving their own jammer a little bit of hope as well. Let me give you a little bit more information about WFTDA 2017 International Playoffs and Champs. Teams competing this weekend are competing to boost their own rankings in the hope of qualifying for the summer playoffs. The playoff seeding day is July 14th. So that's the date we're all looking to work towards, all the teams playing here over this weekend with the exception of the exhibition teams.
So Rue stuck at the back of the pack. Rosie Peacock breaks out to get lead for Old Reekie.
Now, when Rosie Peacock's had lead previously, she has racked up the points. It's only been when she's been held to not lead and Leeds have been able to call it that they've managed to stop Rosie from putting double digits on at the scoreboard.
Yep. Beautiful shoulder shimmy there from Peacock. Finds a little gap on the inside, picks up 5 points. Rue does have the star in her hand, looking for a star stash. She will be putting that star back on her helmet.
Peacock being issued a back block penalty, so this is now a power jam in favour of Killer Rue of Leeds Roller Derby.
Let's see what Rue can do here while Rosie is sat in the box looking to get some points for her team. Passive offense going on from Leeds. Going in for the sweep. Tries to find a little gap on the inside but is denied. So Temple of Doom just stopping Rue making a progress, but she does grab that little inside line, so gets 5 points.
Yeah, really good work by Leeds working together to sweep aside the two remaining Old Reekie blockers on the track. Jess Little now providing... I mean, she's twice Killer Rue's size and she's just standing there. It must be quite hard to come up against that as a jammer.
Beautiful work there from Jess Little, just all over Rue. She has to let her go. That was amazing work there at the front of the pack.
Yeah, Jess Little, brilliant work. Keeping herself clean but blocking that jam. We're going to have a quick replay of Rue's break around the pack. Issues with the star stash, goes around the outside. Again, right up to the edge of that track line. Brilliant work, brilliant awareness from the Leeds Roller Derby jammer. We are in a timeout in favour of Old Reekie. And whilst we have that timeout, we're going to give you a shout out.
So a shout out to Double Threat Skates. Double Threat Skates is the UK's most expert roller derby store. Double Threat Skates offers a full fitting service and advice you can trust from experienced skaters.
Old Reekie just being held a point below the double century. Leeds Roller Derby on 75 points. And we have under 15 minutes left in this game. Don't forget to stick around at 1 o'clock British summertime. We're going to see Tiger Bay versus Paris.
Nearly ready to restart this game. We have 14 minutes and change left on the clock. Little Dark One is jamming for Leeds. Old Reekie's pivot is taking a seat in the box. And there will be a 4-3 pack advantage for Leeds Roller Derby.
Oh, beautiful work utilising her own blockers and almost a Pegasus by pulling herself around. Sasha de Borpisco, lead jammer, but a quarter of a lap only ahead. And Old Reekie blockers are actually at the back of the pack. This is dangerous territory. Oh,
Cool.
Good chasing work there. Old Reekie blockers keeping themselves ahead, keeping themselves safe, but that was a close call.
Yeah. Old Reekie were at risk of Leeds just grabbing those points at the back there. Old Reekie have broken the 200 mark, so Old Reekie are on 201. Leeds Roller Derby 75.
Going to give you a little bit more information about those playoff dates for WFTDA. August the 18th to the 20th will be the Division 2 playoffs and champs at Pittsburgh, PA, Steel City, RD.
Back in the action, Rambo is your jammer for Leeds. Jenga with some offense. However, Rambo just hit to the inside line. We have a no pass, no penalty on Charlotte Patterson. So the Old Reekie jammer, even though she is through first, she will not pick up lead.
Rambo threatening that star pass on Jenga. Almost got Old Reekie moving away from her. Gets a little bit of a break. Bit of help there by her blockers.
So Leeds were able to pick up lead. However, because Rambo did take the star off her helmet, she is now not eligible to become lead. So this will be a full 2-minute jam.
We've got 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining. Charlotte Patterson picking up 5 points already.
I don't think the Leeds jammer realised that the lead had not been given to Old Reekie, so unfortunately the star stash was deemed her ineligible to get lead herself, so both these jammers will have to work this full 2-minute jam.
Nice knock out to the outside by Jess Little on Rambo, but she keeps her balance and recycles back on very swiftly. Charlotte Patterson, in the meantime, is brought all the way back by Lee Animal. So really good work there by Leeds to switch up the spacing in the pack for their jammer. Oh, little shunt again. Jess Little, who has been dynamite in this game, just giving a little shoulder nudge, taking Rambo out on that inside line. And again, that full recycle back.
Jess Little proving to be formidable. She did just force a cut track there on Rambo. Just pops her off and just snuck back without her seeing. So she will be sitting in the box, joined by her pivot. Just over 11 minutes to go. Old Reekie Roller Girls 214 and Leeds on 82.
Quick run through of the Division 1 playoffs if you're interested. WFTDA Division 1 playoffs as we go into this official timeout. On September the 8th to the 10th, you'll see the Division 1 playoffs in Malmo, hosted by Crime City Rollers. September the 22nd to the 24th will be the Division 1 playoffs held in Dallas, Texas, and that's being hosted by the Dallas Derby Devils. September the 29th to October the 1st, the Division 1 playoffs will be hosted in Seattle, and that's hosted by Rat City Roller Girls. And November the 3rd to the 5th, the Division 1 Championships are being held in Philadelphia, and that's hosted by Philly Roller Derby.
So we've just had the Feminist Killjoy, who is the jammer for Old Reekie, just holding up some points. I think there may have been a little bit of confusion about how many points had been given to Old Reekie. So the scoreboard has been updated.
Looking at our penalty statistics from Gay Fawkes, currently Leeds are on 36 penalties, Old Reekie are on about 29. So it's not too big a difference with regards to penalties. They're not having as much of a play in this game as I suspected.
Old Reekie have a power jam start. That is number 15. So Dinosaurus Rex is lead for Old Reekie. Old Reekie blockers trying to catch that pivot out the back of the pack. Rambo is released from the box, hits that 3 wall at the back. She's using her strength and her footwork just to try and get herself past that 3 wall, hit to the outside. Jenga trying to give her a little bit of help on the outside line. However, Old Reekie's blockers recycling her back. We have an Old Reekie pivot bridging, making sure that the pack is maintained. So Collichet doing a really good job of maintaining this pack here for Old Reekie. We are losing Ellie to the box for Leeds. Both jammers just being quite cautious in this jam, making sure that they don't pick up any penalties. However, we have another star stash from Rambo. She is out of the pack. But the jam has been called. So 5 points for Old Reekie, so that takes them to 2-2-2. And that is to Leeds 82.
We're going to see Killaroo facing off against Peacock. Peacock with just 2 blockers to beat goes around the outside as usual, keeping herself on that rail, picking up lead jammer.
Rue pushing her way around, transitioning, just gets hit out, has to recycle back. Jess Little, crazy legs. And Temple of Doom just stopping. Really good recycling work going on here from Old Reekie. Jess Little jumps to the front of the pack. Rue is now through.
Yeah, some very good work there by Leeds. In particular, their pivot Siege, who was just able to give a little bit of space for Rue to break free. But that is going to be a second scoring pass for Rosie Peacock. And it looks like they may be actually running this jam.
Yeah, they know how effective Rosie can be when she is lead. She is very, very capable of getting a lot of points for her team. So I think they're just letting her make her progress, use her strength and footwork to get these points for Old Reekie.
Temple of Doom doing a very good job to just slow down Killaroo, but unable to stop, and that's points going towards Leeds. But it is definitely going to be in Old Reekie's benefit with 16 points to 4, so 12 points gained for Old Reekie in that jam. 238, currently playing 86. So we've got 7.5 minutes left in this game.
Shin Pain jamming for Leeds.
Don't forget to send us your tweets and your Instagrams at NRG Roller Girls. Hashtag Euroclash 2017. Sasha Doyle Pisco darting around that inside line. Lovely work to pick up lead jammer for Old Reekie. Once again up in the action is Jess Little, who picks up a penalty. That may be her 7th. It might be her 6th. I know she's on quite a high penalty count at the beginning of this game. A jam coming to an end with another 4 points for Old Reekie, bringing them to the 242, playing 86.
Old Reekie's bench just running into the middle to speak to Ratchet Oxide, who is the head ref for this game. Just ensuring that, just having a quick word, just making sure that things are all above board, but we are back.
Above which board? The floorboard?
The board.
The board of directors?
Yes.
Okay. Rambo now pushing her way against a solid wall. She's going to try and use her own wall to break up the Old Reekie wall apart. But space was given. Space was taken. Charlotte Patterson, vice captain for Old Reekie Roller Girls, picking up lead jammer.
Lovely work there from Old Reekie. And some really good wall work here from Crazy Legs.
Apex jump by Charlotte Patterson, however, gets the crowd going. And Jess Little, huge shoulder check into Rambo to take her back.
Crazy Legs will be sitting another penalty in the box. I'm not sure what penalty she was assessed, but she will be taking a little rest for 30 seconds.
Brilliant work by Jess Little once more to do that pull back.
So forced that cut on Rambo. She will be taking a seat, joining one of her blockers in the box. Meanwhile, Old Reekie's jammer picking up those points.
Yeah, it's certainly not what Leeds need at this point in the game or at any point in the game, but they've given control back to Old Reekie, and Old Reekie are going to run with this. They have the blocker advantage and a power jam and lead jammer. They're certainly going to use it. They're going to start building up a few more points.
So Charlotte Patterson just stayed inbound on 1 foot as she completed that scoring pass. Offense going in, and she just sneaks round the outside with ease, making it look very, very easy. So a very significant jam here from Old Riki. Rambo is back. She is hit to the inside. And that jam is called. So quite a lot of points there from Old Riki, just waiting for the scores to be updated. 23-point jam there for Old Riki, taking them to 265.
Let's have another look at that apex jump. We can see it coming around. Lovely work. Here comes Charlotte with a wonderful apex jump. Lovely to see. Can I just, again, statistics. Gay Fawkes is just throwing them at me. They're coming out of my ears. Old Riki Roller Girls have had 2/3 of the leads awarded for this half of the game. So 10 out of the 15 leads that have been awarded have been given to Old Riki Roller Girls. It's just been it's a really high statistic to have. Obviously playing in their favour. Leeds getting 5 of those lead jammers, and when they're able to control the game, they are picking up the points.
Yeah, Old Riki are really capitalising on these lead jams, just making light work of the pack. They have such strong jammers. Also with the addition of Rosie Peacock, which I think they have found extremely, extremely valuable today.
They've also got a really good supportive audience who have been cheering them along all the way through this game. We're going to go into an official timeout, so let me just give you once more a shout out to Power of Grayskull, made from the best fabric. Honestly, I have a pair of their leggings, and they are the smoothest leggings you will ever know. That isn't free reign to come up and stroke my legs when I'm wearing them, but if you ask nicely, I might let you just have a little try. They are brilliant. They're custom made, custom designed, custom sized as well. So if you are looking for leggings, check out Power of Grayskull. They now do full sports apparel, not just leggings. But I can thoroughly recommend their leggings.
So I also want to give a shout out to our tournament sponsor, Roller Derby City, skater owned and operated. We make scrimmage, merch and uniforms. Just introduced their new legwear, leggings, capris, cycling shorts and shorts, offering full top-to-toe uniform service.
They've just released a new officials range based on punk icon images, and they are amazing. I want to buy them all.
I bought one yesterday. I'm very happy.
Jumping in, we're going to see Killaroo up against Rosie Peacock. Rosie Peacock, who has actually collected 99 of Old Riki's points and picking up lead jammer. Looks like she may pick up a few more points to that tally.
Just shrugged off that blocker who at the front of the pack, getting herself lead. Lovely footwork there on the outside, picks up 5 points. So she's just trying to get a little bit of help. A little bit of a whip through there. Calls the jam. Little friendly high five there to Jenga from Leeds. So replay of Rosie battering this last blocker out of the way on the apex to get out for lead. Such strong blocking as a jammer there. So effective. Kind of in awe a little bit right now.
Oh, I have a huge crush on her. She knows this.
I think everyone does.
What knows I have a crush on Peacock? Everyone knows. I have just said it on TV now.
Well, there you go. Just admit it.
Sasha the Boy Pisco pushing at the front 3 wall with Little Dark One facing the 3 wall at the back. Leeds now just being given an extra blocker on track. But the offence trying to go for Jess Little, it isn't effective, and there's enough space at the front for Sasha to break free. Lead jammer Old Riki.
Little Dark One trying to find a little gap, unable to make any progress, is recycled back again by Jess Little. Some offensive moves going on from Eat My Glitter. Stuck out the back of the pack. She has taken the jammer panty off. Looking for a star stash or a star pass if she is able to find her pivot, who is currently right at the front of the pack.
Crazy Legs in a dangerous move there, almost turned sideways on, but the old Riki roller girls working so well together to hold that triangle. We have had that star pass, Eat My Glitter, in a perfect position on the apex to take it and run. But Sasha de Boyle-Pisco just coming up to the back of the pack for a third scoring pass.
Leeds trying to speed the pack up. Is called from the bench to call it, so Old Riki will call that jam.
Very well done, just called in time to hold Leeds to a nothing. And Sasha picking up 12 points in that jam. We're coming into the dying minute of this game.
So just over 1 minute left. See if Leeds can break that 100-point score. They are currently on 90. We have a pivot line start. We're going old school.
It's new school. It's new school. Peacock, who has been the biggest scorer, but up against Killer Roo. Killer Roo picking up lead, and the crowd now going wild as these two jammers are in a foot race to the back of the pack. Leeds are at the back. It's dangerous territory for them with Rosie Peacock just behind Killer Roo. Killer Roo racing through, tapping the hips, but I don't think any points could have been picked up by Leeds. However, 2 points picked up by Peacock, so a pass and a penalty box point. That was Leeds' first lead in 10 jams.
Yeah, Rosie just managed to sneak that track point and grab one of the points for the blocker in the box.
We're going to get a final second of period time to allow us, 2 seconds of period time to allow us this final jam.
Shin stuck at the back of the pack. We have lead for Charlotte Patterson yet again. Hits that wall, is hit to the outside, recycles herself back to avoid that cut. Forearms penalty being assessed on Crazy Legs from Old Riki.
Temple of Doom with a huge hit, does pick up the penalty, but a recycle back already on Shin Payne. And Shin Payne once again taking a hit by Jess Little, who has been phenomenal in this game.
Charlotte Patterson with a sneaky skip around the outside line. Goes for the apex. However, she did get a cut track. Her wheels just went out of bounds as she committed to that jump.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's harder to feel when you actually cut the track before you do the jump. Easier to find it when you're actually landing. But that's certainly a cut track. A very good call there by our referee, Feminist Killjoy.
This last jam will go to its natural conclusion. Shin Payne being hit to the floor by Crazy Legs. She has been assessed a forearms for that, so Crazy Legs will be sitting in the box. And we also have a cut track to Shin Payne. So jammer switcheroo.
However, Charlotte Patterson already released, so Shin Payne will be sitting a full 30 seconds. Charlotte Patterson is on a second scoring pass.
Forearms penalty being assessed to the Leeds pivot, so she will be sitting in the box for the remainder of this jam.
Oh, lovely work. Continuous pushing there by Charlotte Patterson to pick up 5 in the sky.
Beautiful work here from Charlotte Patterson. Just in the dying seconds of this game. Finishes the game from the floor. Nearly came to visit then. So Old Riki just managed to break that 300 points. So unofficial final score.
Just quickly, sorry, before we go to the final score, let's have a look at that apex jump. It was a lovely jump. Sadly, just picking up that cut as it goes. Sorry, Sui, the unofficial score, please let me know what was it.
So unofficial final score, Old Riki on 301. Oh, we just have an official review called. We will come back to you with the final score when this official review has been assessed. Lots of official reviews right at the very last second here. They did this in the end of the first half, and now at the end of the second half we have another official review.
Yeah, they're fully within their rights to do so. Leeds calling this official review, and again we will let you know. I'm assuming it will be with regards to a penalty on the Old Reiki jammer, so I'm sure they'll be looking for points to be taken off, discarded. I'm not sure that there's anything else that they could really fight for at this point in the game.
Who knows? So we'll just wait to hear from our head ref.
And as anticipated, they are querying points picked up by Old Reiki Roller Girls with regards to penalty box points. And whilst the referees have a quick discussion regarding that, we'll give a couple of final shout-outs. We've got to give a shout-out to Kaya, who they are here in the building today. Some beautiful boots that I've seen. Kaya are unmatched durability and superior comfort, and they've also got the new Onyx boot available. You can actually find Kaya being sold at Double Threat Skates, who are also one of the sponsors here at Euroclash 2017. So if you wanted to try out Kaya boots and you're not at the venue today, check them out in their store down in London. All details can be found online.
So next game we have is at 1 p.m. We have Tiger Bay Brawlers versus the Paris Roller Girls. Both teams did very well in their games yesterday. Some extremely close games, so I think this will be a very exciting matchup.
Yeah.
So Paris are still unbeaten, so I think it will be in this tournament.
Tiger Bay with a very close game to start off the tournament against Central City. From memory, I've not got it written in front of me. I think it was about 5 or 6 points in the end.
I think it was under 10 points anyway. I watched that game.
Definitely under 10 points.
It was so close. There was so many different lead changes, and it was just right at the very end. Central City managed to snatch that win.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good game to watch. Two very strong teams, two quite evenly matched teams. They're not going to be quite at 1 o'clock, as we do have had quite a few overruns in this game with the amount of official reviews, I believe, that have been called. So just a little after 1 o'clock British summertime, we will be seeing the next game, Tiger Bay Brawlers against Paris Roller Girls. We're just going to get the clarification from this official review. However, before we take you to our break between games, and you get to see some lovely adverts from all of our sponsors.
So official review result is pending.
So Leeds do actually get the 3 points they were querying. So 3 points have been added onto Leeds' score before that unofficial final becomes final score. And Leeds do actually get to retain their official review. They could call another one if they wanted to, but they just wanted those points.
I think that was a pretty sweet way to end that game for Leeds. So the final score, Old Reiki 301, Leeds Roller Derby on 93.
Yeah, brilliant game, fantastic. We are going to wrap it up fairly quickly as we are running behind on the schedule today. So from me, Holly, and from you,
Sui,
it's been a pleasure. We'll see you around for the next few games.
Fifth Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Living in a city that's full of
Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
And here we are live and direct on WFTA.TV with 2 beautiful players and extremely talented players for Dublin. 2 blockers, Manny Bruce here and Ellie. It's not a coincidence that you were chosen to be interviewed here because blockers from Dublin gave an amazing work on the track today, right?
The Paris Jammers really made us work, so that always helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you get into that game just before it? You set up a very specific strategy on blockings and on the tripods?
Well, we watched the Newcastle-Paris game yesterday and we noticed that it took a lot of time for Newcastle to get really into it, and we said that what we didn't want is that initial lead to build up, and we wanted to, like, if we weren't scoring points, we didn't want Paris scoring those points. So we said it was very defensive at the start, and then we tried to mix it up and start adding in more offense as it went on.
Yeah. And they've really jukey jammers as well, and they're a lot shorter than us, which generally for our blockers, like lots of high blocks. So we were kind of saying today, like, no reaction is a reaction. You know what I mean? Like, don't buy into them moving it around and just try and like hold your ground a bit. So it did work for us at some points, and then we kind of lost it. But that was kind of main strategy for the blockers, like read what's happening, I suppose.
You've played against Paris quite a few times within the last years. You even were not the last to bet them like 2 years ago, but you bet them like 2 years ago. How is it? Is it always something particular playing against Paris for you?
It's always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Whatever, Paris bring the passion.
Yes, that's exactly the slogan.
We've played them every year for like the last 6 years, and for about 4 years it was we would win by 4 points, they would win by 2 points, we would win by 2 points, they would win by 10 points.
Up until today, we were 2 points ahead in the grand scheme of things. I think 2 or 4 points. So next time we're coming back for revenge.
Definitely.
We're bringing out the 100-point win next time.
So do you have a specific message to give to the Irish supporters watching you live on WFTA.tv?
Thanks for watching.
Hi, mammies. Happy Mother's Day.
It's Mother's Day at home, so happy Mother's Day to all our moms.
I'm sure you'll be here for the cry, because the way we say it in Ireland, for the cry tonight, this evening for the after party.
Yeah, well, some of us are possibly playing the Team Ireland game and then rushing for a plane, but we will have Snowy and Maria representing Dublin for the after party. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that we have an international bout at the very end of the Euroclash between Team Scotland and Team Ireland, and I believe that 5 of Dublin players are playing for Team Ireland.
We're not sure if we're playing yet. We're going to find out the roster later, but there's 5 of the Dublin skaters on the 20, so that's pretty exciting.
Thank you so much for your game, and thank you so much for your skills. Bye bye. And here we are live on WFTA.tv for the post-game interview by the Paris Roller Girls. Let's face it, I'm French, they're French, so I'm going to do the interview in French and we'll try to translate it to you, because all languages should be represented on WFTA.tv. Alors bonjour, vous en êtes à 22 victoires consécutives. Comment est-ce que vous avez abordé ce match particulier contre Dublin?
Déjà les 22 victoires, on les a pas trop vues passer, dans le sens où on abordait vraiment la saison match par match. Donc on n'a pas du tout réfléchi à victoire pas victoire. On a vraiment vu ça comme des objectifs stratégiques de rankings, de points. Donc c'est vrai que les 22 victoires, voilà, c'est un fait, mais du coup on arrivait sur ce match comme tous les autres. Dublin, c'est une équipe qu'on connaît plutôt bien. On les a pas mal joués ces dernières années.
Oui.
Donc du coup, c'est vrai qu'on connaissait pas mal le roster et ça aidait, mais toutes les équipes changent. Donc on est venu comme sur tous les matchs préparés à faire notre jeu et à imposer notre jeu sans se laisser emporter par le là.
Est-ce que vous avez été surprise par la très bonne défense de Dublin? On le voyait sur le track, il y avait beaucoup de tripodes qui étaient très très solides. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui vous a surpris de la part de Dublin, ou est-ce que vous vous attendiez à ça en fait?
On s'y attendait un petit peu quand même, parce qu'on commence vraiment à les connaître. Et vraiment, voilà, on a adapté nos stratégies en début de match de cette façon-là. Et donc, pas trop de surprises. Mais c'est toujours un plaisir de jouer contre elles, même si on les connaît. Voilà, c'est vraiment un plaisir et puis on s'entend bien. Donc, vraiment, le plaisir est sur le terrain.
Alors, votre prochain match, je pense que c'est contre Tiger Bay, hein, oui. L'équipe galloise dans quelques instants. Comment est-ce que vous allez aborder ce match? Est-ce que vous avez hâte de rencontrer Tiger Bay, bien sûr?
Oui, on a toujours hâte de rencontrer une nouvelle équipe, et puis comme on disait, chaque match est différent, donc chaque stratégie est différente, donc on va l'aborder comme une nouvelle chose.
So overall, I tried to translate. I mean, they were expecting the strong defense from Dublin overall in that game, and they didn't think about the 22 victory streak. They just take games after games after games to set their road derby practice and to stay their practices on again. And they're looking forward to playing against Tiger Bay, and they are all going to try to give everything on the track to get the victory back to Paris. Is that it? Congratulations, félicitations, merci. And see you for the next game against Tiger Bay then.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Au revoir. And here we
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth blocker skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Dallas Byron.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Euroclash 2017.
Hello.
I am King Crazy, joined by the ever glamorous Panda.
Aw, thanks. Okay, so I'm here for my second Paris Roller Girls game of the day. They're going to be taking on Tiger Bay Brawlers. Thoughts about this one?
I'm interested to see. Paris have looked very strong all weekend. Obviously, they had the good win against Dublin this morning that you were on the call for, and they won yesterday quite convincingly as well.
They've had a winning streak for
21 games now, with 22 now with this morning.
Yes, so this is going to be 23. If they win, this is game 23 of that, rather than 23 win. But the prediction is based on the flat track stats that it's going to be a win for Paris anyway.
Yeah, flat track stats is saying score differential roughly 2-1.
Yeah.
So Tiger Bay played first up yesterday. If you haven't watched that game, if you weren't watching it live, look for it on the Time and Fear YouTube channel. It was brilliant. Tiger Bay versus CCR.
So good, and there was a 6-point differential at the end of the game as well, which was just phenomenal.
Yes, it is a brilliant way to start what has been a fabulous weekend.
Yeah. Wow. Welcome to Euroclash 2017. As we've already said, you can get in touch with us at NRG Roller Girls on Twitter. Use the hashtag Euroclash 2017. Let's have a look at the rundown for today. Paris Roller Girls, so 0334 Kill Bell, 101 Charlie, 15 Samu, 18 Miss Garan, 22 Rosienne, 333 Super Cute, 44 Cody Malloy, 45 Oli Barbak, 5 Buffon, 54 Bully Bunker, 7 Nasty, 72 Sally Breuer, 777 Jurors Hell, and 931 General Mulinator.
And in the orange for Tiger Bay Brawlers, 147 Nitrogen, 15 Dos Santos, 19 is Steph Howarth, number 3 is Fail, 300 Ava Assassin, 316 is Thrill Collins, 32 Boba Fetish, 44 Billy Pistol, 453 Attila Lahan, number 59 is Wild, 62 Pip Gray, 74 is Raven, 81 Angie, and 88 is Kemp.
All right, so we've just got about a minute and a half before we go. We are running slightly behind because we had an official review at the end of the last game that took us over by about 5 minutes. So in order to allow both of the teams here to have full warm-up, we made the decision just to run a little bit behind schedule, which is fine. It's 5 minutes. We're cool.
It's roller derby. It always runs late. It's expected.
This is, I think, the first time we've had, more than a few minutes over for the weekend. So we've been running to time for most of the time, which has been really good.
Yeah, I think one of the reviews in the last game was, is 5 seconds, 5 seconds.
That was like the best feedback ever.
That did make me laugh. So anyway, we have Paris in the white and Tiger Bay in the orange. I would believe that'll be General Mulinator and Steph Howarth with the stars for Paris and Tiger Bay respectively.
Straight off the line. And Tiger Bay picking up lead jammer. Steph Howarth way out in front, and we've still got General Mulinator looking for a break in the pack, finally finding it.
Nice work from Oli Barbak there, sealing off Dos Santos, allowing General Mulinator to escape.
A nice short jam to get the party started.
Pip Gray did pick up as pivot, picked up the direction of play penalty at the end of that jam.
So it'll be a 4-on-3 pack start for the next jam. So first 2 points on the board.
And we have, I believe that is Duracell for Paris up against Billy Pistol for Tiger Bay.
Indeed, easily spotted with the blue shorts. And we've got Paris playing in white for this game, Tiger Bay playing in orange, if you're joining us online.
I do like it when skaters wear some form of distinctive clothing. Makes it a
It's
lot
really
easier,
helpful.
especially when we're sat on turn 2, which is not where we choose to be as announcers.
It's tricky to see the jammers, so please bear with us if we've got anything either wrong or we're delayed in calling that. But back onto track, and we've got Joe's Hell finding it really hard up against that front wall. Great walls from Tiger Bay, and from both of their teams, actually. Billy Pistol really struggling, trying to get that shoulder in desperately.
Paris using the extra member to go, which is Bully Bunker, to go on offense.
Oh, trying to find that break down the inside, but closed down. Nice hit. Billy Pistol back up, though, looking for a break on the inside, picking up lead jammer.
And that was good work as well from the Tiger Bay pivot, Pip Gray, forcing, I believe it was Buffon who had taken out Billy Pistol, but taking her out as well, so Billy could just get up and go.
Billy back through for a scoring pass now, but knocked to the outfield, not having to recycle too far, just a little step back on track and straight back in with the shoulder. Trying to find a break between those walls. Solid. I mean, Paris have held those walls for the entire weekend. They really show strength in teamwork when it comes to walling up.
We have had a star pass as well. Bully Bunker, number 54, now has the star, as Jerez has slipped into that defensive wall.
And called off before any more points can go on the board. Let's see, 3 there for Tiger Bay.
Still nothing for Paris.
So just 2.5 minutes in, 5 points on the board for Tiger Bay. Not the quickest of score starts.
No, sort of 2-point, 3-point jam, but that's all you need.
Taking it nice and slow.
So away we go. I think that's Boba Fetish for Tiger Bay. It is number 32.
It is. Cody Malloy jamming for Paris. Boba Fetish coming up against Rosienne and Super Cute up at the front. There was a cut track penalty called.
It's on Super Cute, the Paris captain. But Boba Fetish being taken back by Rosienne and Sally Breuer.
Super Cute deciding to switch direction. Oh yeah, he can go that way now to the penalty box. Cody Malloy looking for the outside line, but knocked to the outfield with a slight tumble.
Pip Gray there with the defensive takeout.
Oh, big hit.
So Nasty takes a fall. She's back up though. And some nice offense from combination from Rosienne, opening the door to allow Cody Malloy to get through.
Ava Assassin looks like that hit just took a breath away for a second there, rejoining the pack as the jam is called off.
So Tiger Bay 2 points in the first jam, 3 points in the second, now 4 points.
2, 3, 4. We're just 4 minutes into the game. Thanks very much for joining us here live at Euroclash 2017. Don't forget you can get in touch with us via Twitter at NRG Rollergirls or use the hashtag Euroclash 2017.
So jam 4 coming up. General Moulinator is back on the line for Paris. And I'm not sure. Who can we see? It's... Oh, sorry, it's not General Moulinator. It's Miss Gadin. My apologies. And Steph Howarth back for...
Steph is out for lead. Miss Galan is hot on her wheels, though, as they come through turn 3 and 4. Pack now speeding up, but trying to keep it slow. Tiger Bay trying to speed it up. Calling it off.
Nice work there from Thrill Collins, just allowing 1 point to be picked up by Steph Howarth.
So Paris with nothing on the board so far. This is an interesting start.
It's been a good start. And what also, something else that's interesting, Power of Grayscale. Sports apparel with a difference. Made to measure, custom designs, custom fit. We got you covered. Made from the best fabric we can find. Power of Grayscale, be the difference.
And they also advertise that they'll put your pets on your legs.
They will do, I remember that.
Yeah, do it.
Oh, Dos Santos. Huge hit on General Moulinator.
Billy Pistol struggling to find a break on the outside line, trying to find a break with a shoulder. There was a whistle call on the inside there. It looks like a multiplayer block penalty.
And a cut track as well on General Moulinator. So that will put Billy Pistol on a power jam, or on a super jam.
Super jam.
Multiplayer block
yep.
on, that's on Billy Bunker.
Another one on the inside, but that out of play warning goes up and free, and the out of play penalty goes in for Oli Babak as well. So lead has now been assessed.
Yeah, it's one of those. She put her arms up. I'm disengaging, but I'm still using my hips. Yeah, Shref caught that one.
Yeah, we're wise to it.
Sally Brayall with the takeout. Good work, though, from Pip Gray in the Tiger Bay wall, stopping Sally Brayall from going too far back.
Yeah, nice push in the wall forward so Billy Pistol could just take a step back on the track. General Mulinato coming in through the back now behind Attila Lahan. Forearms penalty has been assessed as well.
That's on Sally Brayall. And there's a interesting. We've got conflicting signals from the referees. One was saying cut, one was saying no pass, no penalty.
So the Jammer ref pretty much has the decision to make there, but they called the cut. Power jam for Tiger Bay with another 5 points on the board. Billy Pistol with 10 so far in this jam. Has the power to call it off if they want to, but we've got just less than 20 seconds to go anyway. May as well use it up.
Do one more pass. Are they going to cut? Nope, they're going to run it. They are going to spring General Mulinator from the box. Few seconds left. Can Billy get back into the pack in time to pick up a few more points?
Oh,
just
round
about.
The outside.
It's going to be
3 or 4. 4 points. Very nicely done. So skates so close to the outside line. It's kind of scary. You worry.
And we have our first team timeout taken by Paris. Maybe a little bit of fatigue. Like you say, they played first game. This is the third game today.
So a game on, a game off. But Paris, interestingly, have 3 games this weekend. Generally, you know, they're coming in and they're having 2 games so close together. I think compared to yesterday, everybody's had chance to have a breather overnight and reassess where they're going.
Well, they played quite late yesterday as well. So they played the 5th game of the day. So that would have been at 5 p.m. And then at 9 a.m. this morning. Of course, that's technically 8 a.m. because we lost the hour.
Yeah.
And then back on again today. So they're playing 3 games in 5 as far as the schedule goes.
But thankfully, they'll be having a rest after this one. I'm sure they'll be grateful for that.
You would have thought so. With the star fallen this time, though, that is number 777. That is Duracell.
And it looks like number 22 for Paris. And that is Rosienne. I think it's the
Rosienne has the pivot. She's in the pack. Duracell is jamming.
I was just looking at a helmet cover. Wrong one, Panda. Wrong one.
Panda's not had the coffee this morning. Oh, Duracell couldn't quite ride the rail. Oof. Big hit. I think, is that Rafen?
Yeah.
Raven with the star. Super cute, the captain, doing a great job one-on-one.
Wait until that out of play warning goes up. Paris love pushing the out of play. Oh, ref down on the outside lane.
And then there was straight on the offense to allow Duracell to get through.
Rafen again. This is exactly what we saw on the last pass. Coming up, pushing forward. Again, the pack's reformed right around it, calling the jam off.
3 more points. Really strong start from Tiger Bay. I don't think, as the flat track stats prediction had this roughly 2-1 in favour of Paris. I think what we've seen from Paris this weekend, strong performances against Newcastle and Dublin.
And that 22-game winning streak.
Yeah, this is perhaps not what the majority of people, certainly not what I expected.
If Tiger Bay take the win, they are going to be known as the ones that broke the Paris winning streak. They'll be enjoying that, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure there was another streak that went to 21-1 as well.
Steph Howarth and Cody Malloy jamming. A blocker, a piece in the penalty box. The 5th blocker skates penalty box.
It's a cut track on Cody Malloy. I think it was pivot Pip Gray who went back far enough.
I think Steph used the distraction there to her advantage straight down the inside.
Yeah, Cody Malloy looked like she was a little unsure, perhaps a little woozy from the hip, but she seems okay now, thankfully.
It's Tiger Bay with a disadvantage in terms of blockers. It's a 4-on-3 pack, but
They've
that doesn't really make that much difference for them at the minute.
Yeah, they've got Kilbell held at the back, so it's just the tripod. I say just the tripod at the front.
It's phenomenal.
Rosien, Miskadine, and Sally Breuer. Miskadine's going to get I think it was a forearms penalty. Got the star stash done by Cody Malloy. That enables had to complete her initial pass.
And that's that called. Oh, the nice little air punch to top it off with a 4-point pass.
I just want to give a shout out and a thank you to our tournament sponsor, which is Roller Derby City, skater owned and operated. They make merch, scrimmage tops and uniforms. Just introduced leg wear as well, leggings, capri shorts, cycling shorts, to offer a full top to toe uniform service. If you're coming down, come and try them. They are at the stall today, or check them out online because they have your team covered.
So that was a 5-point jam for Tiger Bay in that last jam. Billy Pistol jamming against General Mulinato.
And 4-on-3 pack advantage for Tiger Bay, which means they can afford to throw Ava Assassin up front for the offense. There's a blocking with a head penalty called on General Mulinato.
We don't see those all too often. And Billy Pistol out.
Oh, that's superb work. No pass, no penalty signalled on Ollie Barbach.
Absolutely, she was out of play up at the front there, but disengaged. Buffon holding that outside line, keeping a keen eye on the jammer now as Miss Garan comes up to the front.
And
But Billy
again,
Pistol out for 5.
Wild having a great game offense, taking out that time Ollie Barbach. And then the Tiger Bay wall just collapses back on her, trying to put the front 3 out of play. Mulinator back on track now.
Well, Mulinator back off track now. Recycling at the back. There's a forearms penalty called from up at the front of the pack.
That's on Buffon. And we have some backwards derby.
Miss Garan holding that back line, forcing the recycle for Billy Pistol.
But Angie then takes out General Mulinator, and long soul crush drawn back.
Going in with a little shoulder check there, just making it known that they're behind. Or direction of gameplay penalty there.
That'll go to Thrill Collins.
Indeed it does. But I think a little bit of a change up in the wall there allows General Mulinato around the outside to find a bit of a break and move forward, but that wall's reformed, holding strong. Billy Pistol not to the outside, inside, but it's a back block penalty for Miss Garan.
Looked like there was a game of Twister going on there.
5 more points on the board for Tiger Bay. Paris still yet to put anything on the board. This is a surprise, I think, at this point.
Well, I mean, this is almost from the Paris game against Newcastle yesterday. It's almost a reversal.
Yeah.
Where Paris jumped up to quite a big lead before Newcastle put a point on the board.
That's when the roof was lifted off this place.
Yes, the dome became a retractable roof.
It's. I'm pretty sure the same's going to happen. As soon as Paris put points on the board, everybody's going to go crazy.
Everybody loves an underdog, don't they?
No, they do.
We
But
don't.
interestingly, we never thought Paris would be the underdog
No.
at this point. Pack spreading through turns 4 in the straightaway toward turn 1.
So Boba Fetish is being held by that 3 wall at the back. Duracell takes a tumble on the outside.
Takes a lateral slide. Ended up recycling back toward turn 1.
Thrill
Pack hasn't moved very far at all.
No, Thrill Collins up the front trying to offer offense. Miss Gadine at the back trying to do the same.
Duracell looking for the inside line, trying desperately to break it, but force in those hits, taking her onto her knees. Tiger Bay picking up lead.
Paris sweep offense comes in, but Tiger Bay had read it. Dos Santos, almost great toe stop work from Duracell there to complete the initial pass.
Bobber now coming up against the front line again and knocks to the outfield, calls it off. Paris still not having put anything on the board in that jam. 2 points for Tiger Bay. Just over 16 minutes left. If you're joining us online, Tiger Bay playing in orange, as you might have already spotted. Paris Roller Girls playing in white.
$49-0. I think some people might have said, yeah, it might be 49-0, but not this way round.
Well, we'll see. I mean, anything can happen. We've still got, half of this period and the whole of next as well. So we'll see. I imagine there's going to be a lot of regrouping happening at half time. thinking about tactics and switching it up, because we've seen such strong gameplay from Paris, and we are seeing a lot of strong gameplay still, but Tiger Bay are just shutting them down at every opportunity and doing such a great job. And it is Curdy Malloy picking up lead jammer for Paris. This is going to be the first points on the board.
And she's engaged now on that scoring pass. Steph Howarth still being held back. Everybody takes a tumble. Nitrogen, Angie, and Curdy Malloy. Nitrogen with a takeout. Illegally, forearm penalty.
I think that's exactly the call that was expected from Curdy Malloy.
We have had a star pass. It has gone to Wild now with a star. Curdy Malloy just rides the hit.
Sliding a little bit up at the front there, but still not losing any momentum in terms of positioning. And the first 5 points on the board for Paris.
So Wild now having a tough time with Rosien. Sally Breuer will do the drawback. Cody Malloy comes back in for another scoring pass.
Wild's coming up against a formidable wall, but we have no pass, no points, so 4 more points on the board for Cody Malloy.
Kilbell with the takeout that time. Didn't get to draw back very far. Wild went on a bit of jammer defense. But Cody Malloy gets round. That time it is the full 5.
No opposition until Nitrogen saw it up at the front of the pack and was like, no, I'm too late. Didn't quite manage to get the hit down. Back block penalty called from the inside.
It's on Nitrogen. That's her second penalty this jam. Rosien Sally Breuer drawing back Wild.
Wild going in for another hit, but that is the jam called. And Paris finally getting some points on the board. Excellent job. 19.
And Tiger Bay now taking a timeout. So 19 points all in one jam there from Cody Malloy.
So I think that's a little bit more of what we expected to see throughout this game.
Interesting. Thank you to Phoenix and Flames, who's tweeted in using the hashtag Euroclash 2017. Bit of advice for us. Blue skates, Steph Howarth. Blue shorts, Billy Pistol. Black, it's Boba Fetish. So try and help us identify the Tiger Bay Jammers. Thank you very much.
Well, we stood there trackside for 20 minutes staring at these guys. We were like, right, okay.
Hey, I'm still saying it's early. It's early on a Sunday.
For you, baby. Don't forget, one of our sponsors this weekend is the Wear Rooms, where we're going to have our after-party venue. They are next door to the Euro Hostel, who is also our other sponsor for the weekend, Euro Hostel Newcastle. If you are coming down, you can stay there. Wear Rooms say, ain't no party like a Wear Rooms party.
I intend to find out tonight if that's true or whether that's just being ambitious.
Frequented by the Newcastle Roller Girls and etc. All right, back on track. Billy Pistol going for the run-up from turn 4.
With the aforementioned blue shorts. And she's up against General Mullinator.
Still not managing to use that run-up for any advantage at this point. But General Mullinator riding that hit straight out in front for Leeds.
So there's a high block called on the Paris pivot. Oh, Dos Santos with a big takeout. But it's been called as a forearms penalty, so she will have to go and sit down. But the drawback was done.
Huge hits from Dos Santos today. Nice line down the inside. General Mullinato picking that up, and we'll see that again after this jam.
Star stash from Billy Pistol. We've seen her get through and complete her initial pass. General Mullinator that time. Nitrogen with a takeout.
Nicely done for 4 points.
So this is just that replay at the start where General Mullinator takes the hit from Dos Santos. There it is. Superb footwork and balance to get through and complete that initial pass.
Incredible job.
Incredible job from our tech crew, the Time and Fear streaming crew, giving us these, not only these images, but the fantastic replays as well.
Woo! Right, as we go into jam 12, we've got 12 minutes left. 28 for Paris Roller Girls, 49 for Tiger Bay. Paris pulling it back in the last 3 jams.
It's a no pass, no penalty, because I think the 2 that went down, just keeping the feet inside, it's Duracell.
reforming that wall up at the front. Thrill Collins holding, and she's down.
Dos Santos with a big takeout on the back of Miss Gadin. And again, did she say something to you? Was that personal? Hold on, Miss Nasty is down and slow getting up. She's rolling to the inside. She sat up. She's looking too much discomfort, thankfully. I think it's just might have just rolled her ankle a little bit.
She's just going to move on toward the inside, but on track we've got Miss Gadan taking on. Oh, we have an out of play penalty been called, but lead has been assessed. Finally, almost a minute in.
That's Raven. Nasty has got back up and back engaged. Duracell, lovely footwork to spin round Dos Santos there at the far end.
Raven calling it off with a 4-point pickup.
And we have an official review now being signalled by Paris Roller Girls. Just under 11 minutes to go. Paris in the white on 28. Tiger Bay in the orange on 53.
As soon as we have any more information about the official review, we'll let you know.
Just also to let you know what's coming up at approximately 3 p.m. I say approximately, we are a few minutes late. We will see Newcastle versus Central City Roller Girls. Game 5 of the day, 11 of the weekend. At 5 p.m. we'll see Middlesbrough versus Bear City. And then we have one more game, and it's the only game that isn't WFTDA sanctioned all weekend.
Bonus game.
Bonus game. Ireland versus Scotland.
That's going to be good because you've got a lot of the skaters from each of the teams have already been playing throughout the weekend anyway. So they'll already be pretty pumped up, pretty experienced in terms of playing each other. They'll be watching what the other teams have been doing.
I do want to give a massive thank you to WFTDA.tv for allowing us to broadcast this.
A few things that we've got coming up with the WFTDA this year is August the 18th. We've got Division 2 playoffs and champs in Pittsburgh. September the 8th to 10th, Division 1 playoffs in Malmo. September the 22nd, we've got Division 1 playoffs in Dallas. September the 29th, Division 1 playoffs in Seattle. November the 3rd, Division 1 championships and playoffs in Philadelphia.
So the official review is Paris are looking for a back block call on the Tiger Bay Jammer.
All right, so we'll see if what the feedback from that will be shortly.
Must admit, it is great to see going through the WFTDA playoffs that it is going to be in Europe. We're going to have one the Division 1s at Malmo.
I think we're just giving some feedback to the house there. Sorry, I was a little distracted trying to listen in. We've got the lovely old ref Carmen coming in to give us a little bit of feedback. And then we'll play Announce the Chinese Whispers and pass it along the grapevine.
So I'm not going to. I'm just going to give Sven the mic.
We did that in the last game with Tenacious B and it worked really well.
Legal contact.
Hi, Sven.
So that was, they were looking for a back block call. The no call on track will stand as the contact was to a legal target zone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sven. It's just easier than playing Announce the Chinese Whispers.
Yeah.
Here, have a mic.
All right, back on track. We've got Steph Howarth and Cody Malloy jamming. Paris with a blocker short on the track, so it's a 4-on-3 pack.
His body's hitting the floor left, right, and centre.
Oh, Cody Malloy picking up a forearms penalty.
So that will be a power jam for Steph Howarth. And she is through. She does have lead. Although Paris are back up to a full complement of blockers now. Although Charlie's being held towards the back.
Dos Santos using some great footwork there just to try and break the walls. Not pushing too hard, but just making a dent regardless.
Good recycling from Miss Garin as pivot for PRG. Dos Santos tries the offense again, but Charlie manages to move around it.
Cody Malloy now coming to the back of the pack. Oh, huge
superb jink.
Huge gap around the outside.
Sold a dummy that big to Pip Gray. She went out the door. She'll have to buy a ticket to get back in.
4 points on the board for Tiger Bay. 57 plays 28 with just over 9.5 minutes left on the clock for the first period of this game. Paris Roller Girls versus Tiger Bay.
Very interesting game so far. It's, like I say, it took Paris a little while to wake up. They had those 2 or 3 jams where they racked up a few points. But then Tiger Bay seemed to have switched back on again almost.
Yeah, I think Tiger Bay surprised Paris a little bit. Plus, you have the factor that they had played a game already just a couple of games ago. So Paris potentially tiring. They have a very, very similar lineup. General Molinato now picking up lead jammer.
And that's something that's very useful for Paris since they have 3 now in the box.
Samu's going to be taking a seat as well. As soon as somebody stands, waved back on track. That's the jam called. We've got Emily in the State managing the penalty box, just keeping everybody sitting where they're meant to be sitting.
So Samu will have to stay on track.
Yep.
As she's in the queue for the box. It's Ros Hen is definitely over there. So I can't be long until the 2 of them stand. So
no, I think there was probably 1 or 2 seconds in it, as we had one of the blockers was about to stand, so they were told to sit.
Charlie, that is superb with the drawback. That's superb. Charlie, take a bow. Duracell has lead jammer, but Charlie was the one that opened the door.
Nicely done. Boba Fetish isn't too far behind now, so Paris going to be want to make sure they score some points before they call it off, but just 1 on the board.
From a Paris point of view, with a 4-on-2 pack disadvantage, with 1 cue in as well, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You've got the point, you've held the opposition 0, and you've now, the one that's queuing's in the box, but the other 2 are out.
You're getting to the point at which it's really about timing. And that works really well. I think if you'd left it a couple of seconds, you could have forfeited quite a lot. So 30 to 57, 7.5 minutes left on the clock.
Steph Howarth and Cody Malloy jamming for their respective teams.
Steph Howarth trying to find a break down the inside line, but being pushed to the outfield. Steph is looking for the outside line as well, and Chase down at the front didn't notice it. Is out, not lead. It's Cody Malloy that's picked up lead. I think we had a no pass penalty.
Yeah, Nasty took out Steph, but also put a foot out as well. So what's been very smart, Paris are waiting for Samu to come out of the box.
Yeah.
She is.
Nicely done.
So there's no score, but not a pointless jam for Paris because they managed to clear the box.
Pointless, but not pointless.
Pointless, but not pointless.
So just over 6.5 minutes left on the clock with us here.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Kaya, performance driven, high end and truly unique. It's time.
Billy Pistol again taking that run up, jamming for Tiger Bay. Miss Gadan for Paris Roller Girls. Down the inside, lovely bit of footwork. Miss Gadan picking up lead.
Billy Pistol thought there was a gap, but the door was suddenly closed by Sally Broyer.
So astute. Billy Pistol trying to find a break down the outside line wherever they turn. There's a Paris blocker. Low block.
It's on Buffon. Dos Santos is going as well.
We've got a blocker apiece going to the penalty box with a 5-point pass from Paris Roller Girls now as we are inching ever closer toward the halfway time mark. Another 5 points, 10 on the board so far. This could be really close going into halftime.
So Rosien and Bully Bunker especially, very smart play.
Oh,
Whether
nice.
Whichever one takes out Billy Pistol, the other one's dropping back, and there's Rosien again.
Miss Gadan with another 5-point pass.
Yeah, it was Rosien, sorry, as the pivot. Oof.
Huge
Kemp
hit
with
on
a
the
big
inside.
forearm.
Yeah.
But again, that's a penalty that you kind of don't mind because it gets your gemma out of the box.
And that was a 19-point jam for Paris Roller Girls. Well, the scores, 49 Following that 19-point jam for Paris Roller Girls, 57 for Tiger Bay.
Bearing in mind, we were looking not that long ago, it was 49-0 for Tiger Bay.
Absolutely.
This is a great comeback from Paris.
I think they're suddenly feeling a little bit like, finally. Little bit of relief there. So just over 4.5 minutes left. Rayfan and General Mulinato jamming. Rayfan trying to break for the inside line, getting recycled, sucked right into the middle of the pack. General Mulinato doing what General Mulinato does best. Trying to find that break up at the front.
But having a hard time with Wild, Thrill Collins and Angie. Whereas Ollie Barback acting as the brace for Paris.
So much energy in this pack at the minute. Everybody's pushing. They don't look like they're moving very far at all, but there is just so much effort going into this. Unreal. Huge break on the inside. Shut down by Thrill Collins. General Mulinato looking for a break from the outside, juking to the inside, hoping that Rosienne and Super Cute can cause some destruction up at the front of the pack.
So we're nearly a minute in and still no lead jammer yet. Angie's on the way as pivot for a direction of play. You got big hit there from Wild, dropping General Mulinato, but she's up quickly. Charlie, Rosienne and Super Cute.
Up at the front, coming out for lead jammer for Paris. Very nicely done.
So 4-on-2 pack advantage as well now, and Rayfan is being held by that white wall.
General Mulinato coming around on the inside, didn't manage to stay in bounds.
Rosienne picks up the direction of play penalty.
Thrill Collins knows exactly where the jammer is. Keeping an eye on you, pal. General Mulinato coming up toward the front, trying to get a break with the shoulder. Just keeping an eye on putting that energy into the top while the feet do all the work.
Rayfan very happy to see her pivot. Angie return to the track, star in hand, but not able to complete the pass yet. General Mulinator's being held up. This is a scoring pass. You've got to give credit to both teams for the defense here.
Absolutely. It's absolutely incredible. These guys are doing an awesome job. That's the jam called with 5 more points on the board for Paris Roller Girls. We have got 3-point game.
Again, talking about the defense there, we had 5 points scored on a 2-minute jam with no jammer penalties. That's impressive. That's strong defense from both teams.
Well, it was, as we said a few times at the start of the game, that it was a little bit of a surprise how long it took Paris to get any points on the board. But look at them now. It's a 3-point game as we go into what could be the last jam of this period.
Could be, and it is lead jammer for Steph Howarth and Tiger Bay. Duracell gets air miles.
Hopefully we'll be able to see that again after this jam ends. Buffon going down on the back, just looking at the ref. Hands in the air.
Steph Howarth very pleased for that, jumping for joy.
Let's see that replay.
Yeah.
Down the inside line.
And then keep an eye, hopefully, on Duracell. There we go.
Yes.
Just
nice
avoiding the hit from Dos Santos.
Beautiful.
Apologies for my pronunciation. Elise Fouchard, I believe, has tweeted in saying, "Go PRG."
Hello to everybody joining us on Twitter.
So that was actually a YouTube comment, not a tweet. Sorry.
WFTDA TV, wherever you're watching from in the world today, let us know where you are. Okay, I think this could well be the last jam of the game. Billy Pistol and Kearney Malloy jamming, but it's Billy Pistol picking up lead. Kearney Malloy having to recycle, took quite a step away from the pack for a little run up, I think. Billy Pistol now recycling, being recycled quite far back.
Charlie shutting the door on the inside there.
As soon as the out of play warning goes up, that's through.
And Sally Bryo with a takeout. Ooh, cutting it close. Dropped by Miss Goodine right at the end.
3 points on the board for Tiger Bay.
We're gonna have at least one more jam.
Yeah. So we're a 10-point game as it stands. I think this is a little bit more what we expected. Even in the last 6 jams, the level of play has increased tenfold. I think both of the teams have kind of gone, uh-oh, and suddenly realized Paris have gone, we need to get some points on the board, let's do this. Tiger Bay have gone, uh-oh, Paris are putting some points on the board, let's do this. General Mulinato and Boba Fatish jamming. Full force on the track from both of the teams. Boba Fetish looking for a break up the front against Rosienne. No break given. Huge hits from Dos Santos up at the front now, but the momentum took her to the inside. The penalty was called and lead assessed.
Yeah, Dos Santos was the foremost blocker when the forearms penalty was assessed, so that automatically created a lead jammer. Star pass has been completed to Pip Gray, number 62. But General Mullinator, everybody focusing on where the Tiger Bay star was. No one focused on where the Paris star was. And she says 5 points, thank you very much.
5 points, which means leaves it to a 5-point game as General Mullinator is back again. But Pip is slightly ahead in the pack.
Pip Gray taken down again. Rosien laying down the bridge. General Mullinator digging in, a tit of the hand. Really got done.
Oh, we had a cut track penalty called on Pip Gray, which leaves General Mullinator with a power jam, which is going to last the majority of this last jam and still has control as lead jammer.
Now, you see, this is the thing. If I'm Paris now, I'm Paris's bench coach, I'm waiting for her to complete this pass and call it. I'm icing the pivot turn jammer in the box. And that's exactly what they do.
Oh!
And I believe we're going to be on a tied game at half-time.
We are indeed. 64-64 takes us into half-time for Paris Roller Girls versus Tiger Bay Brawlers. Well, the last half of this first period has been incredibly exciting.
What a game. What a game.
This is blowing my mind.
I'll say it's supposed to be something about Tiger Bay this weekend because their very first game against CCR was back and forth all the way, and as we said, I think we finished as like a 6-point game in the end.
Yeah. Wow, I'm just speechless. I need to go and stare at a wall for 5 minutes now just to collect my thoughts. So we're going to leave you with some sponsor messages, and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
And we are back in now with the interviews. I'm Holly and I'm going to be interviewing Sasha and Charlotte from Old Reekie, who've just had a blinder of the game. Guys, tell me about the game.
It was a really tough game. It was our third game of the weekend and we knew it was going to be a real challenge because Leeds, even though Leeds are a new team, they have the strongest players from both Leeds Roller Derby and Hot Wheels, so we wanted to do the best we could.
Yeah, absolutely. Their walls, when they were formed in their deltas, were absolutely solid to jam around. Yeah. They really were.
Really strong formation.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, you guys look like you certainly took control in the second half. Is there anything that you said differently at half time or came out with a different approach? Because your second half was glorious to watch. You had a massive amount of lead jammers awarded to you in that second half. Anything different?
Well, I think we just wanted to adjust and make our gameplay as strong as possible for the second half. So we sort of looked at what Leeds were doing and how we could work around that and play our game through their tactics rather than like trying to completely rewrite the rule book.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with Sasha. And our mental game was really on it today when we came back in our second half.
Brilliant. It was a lovely game to watch on both sides. What does the future hold for you guys? Have you got any games coming up?
We do indeed. We have a home game on April 8th. If anyone wants to come up to Edinburgh for the day, our Astros, our All-Star Rookie C team, will be playing, I believe, Blackpool. And then on the 29th of April, we are travelling to Helsinki. We're really excited. We're going to play Callio and Paris. So
Fantastic.
that'll be really fun.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun.
So take it you guys have been checking Paris out this weekend.
Yeah, just a bit.
And finally, do you guys have anything you want to say to anybody else at home?
Happy Mother's Day, Mum.
Yes, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
And thank you guys. We'll catch you back for an interview with another team shortly.
Brilliant.
Hello, I'm Holly and I'm joined by Leeds Roller Derby's Jenga and Little Dark One. Guys, that's been an absolute killer of a game here.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell me what your thoughts were about it?
Oh my God, it was epic. They are so tough, but we were so happy with the outcome. Really, really happy.
So you just played Old Reekie Roller Girls.
Yeah.
They did take the win, but you guys were so dominating in that first half, especially in those first few jams.
Yeah. We've been working on the skills, considering we've only been together like a few months. We haven't trained together too long, but it's the getting together now that we're working on the drills, and the more games we have, the more it sinks in. Hence why we're getting there. It's slowly but surely, but yeah.
It's fun. I really, really, really enjoyed it. Like yesterday I blocked, today I jammed, and it was just fun just to get out there, get on track, like meet like other people on track again, which is obvious to say, but it was nice to be with my new team because I'd not skated as a new team before.
So you guys are representing from the previous Leeds Roller Dolls and previous Hot Wheel. Have you found any sort of massive differences in the style of training now that you've come together?
I think the one thing we found is we did train, how we played was very similar, but what we said was different. So yeah, whereas everyone would just say like, oh, but zero, but then some of the dolls would be like, I might not know what it is. It's been a lot of like, we've kind of like stripped it back and said, right, this is a fresh start for us all. We're building a new team, so we're going to learn each other, learn how each other play. We're going to learn our own drills, set our own game. So we're not playing Hot Wheels game, we're not playing the Dolls game, we're playing Leeds Roller Derby games. This is new. This is totally new for us. Like every game is completely, like it's clicking more and more and more, and it's only set to get better.
You guys, honestly, beautiful to watch this weekend. I saw you gelling, and certainly in this second game, as I said, you came out so strong. It is really nice to see you guys. Of course, I know, having announced for both of you a couple of times before, it is good to see you guys forming on track. What's held in the future for Leeds Roller Derby? Have you got games coming up? Have you got anything planned?
We do. We have at home. We have the triple header, British Championships triple header. That's at home at the Leeds The Edge in 2 weeks on the 8th of April. Buy tickets now. They might sell out.
Brilliant. So you guys have got something to work towards. Are you taking away stuff from this weekend?
Yes, we'll be debriefing. We'll take away what's worked, what hasn't worked. Yeah.
Need a bath. Really need a bath.
Just to wrap up, have you guys anything you want to say to anybody out in the audience? Maybe a shout out on Mother's Day?
Hey, Mum.
Hi, Mum. No, well, thank you for everyone that's coming to support. Like even other teams that were shouting for us, we really, really appreciate it. Like it's so hard out there, but it's so much fun. But we appreciate everyone being there.
Brilliant. Had a good time at Euroclash.
Yay, thank you.
Fantastic, and thank you guys for sticking around. Stick around for more games coming up later, and keep watching on WFTDA.tv. And we are back in.
Fifth Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whiskers, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the
Hello and welcome back to Euroclash 2017, where we are seeing Paris Roller Girls and Tiger Bay Brawlers facing off, and we've got a tied score from half-time, which is 64 apiece. I'm Panda.
I am King Crazy. What a first half that was.
Incredible.
Those of you watching, go and share this. Tell all your friends they need to be watching this game on the Tyne and Fear YouTube channel. And while you're there, click subscribe as well, and on the Tyne and Fear Facebook page.
Absolutely, a big thanks to Quadders and all of the crew and the team here for keeping us right this weekend. Doing a phenomenal job putting all the streaming together, and we have been live on WFTDA TV this weekend as well, so thank you to the WFTDA for having us. If you don't already know, we've got over 400 member leagues now, and since 2005 we've grown from just 20. How incredible is that?
That's some great, and to think about how global the sport is now.
Yes, across 6 continents to be precise.
Well, we have from the Welsh capital and from the French capital here today. Just quickly, the penalties for the first half. We have Tiger Bay have had 15 penalties to Paris's 21. The interesting thing was none of the Tiger Bay jammers or recognised jammers have picked up a penalty, but yet Paris will be starting on a power jam. Pip Gray took the star pass in that last jam and was frozen in the box. Whereas Paris jammers, they have picked up a few penalties, and it'll be something they'll be looking to eliminate during this period.
Yeah, so we had probably about the first half of the first game, the first jam of the game, first period of the game.
Try again.
First half of the first period, it was pretty much a 0 score for Paris most of the way in.
Yeah, it got to about 49-0 at one point.
Yeah. It was just it was such a shock. I think initially what we were expecting, according to Flat Track Stats, was roughly a 2-1 score in favour of Paris.
Yeah, I mean, I was certainly I thought 2-1 might be a little generous, but I was expecting Paris to win, and to then be best part of 50 points down without trouble in the scorers was a bit of a surprise.
It really was. But however, they've pulled it back, and this could be a very different team for the second half. But like you said, we are starting on a power jam.
So it took 10 jams for Paris to score in the first half. You'd have thought with a power jam start and someone who's not recognised as a jammer starting in the box, you thought this would give them a good chance to put points on the board straight away.
But we'll see. General Mulinato pushing up the front, trying to break through the walls there, looking for a gap with the shoulder, trying desperately to get through. But hello, Dos Santos is not letting it through. And out of play warning goes up. And I think a penalty was also called there, but lead was assessed.
No, I think it was the little bit of confusion. Now the out of play penalty goes. It goes on Angie. Interesting to see Boba Fetish, one of the recognised Tiger Bay jammers, has the stripe on. So as Pip Gray comes out of the pack. Ooh, collision there between Sally Brayor and Pip Gray, but everybody's back up.
So this is what I think we were expecting to see, the star pass.
Rose Hyen again with the drawback. So perhaps Boba Fetish coming around for the sneaky handoff.
And for the first time in the game, Paris Roller Girls are in the lead.
Sneaky Grand Slam.
Very nicely done. General Mulinato right in the momentum
right into
of
the
the
hip
hip.
of Dos Santos.
Wow.
That hurt. General Mulinato, yeah, that's taken the wind out of you.
Dos Santos laying down some incredible hits.
Like,
Look at that.
we think it's going to come here on the replay. Bang! Take a seat.
Huge, so a 13-point jam for Paris Roller Girls there with just over 30 seconds for that jam. 77-64. I'm sure all of the Paris fans at home are going to be screaming at their TVs right now.
That's the point, actually. Lead change.
Yeah.
Forgot that.
Oh, I mentioned it. It's all right, catch up.
Okay.
Steph
Yes, boss.
Howarth and Duracell jamming now. Duracell is out up ahead, but a forearms penalty. Take a seat for the next 30 seconds. Lead was available, so Steph Howarth picking that up.
There's also one of the Paris blockers, I think it's Buffon, is also in the box for a forearms penalty.
So a 4-1-3 pack advantage as well as the power jam here for Steph Howarth and Tiger Bay.
And Samu gets the cut track penalty. Ava Assassin drew that one.
Through on a scoring pass now, Steph Howarth.
Nice offensive sweep. That was wild.
Another 5 points on the board.
So there's no pack for a moment as both the remaining Paris blockers were swept off the track by the Tiger Bay offense.
Buffon back straight into the pack, trying to make some holes for Duracell.
Low block called on Killer Bell.
Another 5 points on the board for Steph Howarth, which means another lead change. Steph Howarth now looking for a break down the inside, but closed down by Nasty. Nicely done. 3 points more on the board there for Tiger Bay, so that was an 18-point jam for Tiger Bay. 82-77 for Paris.
So the two lead changes in the first two jams, having been tied at half-time. You know what I said just as we came in about tell your friends to log on and watch this? Yeah, go do it. Otherwise, they will have big-time FOMO.
Billy Pistol and Curdie Malloy jamming now with just it's a 4-on-3 pack advantage for Tiger Bay. These jammers are working so hard. They're going to be absolutely whacked by the time this is done. Ready for bed, I think. But not just now. Billy Pistol scooching around the outside for lead.
Dos Santos putting the big hit on Super Cute. Super Cute is going in to offer some offense. She's back up in time now for Billy Pistol. Miscadine with the takeout. Dos Santos with the takeout on Curdie Malloy. Backwards derby.
Who else? So drawing that round now back to turn 4. Draw that line right the way back. Billy Pistol back behind the pack and going nice and low around the outside, but super cute. Had a number there. A high block's been called.
And it's on Cody Maloney, so I think it was while she was attempting the star pass. Must have made contact with an opposition player above the shoulders, above the neck, I should say.
Billy Pistol now has control of this jam.
Miss Gadine has control of her, taking her out to the outside.
Nice little shoulder check there from Pip at the back. And that's it, calling the jam off. It's going to be a nice power start for Tiger Bay. But that was a 4-point pass. I apologize, 5 points. 87 to 77. It's a 10-point game as it stands at the moment. We are just under 25 minutes to go.
And don't forget, we do have more games for you. We have Newcastle versus Central City at approximately 3 p.m. 5 p.m. Middlesbrough versus Bear City, and Ireland versus Scotland at 7.
All right, power start underway.
It's Boba Fetish.
Cody Malloy still sitting in the 5th block of skates penalty box. No, now standing.
Someone's going to... one of the target. I think that's Wild that's gone.
A lot of tussling as we come through turn 1 now. Both of our jammers back in the pack. Lead is available and assist to Cody Malloy.
No, it's been changed. It's a bat block. I did wonder. The contact to number 81, Angie, who now has the star, so this jam will go the full 2 minutes.
And the referees were running the instant replay in their heads at this point. Angie now up at the front of the pack behind Ollie Bobak and through.
So Roshian has picked up what I believe is her 5th penalty.
Ooh.
So she needs to be a little careful. That was a direction of play penalty. This jam, of course, will go the 2 minutes now.
Angie blamming their way through the pack. Nicely done. Looking for a break down the inside line. Shut down by Paris Wall. Recycled around the outside, right the way back through turn 3.
Sally Breor with a takeout there. We've got the jammer returning to the track, Cody Malloy, who's still on her initial pass, though. Been started in the box, gone in the box again. That was lovely work from the pivot.
Cody Malloy having completed that initial pass now, so the next pass is going to be a scoring pass with 26 seconds on the clock.
So pivot Rosien came out of the box, very effective on the offense.
Oh, right in the rope on the outside. Beautifully done. 5 points.
So that's the first 5 points put up. Angie is on a scoring pass, but just having a tough time with that white wall.
And that white wall is going to be keeping that down nicely just to make sure that Cody Malloy has the opportunity to claw back some more of that points. Those points, I should say. I do speak English.
Really?
10 for Paris. So 87, 4 for Tiger Bay, taking their score to 91. It's a 4-point game with just over 22 minutes left.
I just want to give a thank you to our penalty box sponsor even, 5th Block of Skates. 5th Block of Skates. It's Gallus, by the way. That's my poor attempt at a Scottish accent.
We haven't also mentioned Double Threat Skates, who are one of our sponsors as well.
Somebody we have mentioned is Steph Howarth, straight through on the inside, lead jammer.
Nicely done as the pack still hasn't got past turn 2 yet. Pip holding the fort with Dos Santos up at the front there. Attila Lahan holding it, an out of play block there to Dos Santos.
Oh, fall down. Everybody falls down. Everybody gets back up again.
There's a song in there somewhere. Steph Howarth calling it off with 3 points on the board. 94 plays 87.
So Pip Gray and Dos Santos both go to the box in that jam, so it'll be a 4-on-2 pack advantage for Paris going into this one. Seven points in it, 21 minutes to go. So Duracell up against Billy Pistol.
Billy Pistol drawn right the way back through turn 4 for the recycle. And it is Paris picking up lead. Duracell nicely done on the outside around the pack.
Billy Pistol trying to find the way past. That's Kill Bell that's doing a number on her there.
Oh, beautiful footwork on the outside from Billy Pistol, finding the smallest gap and using it to full advantage.
Yeah, I've noticed with Billy Pistol, she does like to try and go low round the outside.
So that was the jam called with nothing on the board at that point for Tiger Bay.
And we have a team timeout by Tiger Bay with a 3-point game.
Just under 20 and a half minutes left. I was giving a shout out just as we started that jam to Double Threat Skates. We'll just let you know they're the UK's most expert roller derby store. They offer full fitting service and advice you can trust from experienced skaters. To go along with your Double Threat Skates, why not get some Power Grayskull leggings? Sports apparel with a difference. Made to measure, custom designs, custom fit. We've got you covered. Made from the best fabric we can find. The Power of Grayskull. Be the difference.
Also want to draw something else for you to put in your calendars. April the 21st to the 23rd in Manchester, the Roller Derby World Summit. Keynote speakers include United Nations Women, ESPN, Roller Derby Beirut, WFTDA.com as well. And Sven.
He's just passed us a note that just said, and Sven. Hey, I'm going to be there too.
Hang on a second. This is a guy who at the first Men's World Cup had a role created just for him and was listed in the programme as official tournament Sven.
Yeah, big thumbs up and a grin from him there. So Roller Derby World Summit, as you've mentioned, is hosted by Rainy City Roller Derby. Tickets are on sale now. WFTDA.com/RDWS/tickets. 5-second call goes up. Next jam starting on the next whistle. There we go. Cody Malloy and Rafen jamming. High block called straight off the line there.
That's on Kemp. So that thins out the Tiger Bay wall a little bit. Pip Gray going all the way back, but didn't realise Cody Malloy was already back on track. Interesting fact about Cody Malloy, this is only her second game for Paris. Her first was this morning.
But picking up lead jammer, doing incredibly well. I would have been surprised if you just said it was her first game of roller derby. Nah, she's experienced. Cody Malloy looking for a break down the outside line. Huge gap, 5 points.
So when there's only one blocker on the track, it makes life a lot easier.
Lead change.
Lead change. Take a sip of your chosen beverage.
So Cody Malloy coming back on another scoring pass now, doing such a phenomenal job, scooching around the pack and breaking into triple figures with another 5 points, 101 on the board.
Looks like, I think it's a star been passed to Pip Gray. Can't tell. Nope, it's still in the hands of Rafen.
Rafen struggling to break through those back walls. Trying to get a little bit of help from fellow blockers.
Although the Tiger Bay now actually have full complement of blockers back on. Pip Gray has now taken the star.
Lovely bit of footwork from Pip Gray up at the front, just using some great juking and toe stop work.
And Cody Malloy calls it off. She'd already picked up 3 of the points.
That was an 18-point jam for Paris. 109 plays 94 as we've got just over 18 and a half minutes left on the clock.
So lining up next will be common pairing, Steph Howarth for Tiger Bay and General Mullinator. I've been reliably informed, and if I'm wrong, blame Sven, that General Mullinator is actually a musician in the French army, hence the name.
Ah.
So Sven's just saying to blame someone else. He's passing the buck already.
It wasn't him.
It was. It's his handwriting.
You could read that?
Just. You haven't seen mine.
Back on track, Steph Howarth having a hard time up at the front, but some great hits from Paris. Nasty doing an incredible job.
But Steph Howarth very smartly was on the inside, managed to get hips behind hips to come back on. That time it'll be a no pass, no penalty, no lead jammer.
I think it was worth it just to get through. That was an awful lot of work for that. So
Star has been passed as well. That is now to Sam Hughes, so this jam will go 2 minutes.
Didn't notice. So full 2.
So General Mullinator going back to draw the cut, but unfortunately the skater's got to go out of bounds for it to be a cut. Steph did a great job keeping her feet in.
4 points on the board for Tiger Bay. 98, so only 2 away from the ton.
This jam will now go the full 2 minutes.
Coming back in on another scoring pass. Steph Howarth trying to break in on the inside, knocked to the infield, going back for another go.
Well, Samu has taken the start as pivot. She has started with the star on a couple of occasions this weekend. She is no stranger to it. Nice toe-stop moves across the inside, but drawn back by Wild.
Samu trying to find a break on the outside line, really pushing forward, actually. Very nicely done, so close to the track tape. There was a multiplayer block penalty called on the inside there, but Paris picking up 4 points. Samu, great job.
So that penalty was on Thrill Collins, and General Moulinator moved back on defence, drawing back. Samu actually doing a bit of fifth blocker there. Shout out to one of our sponsors.
Pushing forward on that Tiger Bay wall, trying to find a hole to push through, coming up against the hips of Wild, but not finding a break. However, we've got both of our teams in the hundreds now. A 7-9 jam in favour of Paris, 116 for Paris. Tiger Bay on 103 with just over 16 minutes to go.
Right, you have told all your friends to go and watch and subscribe to the Tyne and Fear YouTube channel and the Tyne and Fear Facebook page, haven't you?
Well, if you haven't, you can always follow the action on Twitter, hashtag Euroclash 2017, if you're not able to tune in just now.
Yeah, follow at NRG Roller Girls for the live Twitter updates.
Miss Galan and Billy Pistol jamming. Miss Galan a little bit further ahead, but coming up against Dos Santos, manages to juke around nicely, picking up lead jammer.
Billy Pista taken out and drawn back by, I think that's Sally Breuer. Star has been stashed. Not the Miss Gadeem's bother, that's 5 in the sky. Bit of roller derby bingo, announcer bingo for you.
Quite a lot of recycling going on here on the outside of the track.
Oh,
Miss
lovely.
Gadan down the outside, beautiful footwork, riding that rope on the outside.
So Billy Pistol once again trying that low dip round the outside. Star pass just before she was knocked out of point.
Oh, nice. Lovely bit of footwork action there. I was hoping we might get a replay, but I don't think we quite got it.
Pip Gray now as the star again, taking out Roz Hyen has really done a number on whichever Tiger Bay jammer has been out there on this jam.
Absolutely.
And Charlie getting involved, Kill Bill getting involved as well.
Pip managing to keep the footwork inbounds there, nicely done and out. Initial pass completed. Jam has ended with 4 points on the board.
24.
Paris Roller Girls.
Sorry.
So a full 24, like you say.
I'm sorry.
For that jam. You can talk now.
Thank you. If looks could kill, I would have been a dust spot then.
Anyway, 103 on the board for Tiger Bay, 140 for Paris Roller Girls. We're about halfway through with just over 14 minutes left on the clock. Next jam is in play now.
I didn't say anything after that look.
Shut up, man. Get on with it.
And now she's telling me to shut up as well. Hang on, what have we got here? It is a low block called on Duracell. I did wonder.
Wow. I don't think the bench agreed with that, but they rarely do. So taking a seat with Tiger Bay's power jam now.
There's a Boba Fetish on the time. Ollie Barr back on the brace. Super Cute is in there along with, I think it's Buffon is the third blocker. Nasty's been held at the back as pivot. Nitrogen comes in as offense.
Nasty reforming the front wall.
So the Paris team's skate skills in general are just very, very good, which allows them when they're being trapped at the back to get round.
Beautiful footwork. Nice tight juking. Holding the lines up at the front. We have an out-of-play block called up at the front on number 7, Nasty for Paris. And lead is eventually assessed, and it's Tiger Bay, Boba Fetish.
But I say, Duracell is out of the boxes through. And that was good work again by, I think that was Ollie Barback, who managed to get back in front of Boba Fetish and reabsorb her into the pack.
So no movement on the scores in that last jam. Still 140 to 103 in favour of Paris. But I think as we've seen perpetually throughout this game, the score changes and then one inches ahead and then the other one pulls it back.
Well, one thing we know is that each team are capable of going on about a 50-point run unanswered. Oh, what a lovely spin move from Steph, but couldn't quite hold her feet. Sally Breyer with the takeout again.
Cody Malloy struggling to find a break on the inside, being not recycled so much, but just pushed back behind the pack.
Now Steph went down. She was taken out by Charlie, who also went down, but she got up a little bit too quickly and got back up in front of everybody. So does pick up the cut.
Everybody. Attila Lahan trying to hold the line, but being knocked to the outfield. Cody Malloy with a huge hit from Dos Santos, but it looks like Dos Santos for a penalty.
And I think Dos Santos went for a forearm and Kemp for a multiplayer.
So it looks like we've got a full fifth block of skates. Penalty box for Tiger Bay for the time being. Cody Malloy taking a hit to the outside and recycling back behind Attila Lahan. Tiger Bay jammer resuming. Steph back on track. There was a high block
called on Cody Malloy. I think that's her second one as a jammer.
And a cut track there on the inside as well, but that was for 7 Nasty, and that's not the first time she's been in the penalty box in this jam.
But Steph having a tough time. It's Samu and Charlie, just as I say that. So Dos Santos went for the big hit on Sally Breyer, who saw it coming and just did the ole.
So Pack just having a leisurely skate with a little bit of roller derby involved there.
Steph Houth manages to dig in, push through, put 5 much-needed points on the board for Tiger Bay. Samu has just dropped Attila Lahan in the pack.
Cody Malloy back on track now. But 5 more points on the board there for Tiger Bay, and that's a 10-point jam for Tiger Bay. But not without score for Paris. It was a 5-point jam.
This is the replay. I believe this is the takeout. One of the takeouts on Cody Malloy. Yeah, she just goes around the outside. Attila Lahan shut the door.
Huge hits. Tiger Bay are just taking the Paris Roller Girls jammers off of their feet.
Got some strong big hitters in orange today.
Yeah.
Billy Pistol taking a run up.
General Mulinato is trying to fight for that front line again. Getting a little bit of an assist up at the front from, I think it was... Oh, wait. Rosie N was trying to get a break on the inside line just to help a jammer, but didn't quite manage to push it back, but did force Billy Pistol for the recycle.
Strong defense up front from Wild and Angie, holding back General Mulinator. The referee's looking at it very closely, but it's all good.
Billy Pistol taking a tumble toward the back there, but looking for a break to try and get the hips around the inside. Struggling to do so. Rosie M was trying to call the cut, trying to draw the cut then, but didn't quite manage. Hips were what mattered then.
Something I really liked about that, Rosie M went back, put her arms up. Have I got the cup? No. Right, don't argue. Straight back into position. I like seeing things like that. General Mulinator also likes being lead jammer. She's done it a lot this weekend.
Absolutely. I think she had a really good run in the last jam as well. In the last game, the last Paris game, it was General Mulinato put at least 61 points on the board. It could have been more.
Rosian is sat back in the box. I think we've had a star pass. Yep, Billy Pistol was passed the star. Angie, once again, the recipient of the star pass, number 81.
General Mulinato still has control of the jam, calling it off from the outfield.
Yeah, taken out by Wild at the end, decided, yeah, that's enough, that'll do. And don't forget, one of our lovely sponsors this weekend is Kaya, unmatched durability and superior comfort. Kaya, it's time.
It is time indeed. Of course, a big thank you to the Newcastle Roller Girls for hosting us this weekend, and Tyne and Fear for providing the wonderful streaming and all the tech goodness.
Yeah, they're not bad, I suppose.
All right. Back on track, we've got Raven and Duracell jamming. There's a high block that's been assessed already.
It's on Raven, so And a very happy Duracell sort of smiling and nodding as she comes through. Has the lead jammer.
This could be the jam that makes the difference, pushes that point differential even further forward to the point at which in the last third of this half, it's going to be difficult for Tiger Bay to start clawing it back.
So just
it's not impossible, but difficult.
A little hop over fail at the end there just to get through, pick up the 5 points. And goes to coordinated Paris offense.
Very nicely done. It's like synchronized swimming.
And lovely
beautiful.
inside sweep. That was, I think, super cute at the front. The pivot was the one who led it.
Another 10 points so far.
Nasty with the knockout Buffon with the drawback. Duracell with 4 points.
Very nicely done. Great footwork on the outside there.
I'm not sure if Duracell is smiling or she's just got a white mouth guard.
Maybe it's both. Looking for a break down the outside, but knocked to the outfield. It can be a tricky place through the corners to go, especially when you've got a pack that is eagle-eyed as Tiger Bay.
And we have a star pass. Fail. Number 3 now has the star for Tiger Bay.
Duracell still has control of this jam. Pack to find at the front. Oh, huge gapper in the middle there for a 5-point pass. Nicely done. That's a 19-point jam. We could even go as far as to say this could be the highest scoring jam of the game so far.
Hopefully Sven's listening and we'll check that.
I'm sure we'll get a note waved at us very shortly, if not. So if my memory serves me right, we haven't had any in the 20s.
I don't think there's been any 20-point jams so far this game.
Let's see where that takes us. Did we have a penalty at the end there?
I think Big Smack was calling a penalty for something.
Oh no, it was a 5-point pass. There you go. 24-point jam.
So this is Raven coming back into the pack, taken out by Nasty, drawn back by Buffon, and that lovely spin move from Duracell to get through.
That was fantastic. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. We've got a team timeout that's been called by Tiger Bay. That's their last one.
That's their last one. That was the highest jam. Highest point scored in a jam, I should say. 24 points on that one. The previous high was 19, which I think was Paris's first points.
Sven's keeping us right with all the good stats.
Oh, no, hang on. He's now just suddenly saying he's pointing something out to us.
While you're reading that, I'm just going to give a shout out to Roller Derby City, skater owned and operated. We make merch, scrimmage and uniforms, and we've just introduced new legwear, leggings, capris, cycling shorts and shorts to offer a full top-to-toe uniform service.
Just right. It's actually the joint highest jam. Miss Gadine a few jams ago put up 24 points in a jam.
Oh, well, I obviously wasn't paying attention. Paris Roller Girls on 176 points. Tiger Bay on 113. Just over 5.5 minutes on the clock. Stationary at the moment until we come out of the team timeout.
I think this was a bit more what we were expecting.
Yes.
Yeah, about the 3 to 2 points margin in favour of Paris. So then when Tiger Bay went 49-0 up, everyone was a little bit shocked.
Yeah, I was a little bit speechless at that point, but you never know what's going to happen in roller derby. So we've got a direction of gameplay penalty assessed.
That was on Angine,
and
the pivot.
Cut. So Tiger Bay in the penalty box, the 5th blocker penalty box, and Cuddy Malloy for lead.
So Steph Howard sat down. Ollie Barback, Samu, Charlie, and Sally Braille. It's a low block called on Wild.
Thrill Collins now holding up that back line as the pack starts to skate backwards. Anticipating Angie coming back onto the track.
So Samu trying to occupy Dos Santos. Wise move. Easier said than done though.
Oh, huge hit on the inside, but a direction of gameplay penalty there for... I thought that was for Sally Braille, but it isn't.
Throw Collins. Charlie again with the takeout. Charlie's another one who's just had a very solid game, very smart game. As Dos Santos does the drawback as well.
Steph Malloy trying to get through the inside on toe stops. Had a really hard time of it. Like 4 passes through the pack that have been attempted so far. I'm not surprised that helmet cover's coming off.
Steph Malloy? Is that a combination of the two jammers?
Yeah. Howarth.
So we've got Steph Malloy and Curdy Howarth, Jeremy.
Whoopsie.
Oh dear, I was expecting to be told to shut up again then.
I thought I'd better leave it alone. You're bigger than me.
Yeah, so are Oompa Loompas.
Yeah, thanks for that. Hey,
So the
I've got green hair. That
This
could work.
is true. Star Stash has got through. That's got Steph Howarth through. Curdy Malloy does call a jam off. And your regularly scheduled sanity shall resume. Maybe.
A 15-point jam for Paris Roller Girls. Just shy of 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Paris on 191. Tiger Bay 113. I think we've got a rough idea of which way this is going to go, unless the next two jams turn out incredibly well in favour of Tiger Bay.
Well, it's a 77-point difference. 77. There's definitely time for at least 2 more jams. It's possible. That's a good start.
Billy Pistol with a great job at on the inside line. Lovely footwork on toe stops for the lead. Another high block penalty has been assessed, and that's sending Pip Gray to the penalty box. General Mulinato now has exited the pack. A no pass, no penalty call, or no pass, no point from the inside.
But I think that will be 4 points. I think that'll be 4 points each. Billy Pistol very aware there of who she needed to come behind and who she didn't.
Oh, I wasn't even sure if I caught any contact there.
Yeah, Billy Pistol just with a little nudge on Mulinator over the inside.
It was so slight, but it made such a difference.
I think Billy Pistol basically was just trying to spring Pip Gray from the box.
General Mulinato then was just like, thank goodness I can go and have a sit down. That was a huge hit. Well, I think it was only a small hit. An awful lot of power going into it caused an awful lot of damage.
I think it was just one of those where it was the timing as much as anything and the placement.
We haven't seen an awful lot of jammer on jammer action at all throughout this game.
Throughout the weekend, really, we've not seen much.
That's true.
So we have Duracell and Boba Fetish. And Duracell just fights away past Angie at the front. Although Angie and Pip between them. Sorry, Wild between them.
Wild's going to be taking a seat for an out of play block. Next pass is a scoring pass for Duracell.
So offense offered by Rosien.
Nasty holding up that front line. Doing a great job. Angie trying to mark her to keep down Duracell as they come back toward the front of the pack now.
Rosien offering the offense.
Out of play warning goes up at the front there, and the penalty straight in as Duracell I don't even think noticed that the out of play warning was up because they could have skated straight ahead.
So the out of play warning went to Angie as pivot, so Boba Fetish has no one to pass the star to, or not legally anyway. Super Cute just sat one-on-one, doing a great job on Boba Fetish.
Very nice. Don't even think Boba Fetish has noticed that they've lost the pivot, but it's like it's a bit of a stash anyway. Yeah.
Everybody goes off as the Duracell forced to the inside.
Nasty looking for that back line and recycling. Boba back. Oh, nice little bit of a scooch around Rosien there.
It's been easier said than done most of the game.
Oh, absolutely. Great work on the inside line there, Rosien.
And Thrill Collins as well doing the recycle. That'll about do it.
Well, that takes us to the unofficial final. Paris Roller Girls finally breaking in to the 200s. And this is probably more of what the Flat Track Stats prediction took us to. We were expecting around a 2-1 score differential. Roughly.
Pretty much, yeah. It was 23-42 to be precise, so pretty much 2-1.
Yeah. So that's the final score now. So Paris Roller Girls 203, Tiger Bay Brawlers 117. Wow.
What a game. What a turnaround. You've got to give huge amount of credits to Paris Roller Girls. From getting off to that really slow start, being 49 to zip behind, to come back and then win 203 to 117.
It was, like we said a few times, it was a bit of a surprise going into the first few jams, and we were like, was it something 10 or 11 jams where there was just no score from Paris whatsoever? But they really pulled it back, and I had a feeling that the second half was going to be them just kind of inching forward and pushing it, and that's what we saw.
And we also saw is that they stayed a little cleaner in the second half, certainly with the penalties. And Tiger Bay, who didn't have a jammer penalty, they had the star pass and then the pivot/jammer penalty in the first half. Picked up a few more jammer penalties in the second half, which gave Paris the chance to accumulate the points.
But I think still a relatively clean game all round, with the exception of 1 or 2.
Yep.
But we did really nicely. So this was a really exciting game. Thrilled to have called with you.
It's been a pleasure.
King Crazy. I'm going to head off and do some interviews now, which you'll get to see in the halftime of their next game. And we'll see you again soon. Next game is going to be Newcastle versus Central City.
Fifth Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by name.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whiskers, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. 5th Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of hope.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, you know, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Living in a city that's full of
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of hope.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guards, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Hello, we are back. I am Chasing Katie.
And I'm Sven Will I Be Famous, and we're going to be here for Game 10 of Euroclash.
Can't believe there's been 10 already. It's been unreal.
And you're going to see tournament hosts Newcastle Roller Girls against Central City Roller Girls.
Last time they played each other a couple of years ago, and it was Central City who got the win, 150 to Newcastle's 132 back in 2015.
I possibly refereed that game. In fact, I know I refereed that game, so it'll be different to see from this angle.
Absolutely. And we've had a bit of a mention so far today for a couple of officials this weekend celebrating big figures. 100 games for Kilobyte and Bath Vader.
Yep, so Kilobyte is our jam ref, or one of the jam refs. She's going to be the jam ref for Central City in the first period. And I believe Bath Vader is one of the penalty box officials.
She is indeed. Massive milestone for them.
Of course, just to let you know, this is going out on WFTDA.tv. And we just want to let you know, obviously, that WFTDA is where we're going to see the 2017 International Playoffs and Championships. Teams competing this weekend boost their rankings and qualify for the summer playoffs. And these playoff seedings will be released on July the 14th.
But we have less than 3 minutes to go, so let's go through some rosters. First up, Newcastle. We have got D-Rama Bomb, Fräulein Katastic, Helen Drew, Missy Powpow the captain, Big Tall Jock, Hit One Pearl One, Zoe Hayes, Anita Be Nasty, Lucy, Method Mam, Bucks Liz, Mills and Boom, Calamity James, and Raven Detta.
Yeah, we'll just check that number for 3-6 Method Man, whether she was on the roster yesterday as 421, which is why there was that uniform mix-up. We'll see if she's wearing 3-6 or 421, whether or not that roster's been changed over. So we'll look now at Central City. So we have Bunny Massacre, Woo Ha, Medley Idol, Charlie Scraplin, Tinchy Slider, Griffin Brawl, Agent Dana Scurry, Dr. Inoculator, or Dr. Knock as you can see on the screen, Vivla France, Brooks Jellymean, Scar Siren, Treble Maker, and Western Super Claire. So So yes, Method Man, just to confirm, that is for Newcastle, is going to be wearing 421.
Bit of confusion caused yesterday when she reported to the penalty box and nobody knew who she was.
Yeah, so it looks like, I think there's, obviously we got our rosters based off what the WFTDA had on their charter roster system. But obviously there's been a mix-up somewhere because Method Man has played under, I believe, 3-6 for a while now, and definitely been on a roster as 3-6, but I'm not sure if she's been on the charter roster as 3-6, which is maybe where the confusion had come around. It's always the case when skaters change their numbers over.
And looks like less than a minute to go, and it's Lucy who's going to be up to jam first for Newcastle.
I can't quite see at the moment who it is that we've got. They are hiding. It might be Scar Siren.
Looks like it might be, but they're...
Unfortunately, Zoe Hayes has just stepped right in front of the only view I've had of the jammer, so we'll see that in just a second.
Does she not know that we're trying to do a feat here? CCR, this is their second game of the weekend. They won first game yesterday against Tiger Bay. Very close game, 167 to 161 in that one.
The crowd just helping the jam timer out, especially after that earlier game where we confirmed that 5 seconds is indeed 5 seconds.
It's 5 seconds. I'm glad we had Righteous Oxide for that.
It's actually Viv LaFrance that we've got jamming for Central City. Just tries to take the outside, managed to get around Missy Pow Pow out for lead.
But Juicy Lucy is now. I kept calling her Juicy Lucy because that was her previous name. She is out. Newcastle 3 at the front basin. Nice pincer move. 2 blockers moving in. Jam called off.
Viv goes for the quick call off, picks up 2. So 2 points on the board. Central City, Newcastle 0. That was a very fast jam, less than 35 seconds for the jam itself.
It was a quick game yesterday for Newcastle against Paris. They were really trying to keep things moving fast. Paris tried shutting them down. Paris did get the win in that one. It was 236 to 76. Looks like Jock's on the line for Newcastle.
And Tinchy Slider for Central City. Jock through on the inside, picks up a lead for Newcastle. Tinchy Slider gets knocked to the inside, but looks like Anita B. Nasty picks up a forearms penalty in not that hit to Tinchy Slider.
Tinchy, we may be seeing her later in the Team Ireland game against Team Scotland. 7 o'clock that one starts.
Tinchy stashes the star and gets through. Jock's got 5 going up, sees Tinchy out the pack and calls off the jam. So again, another quite fast jam there.
Deciding not to run it out and let her block her out the box, just deciding to start 4-3 down in the pack.
Tinchy's been one of the standout jammers for CCR. I think in one of the games she had 91% lead average. Wow. She was averaging about 9 points a jam. I believe that was in their first game they had yesterday.
Yes. CCR only playing 2 this weekend, am I right? They played Tiger Bay yesterday first up.
Yeah, so it would have been in the game against Tiger Bay that she was averaging 9 points a jam.
And we've got Western Super Claire trying to get some points, lead change for CCR. Let's see what she can do at the front.
Raven Detta jamming for Newcastle. She's actually sporting a mustache and monocle this time round.
I was going to say, she's had a bit of a look change since last night. Raven, one of the newer additions to the jammer rotation for Newcastle.
And to the Canny Belter, she's been skating with the Whippin' Hinnies for a little while. She transferred in, I believe, from Rainy City earlier last year, I think it was.
Good start for her. She did get lead coming out of the pack. Meanwhile, Western Super Claire still struggling to get out the front of that formidable Newcastle wall.
Zoe Hayes picks up the outer player block, so we'll get back to a 3-on-3 pack. Raven calling it from the infield. He's going to see if she gets 4 points go up, so Newcastle extending their advantage, shutting out Central City again.
And it is Lucy back on the track for Newcastle.
Lucy being one of the stronger jammers for Newcastle this weekend.
And one of the more experienced in the team.
A lot of experience. I think been playing since about 2007 when old Riki formed.
Yes, yes. With a little trip down to London for a little while there as well.
And obviously some international duties for a little while with England. Before settling back in Newcastle in her hometown, home city.
It is Tinchy Slider who gets out though. She picks up leads. Lucy chasing her down fast.
So two small, fast jammers here, both getting up to this fast pack. Newcastle trying to hold the front wall, protect the points. Looks like they forced the call off with no points going up for either team. Newcastle there just racing the pack, trying to protect their points. Hopefully give Lucy the chance to get up to some of those blockers, but Tinchy just managed to shut the jam
They were
down.
pace for pace there. And I think it's going to get loud in here this afternoon. Newcastle's final game of the weekend.
Nice big crowd here in the Walker Dome. We've actually got people up on the balcony as well as in the bleachers and the Suicide, and that kind of mid-ground between Suicide and bleachers. Big tall Jock back on the line for Newcastle. Just tries to skip round the outside of Dr. Knock, but gets knocked out. She's going to be recycled all the way back behind the jam line.
And it's Viv LaFrance for CCR at the front. Big tall Jock made the Team Scotland training squad, managed to see her play in that final selection game, and she was doing brilliantly. Really great game for her yesterday. Hoping she can do that again today.
Viv LaFrance out with lead, getting into her first scoring pass. She's got Hit One, Pearl One and Drama Bomb at the front. Fraulein Catasta coming up to try and bolster them. Gets knocked out. Nothing goes up for Newcastle. Just going to wait and see what goes up for Central City. Looks like Killer Bites just having a quick word with Glenn Maranga on the outside to confirm the passes. And the full four does go up. So it looks like Viv was able to get past and get the points of Drama Bomb and Hit One, Pearl One.
Nice work there by CCR as well, trying to sprint to the front and reform.
So it looks like it's going to be, I think that's Mills and Boom on the line for Newcastle. And Tinchy is going to be for Central City. Missy Pow Pow currently standing in the penalty box, serving the forearms for the last jam.
Mills and Boom, first time we've seen her jamming this weekend.
Yeah, I think especially in the last game against Paris, Newcastle ended up going with a bigger, heavier hitting blockers rather than their more agile get out of the way jammers.
Yes, you saw Missy Pow Pow and Calamity James join that rotation. Lead does go to Mills and Boom. Oh, but she is called for a cut, so she will take her first trip to the fifth blocker skates penalty box.
Great call from the outside. You can just see the toe over the line as she made the pass, and that OPR signals it. So a bit of the time lag it takes the OPR signal for the jammer to pick up the cut track. So lead was awarded, but not. So lead will still be open, and obviously Tinchy's got that now. She's just trying to back underneath Missy, but it looks like she's picked up the penalty in doing that as well. Forearms taking a whip off Missy Pow Pow as she goes round.
Naughty, naughty, but that does release Mills and Boom back into play. Nice by Mills there, just managed to ghost her way around CCR's pack.
Just completing her initial pass, so she's now going to get up and scoring on Central City's blockers if she can. Nod from the outside to say she was clear for the pass.
Head to head with Troublemaker at the front now. I think again, think she thought she was called on a cut. OPR looked like he was going to signal it, but had a quick check and decided against it, so Mills returns to track.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion of whistles there, and Mills thought she had got the penalty, so went to the box. OPR correcting quickly and returning it to the track. Tinchy through, picks up 5.
Tinchy managing to take advantage of that bit of confusion, a bit of unopposed point scoring.
We'll just give a shout out to Kaya. A truly personalised fit, it's your time. So that's Kaya, one of our lovely sponsors this weekend, making this event happen. And we've had Freeham and Kid Block here sizing people up for Kaya skates all weekend.
Very busy this weekend. It is Western Super Clare jamming for CCR. And it looks like Lucy for Newcastle.
Yeah, we can't quite see her at the moment because she's hidden by that quite tall wall of CCR blockers.
And she is very tiny, to be fair. Lucy gets through, picks up leads.
I believe that was Agent Dana Scurry, picks up multiplayer block, which is what released Lucy that little hole in the CCR wall.
Dana, another Team Ireland skater, so probably seeing her at 7 o'clock.
Western Superclair just stuck behind that, just shuffling a wall, drama bomb, hit one, pill one, being braced by Zoe Hayes with Fraulein Katastic, just doing a great job bridging the pack back to the CCR 3-4 now that Dana Scurry comes back to track.
Nice work by Wu there, trying to force Lucy out on the outside of the apex. But Lucy has that great toe stop work, managing to stay on.
So Dana Scurry went up on the offense. There was a no pack, and then she knocked hit one, pill one off the track, getting the out of play block. So she's going to be going back to the penalty box like seconds after she came out.
Wu joining her in the fifth blocker skates penalty box. So CCR will start 4-2 down in the pack.
Newcastle just holding a close lead, 19-16, coming on 10 minutes of period time gone.
And that is a lead change, I believe.
Yeah, so they've just skipped past from 2 points behind now to 3 points in front. So
what's been amazing this weekend is how close these games have been between all of the teams.
It's one of those things with the invitationals where the teams can have input into which teams they'd like to play. And they're all looking at close games. They're looking at games that are going to boost their rankings, which, of course, what we said about these teams are looking for Divisional 2, D2 playoff opportunities coming up this at the end of the regular season in 2017.
And it's Big Tall Jock who gets out. She is leads as Brooks fights against Anita Be Nasty on the outside. She's trying to complete her initial pass.
I think we'll see a replay of that little apex jump over the back of Bunny Massacre when we get into the next lineup time.
Jock, nice shoulder hip check to Jock, sends her to the outside. Brooks had stashed the star but has now got it back on her head. Cut call to Jock there just as she thought she was going to call it off. She will serve her penalty. Brooks is through. That's 5 points for her. We could see another lead change on the go here.
So Brooks is going to look for this pass here. Slightly diminished pack with Anita Be Nasty currently standing in the penalty box.
CCR just swarming around Newcastle just now and shutting down any attempts to help keep Brooks at bay.
Yeah, they just held Bucks Liz at the back of the pack there. So although you had Helen Drew and Katastic at the front, Bucks Liz just being held at the back, allowing CCR to control the pack pace and obviously take a blocker out of the game.
Oh, Dana Scurry there. She manages to keep Jock out, recycling her back to the start of turn one.
Huge hit from Katastic to take out Brooks. Out of play being signalled, so that three at the front being forced to hold off. 4 points go for Central City, 4 points go for Newcastle.
I think we're going to see a lot of hard-hitting jams. We do have the replay of that hit on Katastic.
So you can see Katastic here spots Brooks going around the outside and throws a lovely, I was going to say a hip shot, but I think it was actually a shoulder and hip.
Side of the body, I think. I think that's the thing, is that Newcastle, if they really manage to put some weight behind this, could be successful in shutting down CCR, especially those experienced jammers like Tinchy.
Well, we're having a timeout here. Just want to give a shout out to the amazing people at Tynan Fear Streaming. They have, over the last few years, we've all been involved in putting together this broadcast equipment we've got. We've added new cables. We've got a whole team of people now all trained up to run all these jobs. That's why we've got these instant replays and we've got our interview room. So if you're enjoying this high quality feed that you're seeing through WFTD8.tv today, if you want to see more of that, make sure you go to the Tynan Fear Streaming YouTube channel, hit that subscribe. You'll see MRDA sanctioned games, you'll see WFTDA sanctioned games in Newcastle Roller Girls. You'll see British Championship games. You'll see any game where we get invited with our kit.
Yep, Men's European Cup coverage from last year is on there, and that was a great event that Tyne and Fair streamed.
And of course, if you subscribe, you'll be told to your inbox when a new live event is being screened.
Never miss out. Looks like Raven Detta back jamming for Newcastle. Up against Viv LaFrance, who is taking an early seat in the penalty box for the forearms.
Yeah, it looks like when she was trying to skip her way around, she bolstered off one of the Newcastle blockers and picked up the forearm. So now Raven Detta with the power jam, just being held up though, so we're getting some offense now. But Newcastle trying to go from the front to the back to give offense. So Zoe Hayes picks up the clockwise there and trying to open up that gap. CCR doing a great job of swarming Raven Detta here.
Really managing to kill this 30 seconds.
I think by the end of this game, Wuha and Raven Detta may have to swap shirts because they're so closely matched there. When they were, she was like stuck all the way at the front of Raven Detta when she was trying to get through, but she is out now for lead as Viv LaFrance comes out. So almost the penalty killed there, really. I think Raven Detta got held up for about 24 seconds.
Excellent work by CCR there. And it... 2 points there for CCR and 3 for Newcastle.
I think it was the other round. 3 for Newcastle, 2 for... Sorry, 3 for CCR, 2 for Newcastle. Just Raven Detta there, a little bit slow. I don't think she realised the speed that Viv LaFrance had coming up with that outside line.
And I think the 2 Newcastle blockers that were on track just caught a wee bit unawares with that. $30 points Newcastle, 33 to CCR, and it's Tinchy Slider going up against Mills and Boom.
Mills just being dragged all the way back, allowing Tinchy out the front. That was Jellymean with the drag back. Bucks Liz is trying to open up some space in the middle to allow Mills to get through, and Calamity just opening up the inside line, moving Bunny Massacre.
Good work by Mills there, really using the pack to help her get through.
That jam there was all about the blockers. Both teams doing a great job, so every time, so there we saw Calamity James holding Bunny Massacre out the way to allow Mills through, but then we saw Charlie Scraplin doing exactly the same thing to let her jammer through, so holding off the opposing blockers, just holding that line and not letting the blocker get the position they want.
This is my space, you're not getting it.
30 plays 37 in favour of CCR.
And it is Western Super Claire back on the line against Lucy. Lucy does get lead as she passes Dr. Knock at the front. Claire on the outside of the apex, trying to get around and manages to stay on track and hop around, clearing that final Newcastle blocker.
Lucy is just such a powerful jammer when she's going through the pack.
And just feet constantly moving. She's just always eyeing for that little spot that she can get through.
Lucy's one of those amazing players where they've got the footwork that if they want to go around you, they can go around you. Yep. But they've got the power that if they want to knock you flat, they'll knock you flat. And they'll make a way through if they can't find a way around.
Yes, or they'll just shove you forward till you're out of play.
So Jock jamming for Newcastle, and Brooks picking up the star for Central City. Jock first making inroads at the pack with Helen Drew just zigzagging and trying to break up the CCR 3 wall. No pass, no penalty signal on Jock.
Bit of a tumble there with a couple of the Newcastle blockers and Brooks. Those 3 walls from Newcastle are
cut track call for Jock, and also we got Calamity James. They're signaling her for a multiplayer, but she's not picking it up.
Does finally hear it and makes her way to the penalty box. It is those 3 walls of Newcastle that are really managing to shut down teams. When they can get in and brace properly, they're not going to move.
Once again, we're seeing here Central City just holding a player in the goat position to try and control the pack speed, stop Newcastle running away and protecting their points.
Brooks, very quick, very good at being able to just nip back on before Newcastle can react and maybe draw back and force her to have to recycle a bit further.
Helen Drew, of course, formerly Team Wales, doing a great job there, spinning Brooks to the outside. Now being helped along by her currently Team Scotland teammate, her teammate from Newcastle, Anita Benasti.
Yep. Who'll only have a very short break before she's in action in a couple of hours' time. Nice work by Jock there up on the toe stops, managing to stay on the right side of that inside line.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the camera had a great angle there to see down the line that we could see. We could see toe stops on the line and everything else was just over the line, but no contact made. But it was a great move by Calamity James again that opened up that space for Jock to take that inside line. And that's what I think this game's going to be about now. The way we've seen this first 16, 18 minutes, it seems to be the blockers are doing the most of the work. It's going to be a very blocker-dominant game.
Yes.
I don't think we're going to see too many where the jammers are going to have an easy ride getting through.
And I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring jam. You know, they're not going to see a lot of 20, 25-point jams.
Well, you can see that now it's 33 plays 44. This is kind of, where we've seen some games that have been after 3 or 4 jams.
Yep.
We're now in jam 13, and these teams aren't racking up huge scores per jam.
No, and either of them look like they could win it.
Viv LaFrance steps on the outside, picks up the cut track. So power jam to Raven Detta. She's only got Agent Dana Scurry to get past.
Getting a bit of a hand now from Missy Pow Pow at the front.
Newcastle able to take slight pack advantage 3-on-2, but as we get Jellymean coming back now, it's back 3-on-3. Raven Detta starts another pass. Able to get through that one quicker. So just as we said, we won't see jammers easily passing the pack.
D-Rama Bomb did the job there, cleared the path. And I think that's going to be the key, is it's going to be the team who's going to adapt better from moving from offense to defense and back again to help when it's needed, but also stop the opposing jammers.
But we saw that yesterday. So Paris was shutting down Newcastle quite well yesterday. Newcastle changed their strategy. They moved, they changed the jammer lineup essentially.
Yes.
And it started paying off for them against Paris. So if they're able to adapt that quickly against teams like Paris, they can switch their game up. If they've got the players in their arsenal to be able to adapt and evolve, and that's again, CCR be looking to do exactly the same thing.
Yep. Lead jammer does go to Lucy. She did start on a power start of that jam, so took full advantage of it. Treble maker making her way to the penalty box. Viv LaFrance called for a cut as she tried to go up the outside. Power jam for Newcastle, 5 points for Lucy. Oh, big hit by Jellymean on Lucy there.
Just rolled it at the outside, but Lucy's straight back up, making her way through the pack now.
I sometimes think Lucy's made of rubber because she just seems to bounce back up again. 5 more points for Lucy.
Lucy there just having a chat with the bench. Moo as she goes past. Calls off the jam just as she makes contact. I think that was with
Woo-ha.
Yeah, Woo-ha. So we've got that big hit that
Jellymean
put on Lucy. You're going to see again here. So Lucy just tries to roll around but gets caught. But again, look how quick Lucy's back up on her feet and back in.
Yep. Doesn't slow her down for long. Mills and Boom back on the line for Newcastle.
And we're talking about not a very high scoring game for jammers. That Lucy racked up 13 there, which the previous highest was about 10 points. We had a 9-point jam previous. But some of these games we've seen today with like 25-point jams going up.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a lot of that if it carries on like this. And it is Viv LaFrance coming round the outside for CCR. She does get lead.
Viv will be happy just to get a clean pass up now after the last couple of cut track calls she's had going around the outside.
That outside's tricky. Oh, and a bit of a stash by Mills and Boom there to help her through the pack.
Viv again with another cut track. These OPRs are really proving their worth to this ref crew because every time that toe is going over, they are assessing that cut track. They're seeing the gain in relative position.
So another power jam for Newcastle. 5 points for Mills.
Back to 4-on-4 in the pack. Dana Scurry came back thinking the pack was going to go with her, and all she did was really put herself in a position to be held slightly by the Newcastle wall. But Dana Scurry's got a lot of experience, especially playing with CCR.
She must be a good 6-7 years with CCR.
Very probably. I remember seeing Dana Scurry jamming at some of the first blocking some of the first games I saw CCR playing, which would have been about 6-7 years ago, easy.
Big hit on Mills, sends her to the outside, but again, very quickly back up and trying again. Mills really using her blockers well to help her get through the pack, and as you were saying earlier, that is exactly what the strategy of the day is going to be for both teams, I think. And we've had a star pass. It is Missy Pow Pow putting the star on her head.
So we saw Missy jamming a little bit yesterday, but this is the first time she's taken jammer duties today against Central City.
Right up the inside line, right past Dr. Knock there, right at the end of that jam.
And she did get the pass, 4 points. So Newcastle being allowed to put a little bit of distance between them and Central City, but 12 points is nothing really. It's not much of an insurance gap right now.
No, I mean, you said it yourself. Lucy put 13 up in a jam a few minutes ago, so one good jam could change everything. Big Tall Jock is jamming for Newcastle up against Brooks. Nice work by Jock there, just hopping and jumping to stay in. She gets lead.
So attempted star pass to Troublemaker, but the star was dropped. Looks like it's been recovered by Brooks as Troublemaker's go back to blocking duties. Dana Scurry now up the front trying to give some offense to Brooks, but she's got 4 swarming canny belters rolling around her.
Don't want to be in the middle of that one myself, so yep, and that allows Jock to get up the inside line around. She completes a 5-point pass. It is this swarm approach that they're adopting, and it is just hemming them in. And you know, some teams maybe adopt a kind of sweep and clear, but this seems to be coming in at all angles and just boxing them off.
Let's give some thanks on our tournament hotel sponsor. You'll see them advertised on the back of the Newcastle Roller Girls shirts. Euro Hostel Newcastle, the cheapest city centre accommodation guaranteed with Euro Hostel Newcastle. That's also going to be the location of our after party this evening at their bar, the Wear Rooms.
And if you're at the Wear Room staying at Euro Hostel, you don't have very far to stagger home after a few drinks tonight. Forearms for Western Super Clare, straight off the jam line, it looked like.
I think Western Super Clare wanted a high block, because it looks like she got a bit of a hit in the face as she was going through, but she picked up the forearms as she did go through.
Raven Detta out at the front for Leeds. Slight pack advantage for CCR just now. Although, is that Anita?
No, it's Fraulein Katastik that picked up the forearms.
So 1 in, 1 out for Newcastle just there.
Raven Detta just sees Western Super Clare coming back to track and shuts down the jam. Before we see the score for Newcastle, looks like we're just going to get a quick check-in with the OPR. And 3 go up on the board for Newcastle in that jam. So 71 plays 48.
Just 4 minutes left in this half.
33-point gap. Or is that 23-point gap?
No, I think it would be a 7.
I can't do math.
It's 37-point gap.
Yes. I can't math.
Maths is hard.
It's
27.
It's been a long weekend.
Oh.
If you're at home and you can do maths,
I know,
why don't you get on Twitter?
At NRG Roller Girls. 23-point gap. We are being reliably told by our producer. Thankfully, someone here knows what they're doing. Lead jammer for Lucy. Nice pass for her as the jam comes to a close. Tinchy there had stashed the star, had put it back on her head, but Lucy called it. We have got a replay just now. Blockers holding back CCR to allow Lucy to get lead.
Yeah, so we saw Calamity James there just rolling all over Tinchy Slider, just stopping and get through and allowing Lucy to come through on the pass.
Jock at the front, 3-wall from CCR with some assistance coming in from Pearl, but she does take a trip to the 5th blocker skates penalty blocks for it.
So Jock has got lead, but she was knocked out, so she's going to be recycled. Viv LaFrance is out now, and Jock just calls off the jam.
Great tactics by Jock, just realising that she wasn't going to get through and catch up to Viv without the chance of her scoring some points, so decided to just call it off. Tinchy Slider straight back on the jam line against Raven Detta. Newcastle have one blocker in the box, slight pack disadvantage, which Tinchy manages to take advantage of. She gets leads.
Raven Detta just being held up well in the pack now. Tinchy just being allowed to slide around the outside, held her footing well
Living
for a
up to her
5-point
name.
pass. Yeah, slides round, exactly. I was about to say the box gets emptied, but just as about to mention that, it looks like we have
Announcer curse.
and Hit One Pearl One, who's just come from the box, picks up the clockwise block. She's going back.
Interesting that Anita's staying right at the front and not dropping back.
Staying right at the front. She should have dropped back because there was a no pack call. She carried on blocking. So only 2 to beat for Tinchy, and she swoops under Buxley's easily.
Ravens had a tough jam this time round.
Helen Drew this time, great move. Opening up the line from Charlie Scraplin.
Highest scoring jam of the game so far, I think 18 points for Tinchy.
And Phoenix and Flames, who's watching, says this feed is not American friendly with soothing Scottish and rich Geordie accents.
Well, last time I was on a feed with another accent, we were asked for subtitles, so hopefully you do understand us. We've not done a lot of eyes yet.
Aye, that's right.
It is Lucy versus Viv LaFrance jamming this one, 79 to 66.
And we've got Dana Scurry up the front trying to run offense for Viv with a brace 3. Zoe Hayes is doing a great job there, just trying to get her out of the way. Big smashes. Drama Bomb takes the spill.
Drama Bomb heading to the penalty box for that one. Couldn't quite see what the call was.
It was the low block as Viv LaFrance smashed into her. Her legs went out and just took Viv's legs from her as well, so she got the low block.
Big hit by Zoe Hayes there. Sends Viv to the outside. She's recycling back. We have had a star pass. And Anit Be Nasty is now wearing the star.
Zoe Hayes picks up a low block for the hit on Viv LaFrance. And we go to half time. We'll get the score updated.
We've got a replay of the big blocker hit by Zoe Hayes on the CCR jammer. You'll see it on the outside. Perfectly timed that one there, straight in with the hip.
And again, if you like seeing more of that, you may get a chance to see Zoe Hayes later on in the Team Ireland versus Team Scotland game when she'll be playing for Ireland.
Yes, indeed. But before that, we do have Middlesbrough versus Bear City at 5 o'clock.
And we're going in here to half time. Newcastle on 81. Central City Roller Girls are on 70 points, 9-point gap. So again, another very, very close game. And say, judging by the last time these teams met, and I think every time these teams have met, really, it's always been super close all the way through the game. So stay tuned for the second period of this game.
Don't want to miss it.
I think right now, coming up, we should have some interviews from the last game. Panda was speaking to Billy Pistol from Tiger Bay, and Super Cute and Rosienne from Paris. So We'll go to those interviews and some messages from our sponsors, and when we return in about 30.5 minutes, we'll be back for period 2 of whatever game this happens to be.
Newcastle versus
10?
CCR.
Game 10. That's what I was looking for. Game 10 of Euroclash 2017. Once again, hit us up with your shout outs on at NRG Roller Girls on Twitter. Use the hashtag Euroclash 2017, and we'll be back very soon.
See you in a bit.
Fifth Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus Binary. Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus Binary.
Welcome back, I'm Panda and we are here with Paris Roller Girls, Stupid Cutes and Rosienne. How was that game for you guys?
This game was quite difficult at the beginning because it was really tight until the end of the first part. So I think it was because mostly we were a bit tired. It was our third match, the last one from the weekend. So, well, I think that the second part was much better, and then we managed to win the game. So we are quite happy about it, and that's all.
Rose, there was a point in the first half of the first game that you guys were down by 49 points. You hadn't yet scored. What was going through your mind?
We were quite afraid because the goal was to make 60 points more than the other team, but we were very surprised about the strongness and the offenses were very good. So we were like disorganized, and then Super Cute, our captain, has said, yes, it's another game now, and it was another game in the second half.
Yeah.
We were worried for a little bit that you were going to lose your winning streak.
Yeah, but at the end, no. So that's the good points.
What are you looking forward to now? What have you got for the rest of the year?
We are meeting Bear City next weekend in Karlsruhe, so we are quite excited about it. And then I think it's in May we are going to Helsinki for a tournament, and then in Malmö also. Yeah. And well, after this we have the French Championship in June. So it's almost the beginning of the season, and well, we have a lot of bouts to play. So it's quite exciting. Yeah.
Excellent. So you guys get to have a well-deserved rest now. How do you think the last few games are going to go?
I don't know. We will see.
Yeah, I guess you guys are just going to focus on having a break now for a while.
Exactly.
So, Rosien and Super Cute from Paris Roller Girls, thank you very much. I'm Panda. Back to the studio.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to Euroclash 2017. I'm Panda and I'm here with Billy Pistol from Tiger Bay Brawlers. What a game that was.
I know. I had absolutely no idea what to expect. We tried to research Paris, but they are an unknown entity. All we can find is scores. We can't find any footage. We know some of them are on Team France, but that didn't really help us out. So we we had to go through like photo albums on Facebook of previous games they played to try and figure out what they did. It was a good game to play. Like, it's the first time in a long time we've played a completely new team that we've never faced before. And I think like we came out strong and we came out like pepped up for it, but they were able to counteract it just brilliantly.
Yeah, the flat stats prediction was that it was going to be a Paris win and around a 2-1 score, but for the first, I think it was 10 jams, it was completely scoreless for Paris. At one point you had them 49-0. How was that?
It felt so good. Watching their games this weekend, obviously that was all the research we had to go on. And they were just dominating every team on track. Like, Newcastle and Dublin came back hard in the second half, but Paris were able to completely own it. So to go out and have 49-0 straight off the bat was just beautiful. It was so good.
But sadly they pulled it back, sadly for you guys. But that means that Paris are now on a 23-game winning streak.
We wanted to be the ones to end it.
I know. So you guys get to have a little break for a little bit now. What are you looking forward to coming up?
On the, I think it's the 8th of April, we've got British Champs. We're playing Brawl Saints in Leeds. We've got a couple of home games coming up, Middlesbrough and Dublin. And then we've got the British Champs season, and then we'll see what happens with divisionals. Hopefully we'll make it.
Well, good luck. Do you want to say anything to the fans back home?
Thank you for watching, and happy Mother's Day, of course.
Oh, happy Mother's Day. Well.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. 5th Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Living in a city that's full of hope.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style.
Oh, we are back. That was a random one. I think we're getting messed with here.
I've turned my microphone on. It seems to be an issue the head referees have. Well, not always the head referee. Sometimes
it just seems to be Duncan that seems to be having that issue.
Sometimes it's the person whose job it is to press the unmute button.
That would be helpful. I think there are people wishing my microphone would mute, to be honest.
Well, indeed, but not me, because then I'd have to talk all the time.
Exactly. Yeah,
But
I think first thing this morning, I did not make a lot of sense.
You're back here for the second period of Newcastle Roller Girls versus Central City Euroclash 2017.
Game 10.
Game 10. We established that before.
We did.
With my bad memory and 1,000-yard stare that I've got now.
And 3 million jobs that you've had to do all weekend.
But I did have a quick run across to the penalty boards at half-time. The only player who's in any real trouble, 707 Jellymean for Central City, is on 5 right now. However, Vive La France, who's been one of the 3 main jammers that Central City been using, she's currently sitting on 4 penalties. The only jammer from Newcastle that's really got any penalties is Jock, who's on 2. But on overall, it's kind of 21 to 24 penalties. Newcastle 21, Central City 24. So the penalties are kind of they're reflecting the level of game that we're seeing on the scoreboard as well. That these teams are. We're looking at the. Oh, it looks like it's so there was a score correction in the halftime as well. Newcastle 80, so only a 10-point lead now for Newcastle.
But again, that is reflecting this gameplay here. The two teams very evenly matched, really using their blockers.
Yeah, so we looked at the sheet that our producer's been keeping here. Badham, who you saw on the feed yesterday, was getting much love. He's been keeping the feed, and there's no real streaks or anything or trends in the game here. It's very much 5 points here, 4 points here. You know, the occasional 10 point.
Yes. And we got an 18, I think, was the highest of the game. And we are back underway with Vive La France for CCR.
Lucy tried to go through the inside. Looks like Viv's going to pick up lead. Lucy not able to keep her feet.
Lucy is at the back. She's trying to use D-Ram a bomb to get her through, but gets a cut on the outside. Power jam for Vive La France.
And I think that might be Lucy's first penalty in this game.
Lucy, normally very clean skater. Because of that experience that she's got, she's very aware. Was a cut that she did get called on, though.
Good brace at the front from Newcastle.
Bit of offense attempted by CCR, but Newcastle weren't having any of it. Viv hit out on the outside, straight back in, and hit out again. Missy Pow Pow. Newcastle really getting quite good at that secondary hit when the jammer gets past the pack.
Dr. Knock picking up an out-of-play block for blocking during the no pack there.
And we've got a tied game. And it's Lucy who gets out in front. She gets 4 points, breaking the deadlock.
Yeah, once again, Viv just thought she'd called off the jam in time, but Lucy took 2 steps across the inside of turn 4 and picked up those 4 points. And that's the thing you've got to remember as a jammer. If you're going to go for the quick call-off, you've got to remember that the other jammer is still scoring in the first set of 4 whistles.
And with someone of Lucy's experience, she knows to just pick up that pace to try and edge those last points.
So Jock for Newcastle versus Tinchy Slider for Central City. Jock is at the front with Helen Drew currently running offense.
Good work by Helen, just managing to break apart that 3-wall, but they are very fast to reform. Multiplayer block has been called.
So just as Jock steps around the outside to pick up a lead, Tinchy comes around with speed, and we've got both jammers racing. I'll expect we'll see Jock calling this here, especially with Newcastle holding the back wall.
They are trying to speed up to stay away though, but Tinchy just goes into 5th gear, gets around, and no points for either.
It looked like Tinchy was going to get the point from our angle here,
Yep.
going to get the point from Tinchy, from Helen Drew. But obviously just on the whistles, she hadn't passed the hip, so she's not picking up that point. So again, a tactical call off, but maybe just cutting that a bit close. Yep. A bit close for comfort's sake.
Like what you did there. And it is Raven Detta back on the line. A bit of a Bron Swanson thing she seems to be going for this time. Up against Western Super Claire.
Very, very tight pack, and Super Claire is out the front, avoids the hit from Catastic.
I think that's the first time Claire's got lead in this game, anytime she's jammed. Raven did get out though, chasing it down. Claire calling it off when the bench came, but not quick enough. Newcastle managed to get a point.
Yeah, I think it was Calamity who managed to drop one of the CCR blockers right at the back of the pack just as Raven got through, was able to pick up the point of the down skater. 85 to 82 now, Newcastle with the 3-point lead. However, that does mean Newcastle have put 5 points on the board to Central City's 12 so far in these first 4 jams.
CCR definitely coming out firing, and it's Lucy at the front going against the CCR wall, slowing her down enough to let Tinchy through for lead.
And there again was that impressive footwork of Lucy that we saw, just able to avoid Wuha and get through to start her scoring pass. We're going to see Tinchy calling this here before Lucy can get into the pack and get any points.
Good work between Wu and Dana Scurry there, just making sure that they were on time to hit Lucy off right as that jam came to an end.
And look at that score again.
Another tied game. This is going to be a nail biter, I think.
A game so tight you couldn't get a cigarette paper in it.
And that's pretty tight. It is Mills and Boom up jamming. First time in this half for Mills on the jam line. She's out for lead. Also first time jamming in the half for Brooks, who has come up against that 3, being braced by Missy Pow Pow. Cut call on Mills and Boom. She's heading to the penalty box.
So we only saw Mills a couple of times jamming in the first period. And now we see as soon as she comes to the track, she does pick up that cut on the outside.
Meanwhile, at the front, Missy still holding court, bracing the Newcastle lot. She's now dropped back. Hard time for Brooks here in this jam. Attempted an apex jump there, but wasn't going to land it. Stayed down and came back off track.
Power jam ends as Mills comes back now and starts forcing her through. She's still on her initial pass, remember.
More importantly, does Brooks remember that?
Well, she's letting her run through the pack, so she must know that she's not picking up any points right now.
D-Rama Bomb doing a job on Brooks. Just getting in her way constantly. Hit out again. D-Rama bringing her back.
Missy's just trying to break up the 3 at the front for Central City, and they've managed to roll back, taking Mills all the way back now into turn 3.
Mills with the start in her hand.
Unfortunately, Missy Pow Pow, who was acting as the pivot, was at the front trying to hold Brooks in place.
Be interesting to see if either team decides to have a bit of a punt here and change things up, see if they can do something that will really help widen that scoring gap. And as we can see, that is another lead change in this game. Do you want to take a bet on this one? Would you dare?
I at the moment, no, I wouldn't even. I don't think anyone would give you odds on this game right now of either team winning.
Good hop by Vive La France there, staying out the way of Helen Drew's incoming hit. She has lead.
Looks like Jock tries to take the inside but puts a foot out. Oh, in fact, it's a forearm.
Vive La France has the power jam. However, it looks as though Newcastle are going to put everything up against her to try and kill this 30 seconds. Dana Scurry taking another trip to the penalty box as well. She had a few in the first half.
She was sitting on 4 when the first period ended. I think that might be a first of the second period, but don't quote me on that one. In fact, quote me on that one. I've had a thumbs up that is the first of the period for Dana Scurry. So she's going to be on 5.
Calamity James took a seat in the 5th blocker skates penalty box right at the end of that jam. Looked like it was a cut track.
So now we see CCR taking a slight lead of only 6 points.
Power jam start for CCR. Tinchy slider, not really surprising. She's the one sent out to try and take advantage of that.
Jock's going to be released in just a couple of seconds. In fact, here she comes back to the track now. Tinchy just has Missy to beat, which she does. Picks up lead as Jock starts her initial pass on the pack.
Bonnie doing a great job at the front, holding Jock back. She's really having to just force her way through. Multiplayer block on Treble Maker makes it slightly easier for her. D-Rama Bomb going to the bin for a forearms call right at the end of that jam. A lot of forearms happening.
Yeah, obviously these teams are so tight now. The blockers, as we said, is a very blocker-dominant game. The blockers are trying to open up, and it's just the harder the blockers are trying, that's when you start seeing penalties that come about from the contact side of things. Either, you know, they're going to get caught with the silly back blocks, or the forearms as they're trying to brace and trying to open up a space.
That's why I know a lot of multiplayers as well happening, because they're trying to stay so tight and not let these jammers through. It is Western Super Claire jamming for CCR up against Lucy. And it's Claire who comes out for a lead on that one, but Lucy right next to her. Bit of a hit on Claire, just trying to nudge her off course.
Dana Scurry picks up the forearms, which puts her on 6 penalties now. 1 point picked up for Central City in that quick call off by Super Claire. Now here's going to be the dilemma. Do you keep playing Dana Scurry,
who's such an integral part of the CCR side?
She's been such a great blocker, moving up and going offense, as we get a team timeout now called by Newcastle. So as I say, do you keep playing Dana Scurry? There's still 20 minutes or so, 19 minutes of this game to go. Do you just keep letting her go, and when she fouls out, she fouls out? Or do you try and pick your moment when you put her on, find when you got the right jammer on that you can go against? Or do you just let her go, and if she fouls, she fouls?
Oh, as a bench manager, that is the difficult one, isn't it? I would personally say maybe sit her off for a couple and then see how, you know, let her calm down a little bit, and then, yeah, pick your moment, I think. But while we've got this team timeout, let's tell you, this tournament is sponsored by Roller Derby City, skater owned and operated. They have merch, scrimmage, outfits and uniforms, and their brand new leg wear of leggings, capris, cycling shorts and shorts, offering full top to toe uniform. If you can't be here in person this weekend, go onto their website and you will see all the lovely things.
We'll also just give a quick shout out to the Roller Derby World Summit, April 21st to 23rd in Manchester, United Kingdom. Keynote speakers include UN Women, ESPN, Roller Derby Beirut, woofdada.com/RDWS, hosted by Rainy City Roller Derby. Tickets are on sale now, and that includes the announcer clinic and the officiating clinic.
Lot of big names lined up to be doing some instructing and teaching at those clinics. Definitely check out the website for more details.
And of course, it's been pointed out we have a palindrome score right now.
Oh, I like those. I do like a palindrome score, and I think that might be part of some kind of roller derby drinking game for those playing at home.
But of course, soft drinks or drink responsibly,
Diet
etc.
Coke, obviously. And lead jammer goes to Tinchy Slider as star pass happens. Missy Pow Pow taking the star. First time in this half. First time in the game.
Troublemaker got called on the clockwise block.
CCR starting to see a few skaters with some significant penalty numbers here.
Well, we've seen CCR, they've come out in the second period. It looks like they have, as we were talking before, adapted and evolved their game slightly. So they're playing slightly differently now. I think they're not getting caught up in the heavy packs.
Yep, and the swarming that was happening during the first half.
They're very much focusing now on locking down the Newcastle jammer and just letting their own jammers beat the defense. But we've got a forearms for Vive la France.
Power jam for Mills and Boom and Newcastle here. Newcastle's blockers doing everything they can to help Mills get through. She is hit out on the inside. Good work stopping CCR from tracking back though. Mills does get through. She picks up leads. Decides to call it off, locking the CCR jammer in the fifth blocker skates penalty box. CCR's bench having a quick word with head ref Righteous Oxide, who had the funniest official review information giving of the day when he said hooray at the end of it. Power jam start for Newcastle, and Lucy takes advantage. She's through, picks up leads.
Vive la France is out of the penalty box now, takes the star off. Her pivot is behind her. She's trying to step over them, picks up a forearm straight away.
As Lucy gets through, 5 points for her. She's going to have 30 seconds, and knowing Lucy, she's going to do what she can to make the most of them. Hit off by Jellymean on the outside.
Now I think Vive la France is also entering penalty trouble now. I think that may be 5 or 6 for her.
She will... Oh, nice work by Lucy, just moving her hips to the side, weaving round. I think Viv might drop out the jammer rotation with those kind of numbers.
So Lucy calls off the jam with Viv standing in the box. So they're going to freeze her. She's going to have to come back and do another jam, given she's picked up 2 penalties quick succession.
I think if keep an eye on the CCR pivot. I've got a funny feeling that we're going to see a star pass.
Well, it looks like, I think, is that Dana that's wearing it? It's Dana Scurry that's wearing the pivot, and she's also in penalty trouble. I think I may have miscalculated before. I think she's on 5 again, or maybe 6.
Still dangerous territory as Big Tall Jock storms out off the jam line and to the front against Wu, but cut call on Jock. She's taking a trip to the fifth blocker skates penalty box.
And there's the star pass that we were talking about, Agent Dana Scurry now with the star.
However, Newcastle clocked it as well, and they were prepared. Calamity James at the front, holding her back long enough to let the rest of the Newcastle blockers reform in front of her. Forearms call.
And this jam is going to go the 2 minutes as we get Calamity James, I think, with the elbows penalty, going to the box. Dana Scurry now gets the star on her head now. She's completed her initial pass. Jock standing in the fifth blocker penalty bin.
Looks like Jock is now back on track. Wuha came forward to do a bit of O to help Dana out of the pack.
So, of course, no lead jammer in this one, so both jammers are just going to be trying to score as much as they can on the packs here. Dana just trying to fight away past Method Man.
Nice work by Method Man. And it is number 11, Helen Drew, at the front.
Method Man picked up the forearms penalty. Bucks Liz picks up the out of play block or the failure to return.
Calamity James and Helen Drew at the front by themselves, choosing to put on a bit of a race. Stop now, and big hit by Calamity James. Oh, Jock.
That's going to be leaping contact.
I think she was going for an apex jump, but went for an apex block more than anything.
And we're getting a timeout call by Central City here.
Also, another sponsor we have with us, and we're very grateful to them, Double Threat Skates. Double Threat is the UK's most expert roller derby store. DTS offers a full fitting service and advice you can trust from experienced skaters. And again, I think it's been Trisha that's been up this weekend representing Double Threat, Trisha Smackanawa.
And if you're enjoying the coverage here, remember, go across to Tyne and Fear's Facebook page, give them a like. Go across to the Tyne and Fear streaming YouTube page, give the video a like, give them a subscribe, make sure you're up to date and kept informed whenever we break out this equipment and film. So, roller derby, everything we're doing here is in 1080p, 60 frames a second, high quality.
And getting a lot of compliments on it as well from people watching at home. And if you are, remember, at NRG Roller Girls on Twitter and Instagram, tweet us, tell us what you're doing. If you're having a viewing party, tag us in pictures, use the hashtag Euroclash 2017. Because you know me, I love my social media.
So it's a 3-on-2 pack with a power jam start for Tinchy Slider. Just got Missy to beat and she rounds her easily.
Good work by Tinchy there. CCR prepping to just move in on the O to help Tinchy. Nice. Oh, I thought that was going to be a good move on the inside. As Jock stands ready to be released from the penalty box. And she is now.
So, as we said before, CCR happy. They're not going to send anyone on offense right now. They're going to let Tinchy Slider just get her own way through the pack so they can brace ready for Jock coming on.
5 points for Tinchy. Big hit. But that was a stop block, I think that was called as, on the captain, Missy Pow Pow.
So it looks like we're going to have Brooks on track next for Central City against Mills and Boom for Newcastle. Newcastle still having some penalty troubles with Missy sitting in the box.
Mills going right up the inside there, but switches quickly to the outside. Amazingly quick work by CCR to move over. Jellymean blocking that outside line with her life. Power jam for a back block. Newcastle in full control of this one. Oh, and the stars dropped by Mills. Cut call.
Mills just stepped back to track to pick up the star. Didn't realise it in doing so. She was stepping in front of a blocker. Picks up the cut track.
Jammer switcheroo in the bin. We have Brooks back on track, trying to get up that inside line. Just knocked out by Missy.
Great awareness and able to yield the cut.
Mills is now back out and on track, and we've got a CCR3 ready and waiting for her. Meanwhile, looks like Brooks is just trying to force her way up the middle of that Newcastle wall, not having much luck.
Mills takes a big hit and goes down, and it looks like the jam's going to be called off for Mills going down, so called for injury. Looks like she may just got hit in the chest there and winded quite badly.
Medic is seeing to her though, obviously safety's paramount.
So of course now Mills and Boom will be obliged to sit out for 3 jams, but I'm guessing how thorough our medics are here, just making sure everyone's ready to go back to track. She'll probably miss those 3 jams just while she's being checked out.
Yep. Maybe just needs to get her breath a wee bit, because that was a heavy hit on her at that turn 3. Lucy back on the line for Newcastle, up against Western Super Clare, it looks like. Newcastle got 1 blocker in the 5th blocker skates penalty box, but that pack disadvantage doesn't hurt them too much. Lucy's through for Leeds.
Western Super Clare took the star off, looked like she was going for the star pass. And Kat, Fraulein Katastic, is going to get a blocking out of play for blocking during the no pack.
As 2 CCR blockers also make their way to the penalty box. Lucy gets through, calls the jam. Slight pack advantage for Newcastle starting this one.
Good awareness from Lucy to know where the other jam was and call that jam off before she got into the pack.
129 to 107 in CCR's favour. Just under 10 minutes to go. Definitely achievable that Newcastle can pull this one back, but I don't think CCR is going to make it easy for them.
Tinchy slider lining up against Raven Detter as the jam gets in the way. And once again, we're getting these braced walls of blockers, and it's up to the jammers to find their way through. Tinchy just tries to go around the inside, but Method Man is there to guide her into the arms of Calamity and Liz, Bucks Liz.
Need to be careful at the front. The Newcastle blockers were getting pushed forward, but it is Tinchy who gets leads. Raven right up her tail.
So we've got, at the moment, 1 blocker on track for Central City Jellymean, and she's also queued for the penalty box. So a little bit of confusion there. And Jellymean also now is going to be high on the penalty count.
CCR could be in trouble. I've seen a lot of teams fall apart in the last few minutes of a game because they start racking up those penalties, and maybe skaters start fouling out and they end up getting quite short on numbers.
So it looks like Calamity James is going to be assessed. Looks like she was assessed a multiplayer block and all that confusion. And it looks like we've got an official review coming in now from Newcastle.
So looks like 2 blockers apiece in the bin as it stands, depending on what this official review is about and the result of it.
We'll just give a shout out to Power of Grayskull while we watch our referees have a huddle. So Power of Grayskull, sports apparel with a difference, made to measure, custom designs, custom fit. We've got you covered, made from the best fabric we can find. The Power of Grayskull, be the difference.
They have leggings with cats and dogs on them, and who doesn't love that? We've also got Kaya, a truly personalised fit. It's your time. Unmatched durability and superior comfort. The new Onyx boot is available now.
Just trying to read, see if I can use my my hive mind, my ref hive mind, to see if I can work out what they're actually discussing here. It looks like it's involving the NSOs as well, so I think it may be some penalty box issues going on as well. That was probably what that official timeout was called for.
I always like to think they're discussing what burgers they're getting from the van after the game. That's my general understanding. I have asked refs whether they can confirm that, and they won't. It's like ref code. They won't tell me what's said in the huddles.
It's a secret code that we live by.
Apparently so. And as usual, big shout out to all our officials this weekend and volunteers and all the people who help make events like Euroclash the success that they have been and are. Especially our lovely track repair teams.
So we're just wondering, with all that toing and froing from the penalty box and the queued skaters, whether someone's left the box early, possibly one of Central City. Now, depending on which blocker it is, this could make the difference. If it is one of the blockers who is having penalty troubles, and they get assessed an extra penalty for that. But we'll find out in a moment.
Righteous Oxide head ref just doing his bit, talking to the captains and alternates of both teams.
Right, looks like maybe Jellybean is fouling out here with 7, so he's going to be replaced by Dr. Inoculator. So as we thought, it was looking for a penalty for leaving the penalty box early.
But they felt that the jammer had left the box correctly at the appropriate time, so no call on that one.
But again, it's kind of, especially depending on who the jammer is, what the penalty situation is, it's worth sometimes throwing that in there.
Yes.
Now that is Newcastle using their official review for this period. CCR still have theirs to use, as we have a 2-on-2 pack situation. Anita be nasty, first time jamming for Newcastle today against Tinchy Slider.
Taking the star, but never started on the line. But it's Tinchy who gets out, gets leads.
Single blocker on track. In fact, Dana Scurry now going to the box as well, so that could be Dana Scurry in trouble.
And the jam stops with the bin frozen full. One of CCR's blockers was released just as the jam ended there, but 2 still in, with 3 Newcastle blockers in the bin.
Now that must be Dana's 6th now.
Think just having a wee check. Official timeout is being called. Looks as though a bit of a chat going on among the officials while that's happening. Just a reminder, the after party tonight at the Ware Rooms. Ain't no party like a Ware Rooms party. Apparently the Ware Rooms is Newcastle's best kept secret, open from 8 a.m. till late every night. 250 people can fit in there. There's no room hire charge. Check it out if you're looking to have a party in Newcastle.
And Newcastle is indeed a fine party city.
It absolutely is. There's many nights I don't remember in Newcastle, but I am assured I was here.
Pics or it didn't happen, I believe, as the kids say.
Yeah, but you don't take pictures when you're on tour, so then that's evidence.
Right, so it looks like Dana wasn't assessed a penalty. I think she possibly misheard because she's been taken out of the box and put back on track. She did leave just after Missy Pow Pow was assessed a penalty, but we've now got what looks like a 3-on-1 pack with only Helen Drew on track for Newcastle.
And it is Lucy on track for Newcastle as jammer against Western Super Claire, who gets past Helen Drew, picks up leads.
And a lot of players coming back to the penalty box all at the same time.
Really spread apart though, no real walls on the go here. It seems to be player on player. Clockwise block called on Method Man. Lucy, CCR managing to get 3 points in that jam.
More importantly, we have the penalty box got emptied onto the track. Except we've got Method Man sitting and Bunny Massacre sitting. Is there another Central City
There's
blocker?
another CCR blocker in there. Tinchy slider back jamming for CCR against Raven Detta. Raven quite heavily used in the rotation today.
Tinchy being held at the front by Drama Bomb and Zoe Hayes. Hit one pill and just looking back, trying to bridge the pack out a bit. Raven being held up at the back by Woo-Ha.
This is the problem that you've got when you've only got 3 on track, is you kind of lose that person who can come back and do a bit of O to help the jammer out.
Now I would expect to see Tinchy here probably just try and pinch a couple of points and call off the jam.
Good work by Tinchy, but she's been told to let it run by her bench manager. CCR do have the lead at this point, so they maybe think they just want to let it go. Newcastle aren't going to get caught up too heavily.
Just run the clock while they're scoring.
5 more points for Tinchy. Raven really struggling to get past the CCR blockers, particularly Dr. Knock on that inside line. Tinchy is through. Looks like Raven has managed to complete the star pass to Drama Bomb.
I think that'll be the first time we've seen Drama Bomb jamming, possibly in this tournament.
I definitely don't remember having seen her do it yet. Not even taking the star in a previous game, I don't think.
So we're going to see some footwork from Drama Bomb on the replay here.
Great side to side there. Really good awareness to not cut track. Mills and Boom for Newcastle up against Western Super Clare. Good work by Mills. They're using her blocker, but it's Claire who gets out, picks up leads.
Looks like we've had a star pass to Anita Be Nasty now, who's just trying to force her way through Griffin Brawl. Bunny Massacre just not being moved, even with Bucks Liz coming in on offense.
And Western Super Clare managing to get up that inside line pretty unopposed once she got past that 3 wall. Anita now out, has the star on her head.
Miscommunication there as Western Super Clare called off the jam, then apologised to Illbilly the bench, because I think he was looking for it to carry on going again, just keep running this clock as we've said. So the gap now widening way up to 54 points.
I'm trusting your maths on this one.
Once again, if you're on Twitter and you don't believe my mathematics, please at Newcastle Roller Girls, at NRG Roller Girls, hit us up Newcastle Roller Girls Twitter account. Let me know how bad I am at counting.
Yeah, and you don't need to tweet me about it. I already know how bad I am. Lucy up against Brooks. Been a few since we've seen Brooks, but it's Lucy who gets out, picks up leads. Brooks against the last skater, Zoe Hayes, gets through. Lucy's pushed off by Wu, very quickly changes direction, gets round. Nice movement of the hips to circle around. Newcastle have had lead. First time in 6 jams for Newcastle that they picked up leads.
So yeah, that's Newcastle's first lead picked up there in about 6 jams.
They just need a few more of those, less than 2.5 minutes in the game. One Newcastle blocker in the bin, looks like D-Ram a bomb, but Tinchy slider against Mills and Boone on that jam line. Multiplayer called on Calamity James just as D-Rama hits the back of the pack after serving that penalty in the 5th blocker skates penalty box. Mills had stashed the star, gets through, puts it back on her head.
Newcastle trying to get the front here and hold a point. What is that? 2 points goes up for Central City.
Nothing for Newcastle. CCR really doing well at shutting down Newcastle, getting through, getting the lead, couple of points, and then calling it off. Calamity Jane still serving that penalty in the bin, so Newcastle block her down. Lucy is jamming. She's out, but it's Western Superclair who gets lead. It seemed to be simultaneous, the pair of them getting out of the pack.
And now we're going to see how fast we can get this pack running.
Lucy doesn't have lead, but she does have a significant lead on Claire, although she has now caught up. Lucy taking the time to hit one of the CCR blockers, maybe try and get a nice little hop from Western Superclair there.
So about 25 seconds left in the period, and I think Central City are going to be happy just to run this now, safe in the knowledge that Newcastle can't bridge this gap.
CCR definitely signalling to the jammer to let it run.
And we're getting some penalties here, clockwise blocks and forearms. Missy Pow Pow picks up the forearms.
Another little hop by Claire, but looks like she got the low block for that one, so she is headed to the bin. Power jam for Lucy and Newcastle. Only 2 Newcastle blockers on track.
So just Calamity on track now for Newcastle, 1 versus 4.
Big smile on Lucy's face. I think she's enjoying this one. And this will be the last jam of the game. The period clock is at 0. Less than 20 seconds left in the jam.
Great work from Missy coming on from the box. Managed to accelerate and take Dana Scurry out, letting Lucy get through.
But Western Superclair is back on track. She manages to get through as the final whistle goes. Unofficial final score. Numbers just being checked. 177 to 135 unofficial.
And we're going to see a replay right now. This is where Missy comes on and just clears Dana out the way, who was going back to try and hold Lucy at the back of the pack. So we went from a game that was tied going into, 10 points in it, tied most of the way through the first period, 10 points in going in at the end of the first period. CCR managed to shift gear. I think there was a lot of penalty trouble there from Newcastle, from both teams really, but I think it really hurt Newcastle when they had those diminished packs.
Yes, and it allowed CCR to get a lot of leads, really allow them to control the play, and that's when CCR adopted the maybe one pass and call it strategy. Really worked well for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ilbilly's bench coach time management there was spot on with when they had a 30-40 point lead. Just keep running the jam. As long as you're still scoring at the same level as your opponent, they're not going to be gaining any ground, and you're just eating the time.
Yeah, this is it. Great work, but great work by both teams, particularly the blockers today. Really doing a great job helping those jammers, making the room, and shutting down the opposing jammers. And the speed of reforming, recycling, going from O to D. Really, really good work on both sides. Final score 1772 Central City Roller Girls, 135 to Newcastle Roller Girls.
Phenomenal game. I hope you enjoyed that at home as much as we did here, calling it from our raised platform in the Walker Dome for Euroclash 2017. So, our next game
is going to be Middlesbrough playing Bear City at 5 o'clock BST.
And I believe this is one of the games where the two teams are very, very closely ranked. I think this is going to be, both of these teams are very, very competitive teams. They're both going to bring everything they've got to this game. I think this is going to be, we've seen some tight games.
Yeah.
I would predict this will be a very, very tight game, especially with the way I've seen both Bear City and Middlesbrough playing this weekend.
Anyone who saw that Bear City Old Reekie game last night will know how they play, and they keep it interesting.
And then, of course, it's 7 o'clock, which is UK time. We have got our Team Ireland versus Team Scotland showcase.
I was going to say, it's a new team showing up. Yes, Team Ireland versus Team Scotland. That one is also not going to be one to miss. A lot of skaters you've already seen this weekend will be taking part in that game. Definitely one to watch.
So until then, I've been Sven Famous. I've been sitting here with Katie.
Yes, indeed, and thank you very much.
So we're going to hand you back now to some messages from our sponsors, and when we return, we will have the last game of Euroclash, Middlesbrough versus Bear City.
Fifth Blocker Skates, Scotland's only and roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Living in a city that's full of hope.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of hope.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of
I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, skates, wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by name.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of hope.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1. So I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pad, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Statman, it's us.
Hello.
Hello, I am Gay Fawkes.
And I am Statman, and we're here for Middlesbrough Milk Rollers versus Bear City Roller Derby from Berlin.
They are now no longer the Milk Rollers, however. They're now just Middlesbrough Roller Derby.
That's true. I'm so out of date.
They have become lactose intolerant during their many years of existence in roller derby. so they've had a bit of a change. And so has our producer Quadders. Yes, it's very true. Anyway, right, so we'll talk through the rosters. Who should we start with? Should we start with Middlesbrough?
Let's start with Middlesbrough.
So we have 0, Frodo Bashins. 01, Public Emily. Number 1, the little Gurmaid. 104 is Gemma Peregrine. 14 is Mead. 1605, that's Gunpowder Dot. 19 is Lethally Blonde. 21 is Hulk Grogan. 47 is Tooley. 57 is Lexi Palmer. 69, Dynamite Sticks. Number 7, Ella Story. 86, Terry Sudgeon. And 87 is Lolly.
And while we're at it, let's take another look at the Bear City roster. And they are 003, Maniacal Maiden. 030, Jane Van Payne. 109, Amazon. 114, Freedy Mercury. 15, Flux. 1858, Minnesota Nice. 190, Peanut Butter Panic. 23, 60, Blitz. 25, Mia Missile. 42, Lizzie Slaughter. 666, Hannah Satana. 7, Lenore. 77, Foxy Fuhrer. And 92, Basic Instinct.
So yeah, this is the last game today, apart from the Nations game that is coming up afterwards.
That's right, it is the last sanctioned game of the event.
That's the word I was looking for. I knew there was a word in there somewhere I was missing.
So it is indeed the last sanctioned game, after which we move on to the Scotland v. Ireland game, which will be a blast.
Indeed.
Our producer might be slightly biased.
Oh, I can't imagine so. We are roller derby announcers. We swing neither one way nor the other.
Absolutely. But, of course, this tournament is entirely WFTDA sanctioned.
It is indeed. Yes.
Brought to you on WFTDA.tv.
Yes, and, of course, by the lovely boys from Tyne and Fear Streaming, who've been putting the feed together for us, managing the cameras, doing all the wonderful electronic stuff that I don't know how it works.
They have a computer down below me that is significantly more expensive than my car.
Oh, that's fair enough. Not bad.
Well, my car was like 10p.
Oh, good work. It's significantly quieter than my car because I think the fan belt's gone. But, so we have about 21 seconds until the first.
Oh, there's that artsy shot of the roof again.
Look at the beautiful roof of the Walker Dome.
I love the artsy shot of the roof of the Walker Dome.
Oh, it's one of the nicest. It's going to be a nice arena, the Walker Dome. It has to be said.
It really is, and very well hosted event. Newcastle, by this point, both Tyne and Fear and NRG, so well practiced, having hosted MEX for what, 4 years now?
I think so. 3 years, 4 years, something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. So they know how to host a tournament of this caliber. Our leadoff jammers, it looks like it's Mia Missile back there on the jammer line, going up against Ella Story. And we're underway. And it looks like Mia Missile working her way up towards the front. Bear City.
They're coming around the outside for lead. Mia Missile working her way through the pack. Brace too well at the front. She comes out as well, but she is not lead, as seen by the beautiful swooping arms of Big Smack.
Oh, Ella Story just straight through and calls it off. That's a good way to kick it off for Middlesbrough.
As you can see by the happy Middlesbrough lady faces.
Ooh, I like that the scoreboard sorted out the broadcast names.
Oh, yes, very true, very true.
Very classy.
It's the simple things that keep us impressed.
Absolutely. Ooh.
So, I think it might be Jane Van Payne for Berlin. I think that's a 0-3-0.
Yes, it is. Jane Van Payne against Lexi Palmer.
That's the one, doing well. Oh, yeah, it's on there as well. That's always useful.
Absolutely. And a scramble pack to start it off, but Middlesbrough, again, picking up lead. Berlin having to shift into offense mode, but Jane Van Payne not far behind.
Not far behind at all. Dancing in her shadow, basically, as she comes around the pack. Middlesbrough shifting to the front to try and get her a few points.
There's a call. It's going to be 3 for Middlesbrough and none for Bear City.
So first two jams so far. Middlesbrough holding Berlin to a 0 score. Oh, I went really high pitch then, and I'm not sure why.
Right, who's this next jam brought to us by?
Oh, well, the tournament sponsors the wonderful Royal Derby City, who have supplied all of our marvellous T-shirts for the officials and the crew. Skater owned and operated. They make merch, scrimmage and uniforms, and they've just introduced some new legwear. Justin thought your legs were getting cold.
And we've got Gemma Peregrine up against Basic Instinct, wearing the stars. Oh, Bear City within inches, but this time it is Gemma. 3 for 3 lead jams for Middlesbrough.
Doing very well, the ladies. Berlin's still stuck behind that wall of 2. Ella's Story used to be a formidable blocker, is now a formidable, jammer, sorry. Now being a brilliant blocker.
And Gemma Peregrine going to call it off, picking up 3. She requested 2.
Well, yeah. Got one for free. I was going to say, if you've got a name like Gemma Peregrine, you don't really need a roller derby name, do you?
No, you really don't. There are some out there that just are born into their
True.
James Brown.
Yeah.
Susie Powell.
Very true.
That is Susie Powell's legal name.
That's pretty good.
Susie Powell.
I'm pretty jealous.
Isn't
My
that
surname was
amazing?
Powell. Although Gay Powell sounds really strange. No.
And people go, where did you get your derby name? She goes, I was born with it.
So we have Ella Story on the jam line for MMR.
Up against Mia Missile. And Mia Missile working hard, but Ella Story 4 for 4.
Doing well. Mia Missile is out, about half a track behind. Cut track call on number 21, which is Holt Grogan. She's going to be sitting the full 30 seconds of the box in the next jam.
And 3 points in it for Middlesbrough.
The wonderful, of course, our fifth blocker skates penalty box. Can't forget to mention that.
Fifth blocker, a wonderful shop out of Glasgow.
This is very true. Jane Van Payne on the jam line for Berlin.
Up against Lexi Palmer from Middlesbrough.
We should be able to recognize that visor, I think.
By now. You know, you're seeing more and more of these shorter jammers wearing that visor. It's a smart choice.
Although I'm not sure. The last time I saw someone wear one of them, they managed to get their visor biffed into their face, which hurt their nose even more. So we have lead jammer for Berlin.
And that is their first lead jam of the game.
It is indeed. Back block call on the jammer, however, means she goes to the bin. She also picks up an insubordination call. Insubordination these days may be because you just don't exit the track quickly enough. It's not necessarily like it used to be that you are mouthing off a referee. It could just be that you're not getting off the track and heading to the bin in an expeditionary type way.
Expeditionally type way. I like that. I like that.
So we will have a 2-minute jam for Middlesbrough.
Keep in mind, this is supposed to be one of the tightest games of the tournament. Middlesbrough ranked 51st by Flat Track Stats. And Bear City ranked 52nd.
Yep, so Lexi Palmer with a 5-point pass, of course, getting the points for the block jammer in the bin. Some big hits being laid down by everyone in that pack, pretty much.
That's right, and there's no lead, so we're going for another 40 seconds worth of jam.
Forearms penalty sees the blocker heading to the bin.
Yeah, it tries to call it off, but of course, Terry Palmer not lead. So she's going to have to grind it out some more.
Berlin having dialed in their wall slightly, really slowing Lexi down.
Final 15 seconds of this jam. There's 5 points.
Jammer from Berlin, meanwhile, is back in the pack and is working her way through.
Big recycle job there from Berlin. However, there's going to be 2 points in it for Lexi Palmer, 4 for Bear City.
Pivot picking up a direction of play penalty sees her sitting in the bin for the next jam. So we've got some wonderful information for the WFTDA that we forgot to mention. 399 member leagues now, 52 apprentice leagues across all sorts of continents and countries.
I'm still waiting for Team McMurdo roller derby.
Team who?
McMurdo, the station in Antarctica.
Oh, right, of course.
And now we've got Gemma Peregrine against Basic Instinct wearing the stars.
Little Gourmet, gunpowder dot even. 1605, then attempted the offense, didn't quite manage to do it.
And it's lead jammer, second time in a row for Berlin.
Berlin blocker picking up a forearms penalty. Means they now have a 4-on-2 advantage to Middlesbrough.
Berlin's got points. She's not going to call it off right away, though.
I think if she's sensible, she'll try and burn some of that get track time and get those blockers back on.
I think you're right. Middlesbrough definitely have points now. Both jammers scoring.
Big hit from number 42, the Berlin pivot, which is Lizzie Slaughter. 666 being released from the bin, which is Hannah Santana.
And showed up just in time to start blocking.
Although someone just got a cut track, a gunpowder dot, picking up a cut track penalty for Middlesbrough.
And it's a 2-wall for Middlesbrough, just holding back Basic Instinct. She's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, Dynamite Sticks being the bridge.
Unfortunately, it's a multiplayer block, so they're going to have to let her go.
Yep, Frodo Bastions heads to the bin for MMR as well. Oh, MRD, not MMR. Apologies.
Shref pulling off the famous arm back into the pocket routine.
Yeah.
This time a much faster pass for Berlin.
Basic instinct with a 5-point pass.
And there we go. There's 4 for Middlesbrough.
We're operating a slight rotating seats in the Middlesbrough bin. One person gets out, another person takes another seat.
It is sort of a rotating door there in the Middlesbrough bin.
Yeah, it was a bit of a heavy jam for Peregrine. I think she's taking some very deep breaths after that one.
I'm sure she will. It is Bear's 3rd game of the weekend, Middlesbrough's 2nd.
Yeah, so Bear being probably a bit more tired. Middlesbrough only having to travel from about an hour or so down the road as well, so they've got the home advantage. You get to go back and home and sleep in your own nice bed with your own duvet, which always plays a difference, I think.
Oh, yeah, they didn't even need to get a hotel up here. And now we're going to have Mia Missile against Ella Story.
But if they did need to get a hotel, the Euro hostels down the road, absolutely mint. Budget stay your way. Also, the venue for our after party. Anyway, moving on.
And lead jammer status to Mia Missile. Ella Story is now out and scoring, but Mia Missile fighting her way. Beautiful takeout, Terry Sudrin.
Yep.
Mia Missile attempts takeoff, calls off the jam for 3 points.
Yeah, Ella Story hoping her best that she snuck through and got some points, but didn't quite manage it. So I think we have Alexi on the jam line for MRD. I still want to stick another M in there every single time I say it.
I know. And it's only a 10-point game at this point.
That is. And we're pretty sure it's 0-3-0. Jane Van Payne for Berlin. Hey, look at that. I was right.
Look at that. And look at this. We've got ourselves a little bit of an old-fashioned scrum pack right here.
Yeah. Some very strong tripod walls going on. Berlin mixing it up, rotating to the front.
And they've had to waterfall because Lexi Palmer's doing an excellent job cutting her way forward.
Yeah, Jane Van Payne looking for a bit of help from her blockers. Gets forced to the outside by the MRD wall. Lexi up front fighting a wall of 2 incredibly tall ladies, it has to be said.
And she is through for lead.
Big hits from number 1, which is Little Gourmet. Grr.
Grr.
Love that name.
That is one of the great names here this weekend. You almost want to issue a Best Name Award along with your All-Star Jammer and Blocker.
You do. So this is MRD's first lead in 4 jams. Very exciting fact. Gotta love a fact.
Facts. Stats. There we go. The Star Pass is complete for Bear City. Hannah Satana wearing the stars. Doesn't even get a chance to put them on. Jam is called off. 5 points for Middlesbrough.
Middlesbrough?
Middlesbrough.
So currently are standing at 30 points to Middlesbrough, 20 points for the ladies from Berlin. Five chickens.
I think he said 5 chickens.
I think so.
Well, we did have the official review earlier. How many seconds is 5 seconds?
Oh, true.
Basic Instinct against Gemma, and Basic Instinct just storming through the back to pick up lead.
Peregrine getting stuck slightly behind the Berlin walls, managed to juke to the inside with help from offense. She is out and through. Middlesbrough dialing in their wall. Peregrine forced to the outside. Calls it from the floor.
No worries about that. She's going to pick up none.
I always like it when they try and count their own points alongside the jam ref.
I know.
It's amazing how rarely they agree. Swiss Army Mike just having a chat with Duncan Disorderly.
Just a pleasant little chat.
Just a nice discussion. Where did you get your stripes from? Why? I bought them from the internet. What a lovely blue tie.
Oh, we've got an official timeout. This official timeout brought to you by the officials, who are the only ones who can call an official timeout.
Well, yes. Or any timeout, surely.
Technically speaking.
It might be a wonderful time to mention some of our sponsors like Double Threat Skates. Double Threat Skates is the UK's most expert roller derby store. Double Threat Skates offers a full fitting service and advice you can trust from experienced skaters. How lovely.
There you go. And they have a nice stall set up at the back of this venue.
They also have a nice stall set up at the back of the building.
And there's a nice pan of the crowd. Look at that crowd.
Look at the dude with the pom-poms.
Dude with the pom-poms. He's having fun.
So we are back to the action. Quick, cameraman. Pan faster. Pan faster. So we have Ella Story on the jam line for Middlesbrough.
Going up against Mia Missile from Berlin.
Mia Missile pushing hard up front. Huge hit. She tries to get through. Ella Story working her way around the outside.
Oh, beautiful tap out. Number 109, Berlin. That would be Amazon. Perfectly timed contact.
Mia Missile on the wall up front. Is that Dynamite Sticks, I think, picking up a forearms penalty for Middlesbrough?
And the Stars are down on Middlesbrough. Looked like a pass, not positive.
I think so, yeah.
It was, in fact, a Star pass. So, number 0 for Middlesbrough. That's Frodo Bastians wearing the Stars, or at least possessing them.
Oh, they're possessing the Star, yeah. As of yet, she has not decided to put them on.
And a special thank you to the Middlesbrough Turn 3 coach for confirming that Star pass. 5 points up there for Mia Missile. For those of you playing roller derby bingo, I should say 5-point grand slam and 5 in the sky.
Oh, there you go. All the points, all the points. Frodo Bash is working on a 2-wall up front. She is out and through. Mia Missile, meanwhile, working on the wall at the back.
Oh, tabletop.
Dynamite Sticks expecting a penalty. Is she going to get one?
Yes.
Yeah, she is.
Well, she did sort of trip the jammer.
It was a bit of a low block. It's very true, very true. So Frodo Bashins jumps through, scoring pass, picks up 4.
And Mia Missile still working on this pack. She's going in for another pass.
I think Berlin deciding to let it run.
Well, she's only got 2 to beat.
It's very true, it's very true. And Frodo Bashins, of course, isn't a primary jammer, if you will.
Great block, 16:05. That's Gunpowder Dot. And we're going to have an instant replay. Let's take a look at the jammer, Mia Missile, on the outside, going through and somehow managing to keep it on the skates. That was a beautiful little run of play there by Mia Missile.
36-36, we have a matching score. And I hope someone actually has a bingo card at home, otherwise this is going to be really dull. Timeout being called by Middlesbrough.
And this timeout brought to us by...
Oh, I don't know. Do you want to do one?
Oh, I'll do one. Okay.
You do one. You do one.
This timeout brought to us by the Power of Grayskull. Sports apparel with a difference, made to measure, custom designs, custom fit. We got you covered. Made from the best fabric we can find, the Power of Grayskull. Be the difference.
They do some fantastic lycra leggings with cats all over them.
They do. They will put your cats on your legs.
Yeah. Yeah. Not like really. I mean, it's not like a furry... Anyway, moving on. So both teams running really tight 3 jammer rotations. So you'd think I'd know which jammer was coming next, wouldn't you? But
you would think.
You'd think so. But keeping it tight, keep the jammer rotation narrow.
I know.
We're being papped.
The paparazzi have attacked.
It's a difficult life being me sometimes.
There's a photographer in roller derby in suburban Maryland who is 4'11".
Wow, that's pretty
and
good.
his derby name is the Pocket Paparazzi.
Good work. Good work. I quite like suburban Maryland as a roller derby name, actually.
Oh, that would be good. All right, we're waiting for this timeout to end.
We're just trying to check which jammer it is.
It's going to be Jane Van Payne against Lolly.
Yep.
Lolly trying to pop her way through that Berlin wall. And Jane Van Payne, only 2 to beat. They are doing a beautiful brace.
Yep, little girl maiden Terry Sudgeon.
And nonetheless through for lead jammer status.
Meanwhile, Jane Van Payne is back on her scoring pass. Lolly is out the front.
Jane Van Payne forced to recycle. Calls off the jam.
Foxy Fura picks up a direction of gameplay penalty. Heads to the 5th blocker skates penalty box.
And now we officially do have that lead change in effect.
39 plays 36. The ladies from Berlin with a 3-point advantage. About 15 minutes gone.
And Flat Track Stats did say it was going to be close. It's looking definitely close.
Pretty snug. So Basic Instincts and Lexi Palmer on the jam line. Well, not anymore. They've run off, but Lexi Palmer working up front. Gets out and through is lead jammer.
So let's see if we can get another lead change.
It is starting to look that way. Middlesbrough have dialed in their wall, holding Basic Instinct to a slightly slower pace.
Oh, nicely done up the outside. That's a full 5 points for Lexi Palmer.
Basic Instinct with a star stash. I am not the jammer anymore. Don't look at me. Meanwhile, Lexi is back on her scoring pass.
These are not the jammers you're looking for.
No, I'm not a jammer anymore. What do you mean? Both of these jammers caught in this pack incredibly tightly.
Well, Lexi Palmer's not going to call it off because her opponent's not yet out on a scoring pass.
Nope, still no initial.
Instead, she's going to pick up 5 more.
Looking for the star pass to Hannah Saitana.
I believe the star pass has been completed because everybody's blocking Hannah
I was going to
Saitana.
say, yeah. Looking at the tension there now, giving the pivot. Takes a step out, gets forced back. Middlesbrough managed to recycle.
Oh, that's a good recycle on Hannah Saitana. Lexi Palmer getting bounced around there. It's almost human pinball.
That could have been lethally blonde with that good recycle there. Lexi looking for a way through. Another scoring pass. Hannah Saitana is working her way out. Is she there? She is.
And Lexi Palmer calls it off, picks up 4. Now let's take another look at the Middlesbrough jammer just forcing her way through this wall. Look at that, working up the inside, right behind Schreff. You'll see her spin around the outside. Brilliantly done.
Good work. Good work. Look. Oh, leg strength. Leg strength. That's what
She did not skip leg day.
No. I think it's the hardest place to add mass, I've heard. So we have Gemma Peregrine on the jam line for Middlesbrough.
Up against Mia Missile for Berlin.
Peregrine being forced to the inside by number 42, which is Lizzie Slaughter.
It's 2 solid 4 walls, but there you go. Gemma Peregrine breaking through on the inside.
I'm very excited about it. Only 1 hand down, not 2, which means Mia Missile can get up and go.
And somebody cut the track. I'm waiting to see who.
There was a whistle there was a whistle and it sounded like a penalty.
And we've got a replay coming through for that amazing bit of jamming there from Middlesbrough. Here's that recycle. Look at this. She's in the back of the pack, cuts her way, spin move to the inside, and bursts through for lead. Beautifully done.
It's very good. It's very good. So we have Ella Story on the jam line for Middlesbrough.
And she's going up against Jane Van Payne.
I was going to say, I'm sure we're expecting Jane Van Payne. I've not said that name for a while.
And it's a jammer on jammer stare down to start this jam.
Whistle has gone. We are moving.
But slowly. Oh,
Story
spin move. Oh, shit. Spin move onto the inside.
You love a good spin move.
I love a good spin move.
It is a 4-on-3 advantage to Berlin.
But right now, the pack only just barely crossing the pivot line. This is aggressive roller derby. It's 3-on-3.
It's a heck of a lot slower than some of the other games we've watched today. The packs are a lot more static. Whether or not that's because it's been the second and third games of the day or just the style of these teams playing, not sure.
I think it's more of style thing. We've seen very, very evenly matched games that have been hard-hitting and faster games.
Jane Van Payne getting through and calling it. Picks up no points.
And keep in mind, Bear City were the winner of a 1-point game earlier this tournament.
Very true. So 3 points picked up by Middlesbrough, 0 from Bear City, even though they were lead.
Sometimes those timing calls are just so hard to get as a jammer.
Tis true, tis true. That's why I don't jam. So, Lexi and Basic Instinct on the jam line.
Only 1 skater in the 5th blocker penalty box, and that's Hannah Saitana.
And she's done with the sitting, so she's having a stand. Cut track call on 86, which is Terry Sudgeon. Peregrine out Lexi Palmer is out through and lead, being followed shortly by Basic Instinct.
It's a jammer-on-jammer match race. I always love watching these.
What's she going to do? She's having a bit of a slowdown, having a bit of a think, debating whether or not she's going to be able to get a scoring pass in. She decides against it and calls it off.
Well, little jammer-on-jammer contact there just to see what happens and then let it go. Nothing in it.
She was also probably burning the clock down for Terry Sudgeon, of course.
That would make sense.
We have so many stats.
And we have 201 people watching on YouTube.
Ooh, how very exciting.
Hello.
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 Hello, you wonderful people of YouTube. Feel free to get us at the @NRG Roller Girls Twitter plug or hashtag Euroclash 2017.
And we've got Mia Missile against Gemma Peregrine back here on the jammer line.
Mia Missile working that inside line. A beautiful hop and a skip. Sees her out and through.
And here we go. Gemma Peregrine is also out. Mia Missile coming into a beautifully braced free wall. Dances around, stays on the track.
Coming in hard, gets taken out by her own pivot almost.
And she gets all 5. And now let's take a look at that again. The big step over by Mia Missile. Here we go. Look at her starting low, diving towards the outside. She's got 3 to beat, little bit of offense, and just swings around the inside. Beautifully done. Thank you to Quatters for those wonderful replays so far.
Official review being called by Middlesbrough. It'll be a marvellous time to mention it. Of course, if you're watching this at home, you probably can't get out to the after-party venue. But if you were, we're going to be heading out to the Ware Rooms shortly after the final game of today. It is Ain't No Party Like a Ware Rooms Party. Newcastle's best-kept secret, the Ware Rooms, opens from 8 till late every night. Are we having an official? Are they talking? I'm not talking over anyone, Mint. But if you're looking for a party venue in Newcastle, it's absolutely excellent. Most of the NRG and Time and Fear games happen here at the Walker Dome. The after parties happen at the Ware Rooms. And they now slipped into legend. It's terrible.
That sounds like fun to me. Just a few minutes ago, speaking of things to get in Newcastle, went out for one of those fat hippo burgers.
Oh, yeah.
Magnificent things.
So we're going to have a word from Duncan Disorderly. So the official review has been called from Middlesbrough in regards to a cut that they believe should have been called on the White Jammer and has not been. Oh, Vienna Roller Derby, say hello. Hello, Vienna Roller Derby.
Guten Tag.
Is that it has to be German. Dankeschön. Bitteschön. That's it. What can I say?
Wurst.
Yep. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Wiener Schnitzel.
Not right now.
I guess.
Maybe at the after party. I went to Vienna. It was lovely, but raining because it was December. There you go. Fun fact about my life.
Fun facts.
So the referees have conversed. They've had a bit of a discussion. The Alt Ref is coming over to have a little word. So we shall find out what is going on. So we are just waiting to find out the results of that, which StatMan will present you with.
So only one hand touched, and therefore the no call stands.
Oh, so it was the cut on this corner. Yes. Ah, okay. Yeah, so she literally got hit out, put one hand down, and the new rules say that if you put one hand down, you're all right. If you put 2 hands down, you have to go back and recycle.
And if you put 3 hands down, where the hell did you get that third hand?
Very true. Very true. Oh dear. We need to move swiftly on and discuss the fact that Jane Van Payne is on the jam line for Berlin. Yeah, and it's Lolly number 87 for Middlesbrough. Lolly working her way up the inside, number 42 to beat.
Oh, but look at how beautifully Berlin waterfall back into play. Nonetheless, Lolly pops through for lead.
Lollipops? Do you think that's where she came from?
Boom, boom, boom.
Jane Van Payne being held up by a wall of 3 Middlesbrough blockers. In danger of drifting slightly out of play. Referees on a lookout for any multiplayer hit. Lolly, in the meanwhile, has hit the back of the pack and is on her point-scoring pass. Berlin pivot is released from the bin.
So Berlin with a 4 wall at the back. Middlesbrough with 3 at the front. Berlin throwing some offense now.
Yeah, Little Girl Maid relinquishes her job of bolster and disappears up front. Lolly, meanwhile, is working on that back wall.
Quick reform by the back Berlin wall.
The tripod of doom.
They had to jump forward at an out-of-play call.
Those are some tall ladies as well. Lolly's having a job pushing on them.
Absolutely. It's funny to see. Some of these teams are very short. Some of these teams are not.
So we're doing well. Lolly on a scoring pass. The Berlin Jammer still being held in the pack. However, Jane Van Payne has not made it out yet.
Oh, this is a grinding jam.
About 35 seconds left of this jam. Direction of gameplay on Hannah Sitana sends her back to the bin.
You know, especially in these grinding, slow games, you have to be very wary of that.
You do. Especially when you just try and drop back to try and go for a...
And let's take a look. We've got an instant replay coming up.
Look at the walls for days.
Look at how they just grind and go nowhere. It is a human meat grinder out there, even when Hannah Skaitana jumps forward to try to play some offense.
Human Meat Grinder was a club in Vienna. It's not true. So, Ella's Story, number 7, and Basic Instinct, number 92 on the jam line. Ella's Story goes up the inside line, tries to get through.
Vienna Roller Girls, we appreciate that you're watching.
Yeah.
I apologize for my colleague.
So Ella's Story is lead jammer. Basic Instinct is about half a track behind her. Berlin working their way to the front, just 2 blockers to be on track. Skips through, does so. Scores 4 points. Taking the Middlesbrough lead to 65, Berlin 43. Or Bear City even. So not forgetting, you can reach us at NRG Roller Girls, hashtag Euroclash 2017. It's been a very long weekend. We've been shut indoors. I've not got enough vitamin D, that's what I'm blaming.
No, I know. Although it has been beautiful weather outside, especially for those hippo burgers.
So it's Mia Missile up against Lexi Palmer. Lexi Palmer with 1 left to beat up front, does so. Mia Missile, meanwhile, is working up the inside.
Good recycling by Middlesbrough. Not long drawbacks, but just simple recycling to solid walls.
Mia Missile is out. Lexi Palmer calls it off after picking up her 4-point pass. So we shall have a marvellous replay of that one-footed hop. There she goes, transition through, 1 foot. Good manoeuvre.
So well done. So well done.
I wish I had balance. I've got some. Yeah.
There's a reason I don't skate. All right. Only 4.5 minutes remaining in the first half.
It's been a brilliant first half. One of the lowest scoring first halves of this weekend, I would think.
I'm
not sure we'll have to check that, but it definitely seems that way.
We've had some great tight games, and lead jammer status again going to Middlesbrough.
Yep, Gemma Peregrine once again pushing through and getting a lead. Basic Instinct held in that pack.
Middlesbrough recording 4 lead jams in a row.
Forearms penalty being issued to number 109, which is Amazon. 5-point natural grand slam for Gemma Peregrine. Big hit on Basic Instinct forces her to the inside.
Oh, beautifully done by the Middlesbrough offense to separate each one of those Bear City blockers. You know why? Bear City don't have the drum in the crowd.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's why they're struggling right now.
They had a drum for the first game, but they got politely asked to stop drumming because no referees could hear penalties.
Oh, that's just too bad.
Another 5-point pass for Gemma Peregrine.
And we have had a star pass. Hannah Skaitana now carrying the stars.
Yeah,
but holy cow. Beautiful job by Gemma Peregrine.
Hannah Skaitana working her way up front. Dynamite Sticks being the bridge. Some nice offense coming from the Middlesbrough pivot, keeping that Berlin wall mixed up and confused.
And that's the natural conclusion of that jam. 2 more points. Let's take another look. That beautiful play by Gemma Peregrine. Hard to see. Here she comes flying into your screen. right around the outside, almost completely untouched.
Barely loses any speed whatsoever. It was a massive 23-point jam, the last one, extending the lead from Middlesbrough to 92. Bear City Roller Derby 43. 2 minutes 40 left in this half.
Undoubtedly the biggest lead of this game.
Mia Missile up against Ella Story. Mia Missile pushing up front on that wall of 3. 1 sitting in the bin for Middlesbrough. No pack call goes up.
Both teams reacting instantly, so no penalties.
Yeah. Mia Missile with a wall of 2. Manages to get through. First lead for Burnhill in a little while.
And a start.
Terry Sudgeon.
And Terry Sudgeon now holding the stars. That is the first in 5 lead jams.
Mia Missile working around the outside. Terry Sudgeon, meanwhile, is back through for a scoring pass.
Terry Sudgeon taking the friendly side. Great sweep play by Middlesbrough. Tapped out, but she's going to take a no pass, no penalty, picking up 4.
Yep. Number 42 picks up a low block, which was Lizzie Slaughter, which sees her head to the bin, which is why Terry could come back on and didn't need to recycle. I think Berlin may be taking the decision that the long game is more in their favor than the shorter jams were.
That's right. Mia Missile going to let this one ride.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 8 plays 8 on the jam score. There's Mia with a quick pass. She's not going to call it that time.
Direction of gameplay penalty being issued to 60 Blix.
And Terry Sudgeon almost falls her way through to 4 points.
Indeed. 1-1-4 now heading to the back, which is Freddie Mercury. So the long game may have favoured the points, but not necessarily the number of players on track for Bear City.
No, and the long game didn't even favour the points. It's 12 plays 12.
Oh, well. So an interesting tactical decision.
It was.
One which is perfectly valid.
I was expecting Bear City to call it right after the one pass that went quite quickly.
So coming up at half-time, we have interviews. Sven will be interviewing Lucy and Missy from NRG, and Woo-Ha and Bunny from CCR.
You say that so well.
Woo-Ha. Yeah, I can't not. I get carried away. What can I say?
It sounds like a teenage nickname from the 50s for something.
We'll move on from that one as well. It's important to mention things. April the 21st to the 23rd in Manchester, the UK is the Roller Derby World Summit. Keynote speakers include the UN Women, the ESPN, the Roller Derby Beirut, and WFTDA.com. Hosted by Rainy City Rollers. Tickets are now on sale. WFTDA.com/RDWS/tickets. Or do a Google search, because that might not be right.
Or do a Google search.
Google search. We'll just have a quick... The officials are just checking the clock.
It's still on the wall.
It's still on the wall, but does it agree with the one in the... Yeah. The question is, does it agree with the time of the clock in the NSO's hand? We are unsure. So our final game of the day will be Ireland versus Scotland, which is coming up at 7 o'clock.
And that's going to be a wonderful preparatory game for the February World Cup in Manchester.
Yeah. February in Manchester. Wow.
Yeah, I've always wanted to see Manchester in February.
It's like, it is
I've heard it's like Paris in July, but the opposite.
Manchester's lovely, but just expect rain. That's all I'm saying. So we have lead jammer for Lexi Palmer of Middlesbrough, and a massive pile-up on the pivot line from everyone else, pretty much. Jane Van Payne working on that wall of 3. One blocker left on track for Berlin.
Oh, and a beautiful pass round the outside. Round the outside for Lexi Palmer.
0-3-0 picking up the star on a star pass, which is Jane Van Payne.
And we're going to halftime with a score of 1-1-3 plays 55 in favor of Middlesbrough.
So check out some interviews from the previous game, CCR versus NRG. It was a brilliant game. If we're ready, we'll let you go and watch that, and we shall see you back here in about 15 minutes' time.
Now, I'm Sven Will I Be Famous. I'm standing here with Woo and Bunny from Central City Roller Girls, just fresh from their victory against Newcastle Roller Girls here at Euroclash 2017. So first off, big question. How much does this victory over Newcastle mean when you're on the home turf at their home tournament?
Oh my God.
Speechless. Like it's an amazing result. And we're just really grateful for the girls.
Now, I'm Sven Will I Be Famous. I'm standing here with Wu and Bunny from Central City Roller Girls, just fresh from their victory against Newcastle Roller Girls here at Euroclash 2017. Victory against Newcastle Roller Girls here at Euroclash 2017. So first off, big question. How much does this victory over Newcastle mean when you're on the home turf at their home tournament?
Oh my God. Speechless. Like it's an amazing result. And we're just really grateful for the girls for hosting us. It's just been an amazing tournament.
Incredible, really incredible.
I mean, it's been a great rivalry. Not a rivalry. It's been a great history between the two teams. Going back for many years, I've been there to announce and referee many of the games, and there's been a lot of back and forward. So I know now that obviously next time you face Newcastle, do you think I'll phrase it as a question. How do you think the teams have evolved year on year in terms of your individual teams and as opposition?
Stronger.
Yeah. But I think we're both evolved, to be stronger teams. Both teams have been incredible and kind of progressed along at the same time with one another.
So, talking about evolution and adaptation, one of the things we mentioned on the stream was in the two teams were very level going into at the end of the first period, and then there was a definite change in the gameplay and style, especially from Central City when you came out. So, what exactly did Illbilly say at half time? What was your strategy? What was the switch you made when you came in that second period that let you open up that gap?
Do you want it?
He basically asked us how much we wanted this game.
So very emotional.
And he just tapped into us as skaters and what we do, what we work so hard for, which is to get opportunities like this and make the most of these opportunities. And we just switched it on.
So that's you done for Euroclash. Yeah. So what's been the highlight, the standout moment for the tournament?
Oh God. I just think everyone's been really welcoming. All the teams around have been absolutely brilliant. There's been great banter going between us and we've been watching the games. Lots of support for everybody. It's just been a wicked atmosphere.
We're really looking forward to playing both Tiger Bay and Newcastle. I couldn't pick between them, playing that. And the Roller Derby that we've watched has been incredible too. Yeah. So it's been awesome. Well,
thank you very much for entertaining us and for coming here for this interview. So from me, Sven Will I Be Famous, Woo-Ha and Bunny Massacre, you've been watching us on WFTDA.tv at Euroclash 2017, and we'll see you soon for the next game. Hello everybody, I'm Sven Will I Be Famous. I'm here with Missy Pow Pow and Lucy just after their game against Central City Roller Girls here at Euroclash 2017. I was calling that in the feed, and that is one of the best games I've seen all weekend in terms of two teams, very, very tight. We said it on the feed, it was a blocker dominant game, so Lucy first as a jammer. How did that affect the way you approached the packs? Were you going for power? Were you going to get out of the way?
It was really tough, they're all massive, and as you can see I'm really short, so it's trying to think about a way that I could use my blockers offensively to get past that. So it was more of a team effort than me using any of my own skills. It was more we're going to do this offensive plan and then see how it works.
But do you, when you're on the bench waiting to go on in your lineup, are you basically saying to your blocking lineup you're going to be with, this is the kind of offense I want, this is when I want the offense? So, because we've seen in other games where it's very much you as an experienced jammer are left to your own game, and the blockers lock down the opposing jammer.
Yeah, so some games it might be I just need time to get out, so I'll just leave the blockers defensively. But for this game, it might be this is my plan that I need, because if I'm left to my own devices, I'm going to be stuck. So it's very much planned on the bench. This is what we're going to do, and we'll go from there and see what happens.
So, Missy, as I said, blocker dominant game. There was a lot trading back and forward between both teams in terms of how solid those walls were. When were you making the calls to go offensive? Because we saw both teams doing that, sending a blocker to do offensive. When were you basically, again, relying on your jammers to do what they do best and find the holes?
I think you can only call it jam by jam. So as Lucy says, we make a plan on the bench and then we try to execute it. It goes a bit wrong if you then find out you've got 1, 2, 3 blockers in the bin, and I think both teams were quite penalty heavy during that game, so it does wreck your plan a little bit, but you've just got to react. What we try to do is maybe lock down their jammer first, and then when we know we've contained their jammer, send one for all, and then switch back if we feel like we're losing the jammer, so it's really fluid.
So that's your 3 games from Euroclash completed. What have been the highlight, the standout moments for both of you for the 3 games? Has it been the new teams? Has there been particular moments in the games?
I think for me it's just like the integration of new jammers. We've had a complete turnaround this season of our jammer rotation. Big Tall Jocks came back after timeout. Raven and Millers and Boom have both, this is like their first games as a belter. So for us it's integrating them. And like also I just want to say we might have lost all 3 games, but I feel like the city of Newcastle has just really welcomed everyone. I'm really proud of that as well as the games.
Yeah, definitely. Just to reiterate, we've been planning this tournament since August. The league has put a lot into it, so it's bigger for us than the 3 games. It's knowing that we brought this European tournament to England, which is really excited. And if you look around and you look at the crowd and you look at the amount of buy-in and people watching at home, that's what it's about for us.
So we'll be seeing Euroclash 2018, is that what you're saying?
We'd like to think so.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. That's the scoop, that's the exclusive. So the last thing, as your closing interviews as Euroclash, anything you want to say to the thousands of people who got watching around the world live on WFTDA.tv? Say it right down that lens now.
Happy Mother's Day!
Yeah, happy Mother's Day!
Happy Mother's Day!
That seems to be the overriding message of today, as well as where is my hour gone?
Yeah.
But thank you very much for entertaining us, entertaining the crowds here, putting on an amazing tournament and some amazing roller derby. So from Missy Power Power, Lucy, from Swim Will I Be Famous, we'll see you very soon.
Fifth Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the
I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
We're not sure whether you can hear us. There we
There
are.
we are. Hello.
Look
Welcome
at our lovely
to
faces.
look at Newcastle Roller Girls. That's where we
Newcastle
are.
Roller Girls. Bear City Roller Derby up against Middlesbrough Roller Derby. We are about to come back into the second half.
That's right. And right now the score 113 for Middlesbrough, 55 for Bear City.
Penalty-wise, we are not too bad. The ladies from Middlesbrough, pretty low ranking, 3s and 4 penalties. Berlin have a couple on 5s and 6. So 666, which is Hannah Satana has 5. Number 77, Foxy Fuhrer is on 4. So no one dangerous yet, but it's second half of 30 minutes. You never know what might happen.
Absolutely. And as exciting as the first half was, there will be some excitement here in this second half.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant first half. Middlesbrough are really doing much better than their previous games. They're playing much better. The pack seems much more organized.
Mia Missile against Ella Story here to take the first jam, and Ella Story in style picking up that lead jammer status.
Yeah. Mia Missile, meanwhile, about half a track behind, manages to bust out the front of the pack. Middlesbrough keeping it nice and slow. Ella dives through, calls it off, picks up the full 4 points.
That's what Middlesbrough are going to look to do in the second half, is start putting together some simple jams that kill clock and put up some points.
Especially if they all go like that one. It should be mint.
Oh, that was textbook. Absolutely textbook.
Yep, so we have Jane Von Payne on the jam line for Berlin. Up against Lolly. Oh, Lexi Palmer, not Lolly.
That's right, Lexi Palmer.
Who was the highest point scorer of a previous half on behalf of Middlesbrough.
And look at that, Lexi Palmer straight through for lead.
And showing us exactly why she was. And we have a power jam. Cut track penalty being called on Jane Van Payne means she will be sitting in the 5th block of skates penalty box.
So an opportunity for Middlesbrough to start putting up some serious points. There you go. First 5-point Grand Slam.
Lexi with some beautiful juking and jamming and getting through. Middlesbrough currently with a passive offense, trying to watch that Berlin wall, see how it's set up. Lexi is in, out, and through. Full 5 points.
I like that. In, out, and through.
In, out, and through. Jammer is standing for Berlin.
In the 5th blocker penalty box.
What a lovely place to stand. Lexi, meanwhile, forced to the inside by number 7, which is Leonoir. That doesn't sound German at all. It sounds French.
Well, it's modern Europe these days.
Oh, whoa, very modern. Very modern.
Lexi Palmer now forced to work hard. She's not flying through the pack anymore. This is a bit of a grind, but a nice little step through.
Yeah, she looked like she was taking it much more patiently. Star pass to Hannah Setana. Statman gets a text message. Lexi, meanwhile, is back on. Some nice offense from Middlesbrough, but she calls it off.
And we're going to take an instant replay. Let's take another look and watch Terry. She's right here coming up the inside line. She's going to step right over through and pick up those points. Yep. Beautifully done.
Lexi showing us why she was such a high point scoring.
And before this next jam starts, let's just say hello to Jibby Rage and anyone else watching from the board of the Men's Roller Derby Association. Hello.
Hey guys, lovely to have you watching.
It's not at all creepy when somebody texts, "I see you" from another country.
So Basic Instinct up against Gemma Peregrine. Forearms penalty on Gemma Peregrine, however, sees her head to the bin before she crosses the pivot line, meaning Basic Instinct has a power jam. Oliver Onio.
Oh! Terry Sudrin says sit down.
One hand only went out, though. No, one hand. Was it one hand and a knee, maybe? Is that why she got called for the cut? Not quite sure, but it was a cut track penalty being assessed. She too takes a seat in the 5th blocker skates penalty bin, meaning Gemma Peregrine is released, and we will have a 2-minute jam.
Nice old-fashioned jammer switcheroo. Gemma Peregrine cuts that pack through, and she is scoring.
Berlin, meanwhile, getting broken up by Middlesbrough. Being unable to reform that wall makes your defense even harder.
Power jam has expired. 3 to beat for Gemma Peregrine. Oh, drops a skate right on the inside. She's going to have to recycle.
Almost managed to do it, but not quite. Backbot penalty being issued to number 86, Terry Sudgen.
And an out of play to Public Emily.
Meaning Berlin are now on a 4-on-2 advantage in the pack. Nice ducking and diving from Peregrine means she avoids the block, gets out on the front.
She skates very, very low to avoid that. Beautifully done.
Basic Instinct about half a track behind her, however.
Oh, Basic Instinct just carving like a knife through butter.
So the block is returning for the bin for Middlesbrough. Terry Sudgen coming back on.
Oh, she went for the subtle tap, but
She
could
did.
not complete it.
No, didn't quite manage to complete. Gemma Peregrine is back in the ball, jams out the front, tried desperately to get out.
And she picks up all 4. Let's take another look at that great block. Look at this. Gemma right there in the middle of the pack, working her way up the outside. Nice duck under the block from number 42, Lizzie Slaughter.
It's nice to be a tall blocker, but when it's tiny jammers, it makes it blooming difficult.
It really can.
So we have Ella Story on the jam line for Middlesbrough. Up against Mia Missile, I believe, for Berlin.
And I believe you're right.
Woohoo!
Yay.
Hey, I've been paying attention and everything.
I can tell. And we have 2 very, very tight walls out there on the track. Mia Missile, she's through hers. However, faster is Ella Story with lead.
109 Amazon heads to the bin for a multiplayer block. Ella Story debating what to do. Jammer hits the pack. Calls it off.
I think both teams scoring. Yes, 2 for Ella Story, 3 for Bear City and Mia Missile. So keep in mind, folks, this is the last WFTDA sanctioned game of the weekend.
However,
coming up after this is going to be Ireland v. Scotland in a warm-up game for the February World Cup,
which will be hosted by Rainy City in Manchester.
That's correct. And Ireland were walking around the crowd moments ago, passing out little postcards with the lyrics to Ireland's call.
They probably would have done better if they were handing out Guinness, but that's just me. Lexi Palmer is out and lead jammer, meanwhile. Are we even talking nonsense? Jane Van Payne being held up by a wall of 4 Middlesbrough blockers. Lexi is back on a scoring pass. Beautiful, and gets out and through around the outside. Last minute hit on 0-3-0 from Terry Sudgen. Doesn't manage to knock her off.
No, but Terry Sudren's holding a goat on her own. Lexi Palmer calls it off. Points denial is good, and she picks up 1 herself. Let's take another look.
We're going to have about 1 million replays of Lexi being awesome around this corner, aren't we?
Yep, here you go. She's going up the outside.
Up,
Not enough time for
brilliant.
Berlinder Waterfall.
Nope.
Beautifully done. Well, she has that extra gear that she can throw in just to escape those blocks.
My skating's normally stuck in reverse. So our wonderful tournament sponsor, Roller Derby City, skater owned and operated. They make merch, scrimmage and uniforms, and they've just introduced new legwear. So get on hold of them. They're mint. So Basic Instinct and Gemma Peregrine on the jam line.
Gemma Peregrine, she is blocked but not out, and so she's around and scoring for lead.
She's done it a couple of times where she has been blocked and the blockers presume she has gone off, but she's just stopped, has held her position, the blocker's gone back, and she's just gone.
Oh, somebody went down hard. Oh, everybody goes down hard except Gemma Peregrine, who's around and scoring for 5. And it looks like it's going to be a power jam.
Yep. Back block penalty being assessed for Basic Instinct means she is sat in the 5th blocker skates penalty bin.
Beautiful one-on-one offense right there by Middlesbrough.
Yep. Really mixing that Berlin wall up and making it almost impossible for them to defend.
See that last pass, they were 2-2. This pass, they're 3-1. They're trying to mix it up, make it harder for Bear City to predict.
Contract call is issued on the Berlin blocker, which is number 7, which is Leonoir.
And the jam called in time to freeze the Berlin jammer in the penalty box.
The 5th blocker skates penalty box.
Thank you. And our camera operator is moving faster than I've ever seen a human being move in this venue.
So not forgetting, one of the main reasons for this tournament is for the teams to boost their rankings to be able for them to qualify for playoffs without having to travel to America as teams have been doing previously.
That's right. It's a chance for European roller derby to work on their rankings together and improve together. And we have seen a lot of improvement this weekend.
We have indeed.
And we have a lead jammer for Lolly of Middlesbrough roller derby with Basic Instinct still stuck, just now got out of the pack for Berlin.
Bear City only scoring 15 points in this second half. Middlesbrough manages to score 58, which is one of the reasons why our score is currently 71 versus 173 to Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough really stretching out that lead in this half.
Keep in mind, Flat Track Stats expected the score ratio to be 53 plays 58. So that is a 10% difference between these two teams. Instead, it's a much bigger percent.
I thought they called you Statman.
Yeah, it's because I have a calculator in my pocket.
Oh, is that what that is?
No, I'm just happy to see you.
Oh, wait. So, Mia Missile up against Ella Story. Oh, dear. We're getting a bit of blue for the dads. It's 6:05. It's all right. Ella Story is lead. Mia Missile not lead coming through. I wondered if she was going to get assessed a penalty there, but she did not. Ella with some sensible play gets through and calls it off. Mia Missile tries for a little roll. Doesn't quite manage to do it.
All right, let's take another look at that wonderful spin move. Here we go. Watch the inside. Beautiful spin move right
Nice
there on the
transition.
inside.
Managing to hold on to the inside line.
So it's supposed to be 10% separating these two teams. It is currently 40% separating these two
Sounds
teams.
about right. So Jane Von Payne up against Lexi Palmer. Lex with some nice moves, some good offense by Gunpowder Dot. In fact, some nice offense by Little Gurmaid. Apologies.
Oh, and a great shoulder by Terry Sudrin. Unfortunately, it's a forearms, not a shoulder.
As is so often the case with the referee's eyes. Lexi Palmer, meanwhile, offense gets her through. 6 lead in a row for Middlesbrough.
That's beautiful for Middlesbrough. They're just in a rhythm now, and Berlin cannot figure out how to crack that rhythm.
Indeed. Lexi tries for the inside line, doesn't quite manage it. Is forced to recycle. Jane Von Payne, meanwhile, still at the back of that pack. Middlesbrough girls really having it dialed in.
It's turned into really a grinding pack right now.
Has indeed.
There's no free-flowing roller derby in this jam right now.
Lexi following Terry through. Big hits coming from Terry Sudgen.
Jane Van Payne is through, so Lexi Palmer's going to call it off, taking 3.
Yep, sensible advice from her bench coach. Swiss Army Mike. Previously skated every now and again with Time and Fear. He's a very good jammer.
I was wondering where I remember that name from.
Now skates for the Teesside Skate Invaders. Or he did. I think he still does. So we have Basic Instinct up against Gemma Peregrine on the jam line. Gemma Peregrine working that inside line. A skip and a hop, gets forced to the inside, however, doesn't quite make it through. Basic Instinct, meanwhile, is pushing on the wall of 3 of Middlesbrough up the front. Both of these blockers working, all of these blockers, in fact, working incredibly slowly. Tripods of doom all round. Pivot for Middlesbrough takes a step back to try and work some offense. Doesn't quite manage. Direction of gameplay call, however, which is on Frodo Bashins. Peregrine's working around the outside, tries to make it through. 1 blocker left to beat up front. Does so and is lead jammer. Cut track call on number 15, which is Flux. Basic Instinct still working her way through the pack, still on her initial pass. Meanwhile, Gemma Peregrine is back on a scoring pass. Nice offense from Middlesbrough, tries to get to the inside. Calls it off.
And if you look out into the let's go take a replay at this amazing one-footed maneuver by Gemma. Here we go. Look at this. Up the outside on 1 foot backwards.
Misses 2. Transition to the inside. Wonderful work. Mia Missile and Ella Story on the jam line. We have 15 minutes gone, so we are 3/4 of the way through this game. Middlesbrough 188 plays Bear City 71.
Oh, it's almost a free pass up the outside. Ella Story tried to jump back in time, could not quite make it.
Mia Missile using all of her skills. Gets out through and is lead.
For the first time in a very large number of jams, 8 jams. We have a lead for Bear City. Nice tap out from Terry Sudrin.
We have an absolute micro pack for Berlin, however, reduced down to 1 blocker.
Oh, Ella Story picking up 4. Mia Missile recycled.
Flux coming in and going straight for Terry Sudrin, which is probably a very wise thing to do if you're looking at doing
Oh, my goodness gracious. What a beautiful spin.
Mia calls it off after scoring 2 points.
Now we have to watch
pass
that
from Ella
again.
Story.
I want to see that again. Show me that again.
He's so excited.
Here we go. Look at this. She is coming in at super high speed, cuts up the outside, turns back to the inside. She is so quick. And with that spin move, the Bear City blockers had yet to leave the outside line.
It's true.
She was already passed.
And that's why she's been on Team England.
I'm worn out just watching it. Folks, remember to stay tuned for the Ireland-Scotland game coming up right after this.
Very true. Lexi Palmer faces off against Basic Instinct. Basic Instinct working her way around the outside.
It's just about a split pack. Wall of Middlesbrough at the back, Wall of Berlin at the front.
Gunpowder Dot going in with some heavy offense on that Berlin wall. Takes one out, runs on back. Means she has to come in behind her. Oh, you lot are terrible. Hey, Lexi Palmer, 57, is lead. But it's taken 40 seconds to do it. Some big hits from the Middlesbrough blockers on the jammer. Lexi Palmer is on her scoring pass. So Lexi Palmer coming back around to that Berlin wall.
Let's see if she can break straight through that wall.
Basic Instinct up front. It's out and through, but it was just her initial pass.
That's right. This is still an opportunity for Middlesbrough. Knocking on the door of the 200 mark.
Lexi calls it off.
And they will break the 200-point mark with those 4 points.
So this is really going to help Middlesbrough's rankings, I imagine, the results after this game.
That's right. Remember, these two are consecutively ranked.
Yep.
They are not going to be after this game.
No.
And Middlesbrough have been having a great tournament. We've had a number of teams have surprisingly good tournaments.
So, yeah, as we were saying, Jane Van Payne and Gemma Peregrine on the jam line. 10 seconds gone in this jam. Jane Van Payne working her way up front on a Middlesbrough wall of 2.
I was going to say, it is a 4-on-2 wall, but Gemma Peregrine leaping the apex and picking up that lead jammer status.
Middlesbrough working their way up front. We have a referee down, everybody, a referee down. Can we get a replay of that? No? Okay.
No.
Wrong corner.
Speaking of replays, though, let's take another look at Gemma picking up that coveted lead jammer status. Watch this at the back of the pack, building up speed.
Oh, I hope there's a
round
spin
the
move.
inside, brilliant use of offense, and just steps over the apex. Sadly, no spin move for you.
Oh well, I'll survive.
Keep in mind, Bear City coming into this 2-0 on the weekend. Middlesbrough having dropped one to Aldriki.
Good work, but Bear beating. Yeah, so Bear beat Aldriki, but Middlesbrough got lost to Aldriki. Oh, interesting.
So it does quite. Oh, we got a jammer on jammer match race.
There are some big
We've
smiles
got
going
a
on by
match
those
race.
jammers. Look at the smiles on those jammers' faces. I wonder if they're just white Sisu mouth guards. I'm not sure.
4 points. Mia Missile jumping through, picking up all 4. Let's take another look at that. Here's that match race. They are rolling at high speed, about to hit the pack. Mia Missile going to the inside, airborne, lands it, all 4 points.
Good work. Good work.
And we have a
official review being called
by Bear
Berlin.
City.
Yeah. I wonder whether Bear City are questioning the contact Ella made coming into that last block before she actually hit the wall with quite speed, having a bit of a leap. Might be questioning that. That is purely speculation on my part, however.
And who's this brought to us by?
Oh, well. The wonderful 5th blocker penalty box. 5th blocker skates. It's pure Gallus, apparently. I don't know what that means. And I can't do the Scottish accent. I'm not going to try. Kaya skates. Performance-driven, high-end, truly unique. It's time. Unmatched durability and superior comfort. Kaya, it's time. And the new Kaya Onyx boot is available now. So not forgetting, of course, we have wonderful sponsors. It's been absolutely brilliant this weekend. We've had Bont Skates having a stall. Oh, Duncan's having a word. Hang on. Hey, look at that. I was right. So they are discussing whether or not it was a back block when Ella came into the pack at speed and made contact with the back of that Berlin Wall. I can't stop saying Berlin Wall. I'm sorry. It's just going to happen a lot. I'm getting looks, people.
Well,
I should go for Bear City Wall, shouldn't I? But a wall of bears is... Oh, never mind.
A wall of bears.
Beautiful bears. That's only if my after party pans out right. Definitely moving on. I'm taking this a whole horrible direction I probably shouldn't be taking it in. I apologize profusely. So not forgetting, if you want to tell me to shut up, you can reach us at NRG Roller Girls. Hashtag Euroclash 2017.
Make us give you a shout out.
Yeah. It's about time somebody did.
Yeah, really.
Important WFTDA dates that might be worth remembering. August 18th and 20th is Division 2 playoffs. September the 8th to 10th is Division 1 playoffs. September 22nd and 24th is Division 1 players in Dallas. September 29th and 21st is Division 1 playoffs in Seattle. And November 3rd to the 5th is Division playoff champs in Philadelphia, PA. 2017 International Women's Championships. So, feedback goes...
the initial contact was legal, and therefore the no-call stands.
Right. Fair enough.
It was one of those where the legal block turns into a back block, but because the contact that was initiated was legal, the whole block is legal.
Sounds about right.
And Dunk effectively said the same thing in fewer words. I always love all of the big move to the microphone, everybody gets silent, and they just say, the no-call stands.
They've lost his review. But it was definitely worth going for, I think, because they haven't used their review before, so it's definitely worth having a go, trying to see whether you can get a jammer in the bin if you're going to ask for something.
Absolutely.
So we have Basic Instinct up against Lolly. Both of these packs working incredibly tightly together. It's a 4-on-3 advantage to Berlin currently. Not any longer, the pivot gets sent to the bin.
So it's going to be 3-on-3. Both jammers getting stuck behind. A little bit of bridging from Middlesbrough, and there's lead jammer status.
Yep. Just Public Emily and Terry Sudgeon left to beat, and she did so. Lolly, however, is about a quarter of a track behind.
You know, one would hope that a team whose logo is a bridge could bridge effectively.
Well, sometimes it's difficult. You just get absorbed, don't you? That's the trouble. So Lolly is back and scoring. Berlin once again choosing to run this, possibly to get their pivot out of the bin.
They are letting jams ride. That is clearly a decided tactic for them. And interestingly, Berlin not operating the lineup bench manager formation on the bench, but instead both bench coaches constantly communicating with each other and with the track.
Very nice. So 84 plays 208.
With just under 10 minutes remaining in the contest.
Yeah, Berlin saving up all their timeouts so far. Middlesbrough having used one. Berlin, however, have lost their official review for this half.
And we're going to have a jammer line start for Jane Van Payne and Lexi Palmer. A 4-on-3 pack advantage to Berlin.
Works to their advantage. Gets it out through.
Oh, no. She picks up a forearms. So instead, she'll go to the penalty box, and Lexi Palmer will storm up the inside line for lead.
Which on a power jam is a lovely thing. Bit of confusion with the blockers, not quite sure who was lead jammer. Berlin was still trying to do offense on the Middlesbrough wall.
And it worked.
Lexi Palmer pushing through, almost manages to make it, but Berlin recycle.
And here comes the Middlesbrough offense. Let's see what happens now. Oh, Berlin still will not be swept.
They will not. They like it dusty. Jane Van Payne being released from the fifth blocker skates penalty bin.
Still trying to roll her way around. Lexi Palmer cannot pick up those passes. She's picked up most of these points already, if not all of them. But she just can't finish this pass.
Yep.
So I thought she went to her hips for a second. Yes, she is.
Gunpowder Dot trying for the offense, but not managing to make much difference. That Berlin wall picks up a full 5 points. Jane Van Payne scoring 0.
And if you've been enjoying this tournament so far, please get in touch with us on the Twitter feed at NRG Roller Girls or hashtag Euroclash 2017. Whether you're watching us on YouTube or WFTDA.tv, please get in touch.
Please get in touch, please. So Mia Missile up against Gemma Peregrine. Gemma Peregrine working her way up the inside.
Oh,
nice little juke and a jump.
Nice little jukey jump.
Cisa getting through. Mia Missile, meanwhile, working on the last two Middlesbrough blockers. Does so with a nice little transition. Peregrine taking a bit of a tumble as she hit the Berlin wall.
And she's going to call off that jam. Let's take a look at that again. Some of that amazing juking. Take a look as she cuts up to the inside. She's going to have to work past one. Nicely cut up. Just those sudden changes of direction. Agility in roller derby, so vital.
It is indeed. And it's that ability to change lanes super fast. 3-1, change from the outside to the inside. As I'm sure everyone's aware.
Well, in agility, so much more than just foot speed. It's that knowledge of knowing where that blocker's going.
So we have Ella Story coming out front from Middlesbrough. Basic Instinct being held up the back. One player left to beat, which is Flux 15. Does so with a nice transition. Basic Instinct, meanwhile, is out and through and about 3/4 of a track behind. A cut track penalty being issued on Lethally Blonde number 19.
And she's going to call off the jam. Take 3 points in the bag.
That'll do. Not too shabby. Extends Middlesbrough's lead. 84 plays 2-1-9. I'm not going to do the maths.
And this next jam is going to start with under 6 minutes remaining.
So we have Mia Missile on the jam line for Berlin.
Up against Lexi Palmer for Middlesbrough. For those of you not too familiar with British geography, you ought to know where Berlin is. Middlesbrough is actually just south of us here in Newcastle.
It's where I work. True fact.
Good. More useful facts.
So Bear City not managing to score any
Oh,
points. Terry
Terry Sudren.
Terry Sudren with a big hit on Mia Missile forces at the inside.
And Lexi Palmer taking advantage of pack definition issues that Bear City had right there.
114, Freddie Mercury heading to the bin for a low block call for Berlin.
And she was the bridge, which meant that Lexi was out of the pack as soon as... at the bodies hit the floor. Let's take another look.
Huge hit from Germaid and a huge hit on Lexi Palmer. Sees her hit the floor as well.
Here we go. Keep an eye on the outside. That perfect Terry Sudren block. Sitting Mia Missile on the floor.
Good work.
Have you met my friend Mr. Pine lately? Would you like to meet him again? Wham! Next up, we're going to have Basic Instinct against Gemma Peregrine.
A matchup we have seen before. The entire all 8 skaters appear to be acting pretty much as one.
It is definitely a scrum pack right here.
Basic Instinct pushing up front. Dynamite Sticks and Gunpowder Dot, I believe that is. Yep.
Yes.
Left to beat.
That is a beautifully braced 2-wall.
Nice offense from the pivot at the back. Frodo Bastion's trying her best to take out those tall Berlin ladies.
One to beat, but it is Hannah Skaitana. Lead jammer status again to Middlesbrough. They have just found the keys to the Berlin Wall and are letting themselves through.
I'm sure you must need some sort of visa, not a key. Anyway. We'll not get on to the finer points. In the meanwhile, we have a 5-point pass for Gemma Peregrine.
We're no longer referring to them as lanes 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
They're checkpoints Alpha, Bravo,
Yes,
and Charlie.
nice work. Star pass to Hannah Saitana.
And 5 points for Gemma Peregrine, who says, I'm keeping going. We're not calling this one.
I think Middlesbrough looking at burning down some of that clock time.
Yep. And this next jam is going to start with under 3 minutes left on the clock. However, timeout called to conserve that by Bear City.
Bear City having a bit of a sift, a bit of a think, doing all those wonderful things. So, not to forget our wonderful sponsors of the event, Roller Derby City, skater owned and operated. They make merch, scrimmage, and uniforms. And they've just introduced legwear. Leggings, capris, cycling shorts, I'm going to wear the lot simultaneously, and shorts that offer you a few top-to-toe uniform service. Come and try them at the store today if you're here in the venue, and if they're still here, which I'm not quite sure, but they've been absolutely brilliant. They are still here, in fact. They're over there. I'm staring straight at them.
And they've actually got all sorts of uniforms that they manufacture.
They do sublimated ones and the normal cotton tees you get for scrimmages, vests.
This is what I love, is in the last 4 years, roller derby uniforms turned from a big logo on your chest to all sorts of cool sublimated underprints. Yeah. And just wait for the World Cups.
Exactly.
Some of those World Cup uniforms are amazing.
My favorite one is still Team Holland, to be fair. Or Team Canada.
Well, Canada's with the print that makes it look like flannel.
Yeah.
That was clever.
That's good. It's good. Not forgetting to mention the wonderful Euro hostels. Some of the people here may be staying in them. Budget stay your way at the Euro hostels. Get a room that makes you go boom. Hopefully not just explode. I mean, just have a good time. But yeah, it's the cheapest city centre accommodation guaranteed. Have a search on the Euro hostels website.
And we have another team timeout, this time called by Middlesbrough.
All sorts of noise going down in our wonderful Walker Activity Dome. The home for Newcastle Roller Girls and Tyne and Fear, and not to mention the wonderful boys at Tyne and Fear who have been looking after our stream this weekend.
Absolutely. Tyne and Fear doing a wonderful job with the streaming. I only wish we had a camera on the streaming people so we could do the classic NFL sign-off, like, let's take a look at those people behind the camera. Oh, God, that's why they're behind the camera. Bear City only have 32 points this half, and MRD have at least doubled their score. It's MRD really pulling ahead.
It's statistics, people. That's what it is.
They are winning this in style.
Do they know they don't have to use all their timeouts? I think I might have to check with the bench coach before. Like, they're allowed to have some left at the end.
This is not a timeout for tactical reasons. This is, let's look at that scoreboard.
Yeah.
Let's enjoy it.
Yeah.
I've done that one before as a coach.
Yeah. Bring it home. Save the memory. Put it in your memory box. Store it for later. All those sorts of wonderful things.
Well, you know, I've seen it done in American football
Mm.
because the tradition there, if you remove your helmet, it means that you are done in the game.
Oh.
So you'll often do it for someone who's going to retire,
Yeah.
who's had a really good game. You'll call a timeout just so that he can take his helmet
Yeah.
off for the crowd to applaud.
Interesting fact.
Sort of a sporting curtain call.
Ah.
So, 3 minutes left on the period clock. Mia Missile against Ella Story to start this, the 21st jam. And Ella Story storming through the pack like her name is El Nino.
She must have heard your request for a spin move. That, you know. Mia Missile, meanwhile, working on that Middlesbrough wall, does a nice juke transition, steps on the outside, gets out and through.
Great toe stop work from Mia Missile to pull that one off. Massive blocks, illegal blocks.
Yeah.
And Ella Story calling off the jam. No points Berlin, 4 points Middlesbrough. And let's take a look at that instant replay.
That was Leah Noir who got sent to the box for a forearms penalty.
Here's the start of the jam. Keep an eye on that Middlesbrough jammer on your inside spin move and a quick zip of speed to dodge past that last block.
Sounds blooming excellent.
This instant replay mechanic is working so well.
That's what you think. All everyone's got home is videos of cats.
We have had multiple dogs in the venue.
It's very true. So Hannah Santana and Lexi Palmer. So Hannah's first jam this game. I believe she has been a busy pivot for the entire thing.
Oh, beautiful job by Amazon. Double tapping Lexi Palmer, making sure she stays out.
So Hannah's been busy as the pivot for lots and lots of the game. But this is the first time we see her as jammer.
On a great lockdown wall by Berlin. Hannah Skatana,
And maybe
lead jammer.
Maybe they should have done it sooner. Been clearing for the Bear City ladies.
And that is Bear City's first jam in umpteen jams.
Yeah, Hannah is currently on 5 penalties.
And we have an instant replay coming down. Let's take a look at Hannah Skatana at the back of your screen. She is working her way to the right, went inside, outside, avoided a beautiful block from Gunpowder Dot. Just spun around the block, picking up lead. And under a minute left on the period clock.
Basic Instinct
versus Gemma Peregrine.
Basic Instinct on the outside. Terry Sudgeon left to beat. She does so and is lead. Peregrine gets recycled to the inside. Whistle's going direction of gameplay on the little Gourmet.
Oh, Terry Sudgeon.
What that was a good hit from Terry Sudgeon, in case anyone couldn't work that out.
Terry Sudgeon says sit down. That's right. This is the second Bear City lead jam in a row after a long run of Middlesbrough.
So whatever the coach said in those timeouts was definitely worth taking.
And finally driven out of play. Basic Instinct picking up 4.
Foxy Fuhrer, that is, heading to the bin for direction.
And
another direction being issued to 47, which is Tooley from Middlesbrough.
So there's only 2 in the pack, but one of them is Terry Sudgeon. That jam is called off, and we have an unofficial final score. Middlesbrough Milk Rollers 238 to Bear City 89.
That was a heck of a game. Middlesbrough beating the score prediction. Whether or not Bear City was suffering greatly from that loss they played yesterday, who knows? But
that was a massive game.
Middlesbrough playing their socks off.
Well, Berlin are suffering from the loss of the drum.
Hey, look, it's our faces.
And now we're going to pan over. There we are. Take a look at the crowd lining up on the line. Scores have gone official, final, everything. 238 to 89.
I was just gesticulating and pointing at the beautiful people in the crowd.
I was going to say, Gay Fox trying to conduct.
You get the point, anyway.
And everybody lining up. So
that was the last of our sanctioned WFTDA games this weekend. Please stay tuned. It's going to be Ireland versus Scotland.
I think it's going to be exciting.
I think it's going to be good. Lots of the skaters have been busy this weekend for teams already.
I've been stat man.
Locker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pad, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. 5th blocker skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whisker, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
it's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pads, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of hope.
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome, and I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whiskers, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.
I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time and planning. There's a lot of networking with the league coordinators and coaches to fit with their time schedule, and then of course to plan the coaching itself to fit the needs of each league. Every team has a different style, so you're coming in and teaching like the VRDL style, which they really enjoy.
What makes international coaching different?
It's different because of the language barriers sometimes, so you might have to be really clear with your communication. I actually learn a lot coaching, breaking down every little movement and then understanding it really helps me personally in my development, but then seeing how teams can quickly achieve like a really complicated move and nail it's really satisfying for me as well. So there's so many teams that are competitive Div 1 level, that there can be Div 1 tournaments in Europe is really awesome. And I think Australia is getting to that point now where we've got 4 or 5 teams that are getting into Div 2 and Div 1, so I'm really hoping that soon Australia can, one day have a Div 1 tournament as well.
2017 is a super special year for Euro Derby, and the Roller Derby World Summit is in Manchester, UK, April 21st to the 23rd. You can find out more information at wftda.com/RDWS.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only open roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Dallas by the way.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Walker Dome here in Newcastle for the final game of what has been a tremendous Euroclash tournament. This game is going to be loud. It's going to be fun. It's Ireland versus Scotland. We've got the two teams have met once before, about 5 months ago at the Road to TBC. Ireland won that game 190 to 150. Bit of background on the two teams. In the 2011 World Cup, Ireland finished in 2011 World Cup, Ireland finished 10th, Scotland 11th, and in the 2014 World Cup they both lost in the round of 16. Quick breakdown on the teams. Ireland have 4 skaters from Dublin, 3 each from Manchester and Limerick, 2 from Central City, 1 from Belfast and 1 from Birmingham Blitz Thames. Scotland squad, lot more heavily weighted in favour of Old Reekie Roller Girls. There's 6 ARG skaters on the team, 3 from Dundee, 2 from Granite City and Aberdeen, and 1 each from Glasgow, Newcastle and Roller Derby Leicester. The crowd for this are going to be very loud. It's going to be very fun, and I am really looking forward to this. I'll throw you back now to a couple of words from our sponsors, and I'll see you in a minute.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only open roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Dallas by the way.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the final game of Euroclash. I am King Crazy, joined by the fabulous Billy No Skates.
Díomh Cóide agus fáilteamh goléir go Euroclash gámhíle is a shockdown.
Yeah, what she said. So this is the final game. This is the only game of the weekend that isn't WFTDA sanctioned. This is Ireland versus Scotland. This is going to be fun.
This is going to be fun, and there is a lot of action in the crowd at the moment. We've had the crowd singing the anthems so far.
Yeah, we've had Ireland's Call and Flower of Scotland. So obviously Ireland very well represented because Dublin have been playing here this weekend. Scotland well represented because Old Reekie have been playing here this weekend. Both leagues, both clubs, so to speak, are well represented on their national teams as well.
So shall we run through the rosters briefly?
Yeah, let's do that.
Started. I'll start with Team Ireland. So we've got number 0, Farrell Ferry. 1033 is Brady. 114, Elkie Dixon. Number 13 is Minx. Number 23 is Greenhall Cooney. Number 3 is Siobhan Murphy. 333 is Darling. 414, Rusty Bullet. 42, Dana Scurry. Number 45, O'Flaherty. Number 7, Divine. Number 83 is Captain Snowden. 99 is Rolla Tomasi, and number 999 is Guider.
And for Team Scotland, and we've been asked to say that Team Scotland are wearing white. So wearing white for Team Scotland. 03, Shorty. 09, Riot. 102, Seaton. 11, Crazy Legs. 3, Anita Be Nasty. 39, Bangers. 407 is Joel Mama. Your captain wearing 50, Rosie Peacock. 507 is Phoenix. 64 Semple. 7 Little. 77 Patterson. 792 Lansborough, and 99 is Laurie. I'm now going to apologise because a lot of these skaters for their national teams skate under their legal names. Billy and I have been announcing Dublin and Old Reekie all weekend and been using their derby names, so there might be a little bit of confusion at times.
There might be. There are a couple of people who are kind of standing out there as possibly being traps waiting for us to fall into.
Yes, I think Snowden's the one that stands out for me because her derby name is Dash and Trudy Snow, and she just gets commonly referred to as Snowy. And she jams, so we're going to see her on track probably a hell of a lot.
And probably Siobhan Murphy.
Tinchy Slider, yeah.
Tinchy Slider for CCR.
So if you are watching, don't forget you can hashtag Euroclash 2017. Please go to the Tyne and Fear YouTube channel and Facebook page and give them a subscription on YouTube and a like on Facebook. They're the ones that have put together the stream for this fantastic event. Go and like Newcastle Roller Girls as well, and if you can't stay with us for the whole game, at NRG Roller Girls is where your tweets will be. But we are lining up for the first jam.
And that's Siobhan Murphy with the Jammer Star for Team Ireland.
And I can't see who it is from here for Scotland.
They're getting low.
They are getting very low. How low can you go? So here we go, underway. I think it might be Lansborough that's jamming, but your lead jammer is Murphy for Team Ireland. It is Lansborough, and it's a cutting penalty, so that will be a power jam for Ireland to start with.
So a good start for Ireland. Divine comes forward to make a space for Murphy to get through, and she does get through, picks up all 5 points. So a natural Grand Slam, not a natural Grand Slam, but 5 points on the board. First point of the day for the girls in green.
So again, that offense comes in, trying to disrupt the white wall.
And she gets through cleanly, and taking another 5 points for Ireland, just as Lansborough is discharged from the 5th blocker penalty box and joins her on track.
So Lansborough is still on her initial pass, and she's going back to the box. It's another cut.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Double power jam, first jam.
So 3 scoring passes so far from Murphy, and she's coming around for her 4th. Still about 48 seconds left on the clock in this jam, so Still plenty of opportunity for Murphy to rack up a few more points.
Ireland pivot Feral Fairy will go to the box.
Murphy pushing those blockers further and further forward, stringing them out. They're going to have to let her go soon.
Sorry, Phoenix and Jess Little at the front with a takeout. Oh, Brady dropping Anita Benasti. Sorry, it's Anita Benasti, not Jess Little.
So Murphy calling that jam there while Lansbury is still on her skates in the penalty box. So she will start in a power situation.
So Phoenix is in the box as well, so it'll be a 4-on-3 pack advantage. Just while we got a sec, shout out to Scotland's bench coach is Laura Liston and lineup is Red Baron. And for Ireland, the bench coach is Lieutenant Dam and lineup manager is Selena Vile. So I believe that is Snowden with the star.
That is indeed Snowden with the star. She gets taken to the outside there by Crazy Legs and forced to recycle.
But Lansborough's back in and gets that lead jammer quickly, but Rolo Tomasi, Birmingham Blitzname's blocker with the takeout. But a blocking out of play call so Lansborough can go back on.
Lansbury taking a hit to the inside there by Minx and forced to recycle. So she is lead, but she is still on her initial pass.
Looks like she's through now, been signalled by a bench to call it.
Just as Snowden was approaching the pack to score. So 0-0 on that. Ireland holding that 20-point lead at the beginning.
I just want to give a shout out first off to our penalty box sponsor. That is Fifth Blocker Skates. Fifth Blocker Skates, it's Gallus, by the way. So if you are just joining us, Ireland in the green on 20, Scotland in the white on 0. And that is not Sorry Laurie, does get lead jammer, but also taken down to the inside.
It's a Rusty Bullet with the jammer star for Team Ireland. All the way back to turn 4. Rusty Bullet is clear of the pack. But not lead jammer.
Yeah, not Sorry Laurie realised, caught on the map, realised Rusty had escaped, but with one in the box, call it, start with a pack advantage.
So Greenhall Cooney with the jammer star now for the first time for Team Ireland.
And the jammer's either very low or not there for Team Scotland. I'm hoping they're just very low.
It's Charlotte Patterson who's jamming for Team Scotland in the white. And it is Charlotte Patterson who is out first and picks up lead jammer status.
So it's the third straight lead jammer for Scotland, but first time they've actually managed to escape the pack with lead jammer as well.
Greenhall Cooney is still on her initial pass. So Charlotte Patterson racking up some of those points there, making up that differential. Scored in the first 2 jams by Team Ireland. But
Greenhall Cooney just rode the hit from, it was Semple. Although I think Crazy Legs has picked up a penalty and will go and sit in the box.
So 4 points on the final pass to Charlotte Patterson, taking them up to 9 points. So Team Ireland starting with a comprehensive lead, picking up their first...
We'll say it's 20 points on the first jam for Ireland. Scotland have had 3 lead jammers since then, but it was only on that last jam they finally put the points on the board. Captain Rosie Peacock has the star.
And she's up against Siobhan Murphy for Team Ireland.
Somebody's done something naughty. I think it was Brady.
Murphy with a nice little bit of a skip and a jump around the inside picks up lead for Ireland. So that's a second lead so far.
Multiplayer block called on 102. That is Seaton.
Peacock is now clear of the back on her initial pass, and Murphy looking to the bench. Takes a signal from the bench and calls the jam. So 4 points on the board for Ireland.
So there was a failure to reform penalty assessed on Anita Benasti as pivot for the white of Team Scotland, although we do have an official timeout. Gives us a chance to thank Roller Derby City, the tournament sponsor. Skater owned and operated. They make merch, scrimmage tops and uniforms, and they've just introduced new legwear, leggings, Capri shorts, cycling shorts, to offer a full top-to-toe uniform service. So you can find them online and have a look, and
see all their new designs.
I've also gently hinted at them that they might want to do ties as well.
Yes, you do look very fetching in your bow tie.
She said she would. She said she'd do ties. We'll see. And that's Snowden with the Jammer Star for Team Ireland.
And I think it's Lansborough. I could be wrong. It has been known.
No, it is indeed Lansborough. But
Ooh.
Snowy coming right across Joe Mama there.
And it's a forearms penalty on Snowden. So that will now put Lansborough on the power jam. Jess Little going in, trying to provide the offense. She's the only Scottish player on track at the minute.
I'll tell you what, though, she has been a very effective blocker on track for Edinburgh all weekend. So if you're going to have one person in there making space for you, Jess Little, you could do a lot worse.
So Elka Dixon making the block. Elka Dixon, actually, this is her first game in 10 months after a double knee ligament injury. So it'll be very interesting. Very good to see her back on skates. Former Hellfire Harlow and Portsmouth Roller Wench now skating for Dublin.
So Lansborough cleared the pack on her initial pass, and Snowy has been discharged from the penalty box. Lansborough making a clean sweep of that first scoring pass.
Snowden completes her initial pass as Joe Mama goes into the box. Very fast pack. Nice shirt whip from Lansborough off Seaton.
So that was a 10-point jam going up on the board there for Team Scotland. And we're going to have another look at that.
I think this is the shirt whip at the end of that jam. Just watch Scotland jam it. There we go. Shirt whip. Bang. Through. Nice. Nicely done.
That's narrowed the gap to 5 points, with almost 8 minutes gone in this first period.
And that is Not Sorry Laurie jamming for Scotland.
And that's Rusty Bullet with the Jammer Star for Team Ireland. Rusty Bullet pushing at the front. Brady coming forward to do some offense, but that is a big hit to the inside.
That was number 09. Sorry, that was Rockin' Riot from Granite City.
Oh, Rusty Bullet picking up a back block penalty, being sent to the 5th blocker penalty box.
So that's a star pass violation. So Laurie is going to the box. She is the jammer. So there's a bit of confusion. It needs to be nasty. The pivot does still have the star in hand. She just dropped it on track.
And Rusty Bullet is back and completing her initial pass. Laurie has picked up the Jammer Star.
Good takeout there. That was 3-3-3.
That was Darling with the hit to the outside. Some nice defensive play.
Rusty Bullet taking big hit. And needs to be nasty, the pivot. Just managed to shut the inside line. And Laurie completes the initial pass. A minute and a half in to get an initial pass completed.
This is going to be a 2-minute jam as well, because both jammers went to the penalty box. Rusty Bullet is also cleared the pack on her initial. Not sorry, Laurie. On her first scoring pass.
Lovely toe stop work on the inside.
And Rusty Bullet picking up another penalty as another back block penalty. So she's going to be sitting out in the penalty box. That means that Team Scotland will be starting in a power start situation, and they have narrowed Team Ireland's lead to a single point.
I'm wondering if we're going to see an official review on this one. The Ireland coach, Lieutenant Dam, is in questioning that back block. While he's doing that, I want to give a shout out to Power of Grayskull. Sports apparel with a difference. Made to measure, custom designs, custom fit. We got you covered. Made from the best fabric we can find. Power of Grayskull. Be the difference.
So we've gone into a timeout. It's a Team Scotland timeout that's been called. So I don't know about the rest of you, but I think we're pretty much ready for the after party. It's going to be held in the Ware Rooms. Apparently, there ain't no party like a Ware Rooms party. I'll have to take your word for that.
Oh, I don't know. I might find out tonight myself. So don't forget, use the hashtag at Euroclash 2017. Give us a shout out on the Twitters, and we'll have a look, see, maybe do a couple of shout outs. So Limerick Derby have been tweeting in saying our Gypsy Darling's been on track, still waiting to see Guider. GCRD looking forward to seeing our ladies Riot, Joe Mama and McCartney. McCartney unfortunately is not playing. She's acting as mirror bench nearby. Roller Derby Leicester, go not sorry Laurie.
And go she did. So we're back in the action. Rusty Bullet, of course, still in the penalty box. It's Charlotte Patterson who has lead jammer status for Team Scotland. Charlotte Patterson there in the white.
O'Flaherty has picked up the forearms penalty.
Patterson coming around for her first scoring pass. She's dealing with that triangle of doom at the front of the pack.
Shows some good strength, drops Guider on the way through. Guided her nicely to the floor.
Rusty Bullet is out of the pack and approaching for her first pass.
So yeah, this is still her initial pass. Combination of footwork and strength there from Rusty Bullet. Trying to find that gap. Bounces off Jess Little. That's no easy mate, but Crazy Legs is there waiting.
Minx with a big hit to the inside there. Takes Patterson around. Rusty Bullet with an equally big hit there from Jess Little.
So both jammers this time. Oh, sorry, Rusty's taken off the star. Attempted apex jump. Apex jump, I didn't think so. No, did drag a foot on the infield. So star pass has been completed to Minx. So this will now be a power jam for Ireland. And that was actually MRD, Manchester Roller Derby to Manchester Roller Derby pass for Team Ireland.
That's not something you see every day because there are a couple on Manchester, but not everybody. So this is going to go the full 2 minutes. Patterson will be discharged before the end of the jam. So both should start with a jammer on track.
O'Flaherty, though, has gone back to the box. That's her second penalty this jam. Forearms penalty on Rusty Bullet, this time as a blocker.
And Patterson sneaks around the outside of the track and picking up the points there.
So this is just looking at, I think this is an inside sweep from the Whites of Scotland. Gold Ginger there with the second part of it. Sorry, Semple, my apologies. Opening the door.
So Scotland have gone into the lead on that last jam with a 13-point jam.
We have a team timeout now taken by Ireland. So I'll give a shout out to our tournament hotel sponsor. It's the Euro Hostel. Cheapest city centre accommodation guaranteed with Euro Hostel Newcastle. At Euro Hostel you can budget stay away with rooms for up to 8 people, I believe.
Is that what it is? Just up to people?
It just says up to people.
From mice through slightly larger mammals all the way up to people. Elephants, not so much.
No, struggles with elephants. Might get a few hippos in. Also a shout out to Fat Hippo Burgers. At half time of this game there will be interviews. The ever immaculate Statman will be interviewing Little Mermaid and Terry Sudron from Middlesbrough and Minnesota Nice and Basic Instinct from Bear City after that last game.
Okay, so we're about ready to get back to the action. That's Greenhall Cooney with the jammer star for Team Ireland.
And that is Rosie Peacock for Team Scotland. Thought she'd be tired after all the jamming she's done this weekend with Old Reiki. Apparently not.
Peacock.
Captain leading by example.
Greenhall Cooney still dealing with that front line of defence.
All right, there's penalties going left, right and centre. I don't know who's got what here. Rosie Peacock's got a back block. Phoenix got a penalty as well for a direction of play, and there's another Irish blocker sat in the box as well.
Greenhall Cooney there taking some serious work from Anita Be Nasty, but she did manage to stay in bounds. Coming around now for her first scoring pass. Peacock is still seated in the penalty box at this stage.
So tried the apex on and now decides to go back on and gets the cut.
So we're going to have not quite a switcheroo, because I think Peacock has actually served their penalty.
Yep.
So it will be a full 30 seconds in the box for Greenhall Cooney.
So I'm not quite sure what Snowden was thinking there. So it looked like it was going to go back and recycle. There's another whistle. Somebody's going for something.
Peacock is through on her initial pass. Nope, scoring pass. That's 4 points on the board.
It's O'Flaherty who's gone to the box. That is at least her third penalty.
So 3 penalties in the first quarter of gameplay is a little bit heavy. Peacock is through for another scoring pass, and that's 5 points on the board for Rosie Peacock.
Greenhall Cooney is out now. Rosie Peacock blast by Feral Fairy. There is a physical confrontation.
He's waiting for the final fingers to go up in the sky for that.
What?
So that's 4 for White.
Well, we'll catch the replay here. This will see, I believe it was Rosie Peacock basically pushed through. Yep, by Phoenix, her own blocker, pushing her through the gap.
It was a nice little assist going on there.
So we have 6 lead jams so far for Scotland, 2 for Ireland. Now Ireland, who put up that 20 points in the first jam, have only put up 8 points since. Scotland now on 50, halfway through the first period. Oh.
Officially an official
Timeout.
Referee's gone over to the stats in the corner, so there's
Checking on the points in that last pass. Gives me a chance to thank Kaya. The new Kaya Onyx boot is available now. Kaya, it's time.
So don't forget, if you do have anything you'd like to say to us, we are at NRG Roller Girls on Twitter and Instagram. And you might want to preface that with the hashtag Euroclash 2017.
Oh, the Scottish crowd are waking up. Zero of Hyrule has tweeted in Brady, Guida and Darling working with O'Flaherty. Next week, Limerick take on O'Flaherty's Belfast. So from friends 1 week to enemies the next.
That's always the case in international roller derby.
So far in 9 jams, we've had 4 penalties for jammers for each team. So a lot of power jams both ways.
A lot of power jams both ways. We have seen some more points going up on the board there for Ireland. Ireland are now up to 33.
So yeah, there's 5 points put on at the end of that last jam.
So it looks as though everything's been squared away.
High block, I think this will be Chevelle Murphy. High block, so Lansborough, just Roller Tomasi to beat. And also, there's lead jammer once again for Scotland.
So that will make the 5th jammer penalty there for Team Ireland, and trailing by 17 points at the moment. That's a penalty they can ill afford to get. Lansborough around the outside, taking the outside line, but she does take a knock, allowing the Ireland blockers to reform back in front of her.
And there comes that inside sweep. We've seen that a lot this weekend. You see the jammer hit the outside of the wall on a turn during a power jam, and then just opens up the inside for the sweep. Chevelle Murphy's out of the box without the star and caught everybody napping.
Yep, she just swept around that pack without any opposition whatsoever. So that's her initial pass clear. Lansborough, meanwhile, is on her second scoring pass, just waiting to see what goes up there. So that was 3 points for White.
So Jenny Farquharson has tweeted in, watching my lovely Dundee Roller Girls, Team Scotland are fantastic. Been an amazing weekend. And Jan H, chilling in bed watching Scotland v Ireland. Fantastic way to spend a Sunday night. We've also had on from Terror in the Dollhouse on the YouTube comment, shout out to Rolo Tomasi. Let us know where you're watching from. Whereabouts in the world are you watching? The furthest we've had that we know about was New Zealand.
I'm watching from right here in the Walker Activity Dome.
And who are you watching right now? Who's just got lead jammer?
Just watching Snowden storming through the back to take lead jammer status, but we've had a star pass going from...
That was from Laurie to, I think that's is it Bangers?
Bangers. Snowden taking what she can, but she calls that jam before any points are racked up by Scotland. Just waiting to see what's going up in the sky on that pass. Did she score any points?
So it's just a replay from the start of Snowden jinking and toe stop dancing away around the outside. A little hop over right at the end to pick up lead jammer.
Snowden managed to pick up 1 point before she called that jam. So 1 point, eating into that slight deficit that Team Ireland have at the moment. There's 24 points separating the two teams with 12 minutes left in the first period. And Greenhawk Cooney dancing around on her toe stops on the inside line picks up lead jammer status for Ireland.
Again, it was almost a mirror image of Snowden in the last jam. This time toe stops on the inside.
And we've also had another star pass, but there was a track cut being picked up.
Yeah, it was a star pass to Semple. Elka Dixon went down. Semple got up in front of the final Ireland blocker, who I believe was O'Flaherty.
So Greenhall Cooney managing to put up 5 points in their first scoring pass. And this is just the opportunity Ireland were looking for to redress some of the imbalance in points at the moment. And there's a whistle gone. That's a forearm penalty being addressed to Greenhall Cooney. She is now going to sit in the penalty box. She will discharge Semple.
So Semple now from Dundee Roller Girls blasts into that wall. Face to face with O'Flaherty. That's brave.
And Guider is there to back her up and pick up the slack. Dixon dropping back to bridge, but they do have to let Semple go. It was a good penalty kill by Ireland, though.
Multiplayer block called on O'Flaherty.
Well, Greenhall Cooney is back on track. Semple is around and scoring. So 4 points on the board for that last pass for Semple. But Greenhall Cooney is through as well and picks up another 4 herself. So 2 minute jam.
Yeah, both jammers have been to the box. Not forgetting, of course, there was the star pass to Semple as well in this jam for Scotland in the white.
And Scotland in the white with 1 in the box. Ireland in the green also with 1 in the box. And 5 seconds left to tick down on the clock. So far, Greenhall Cooney has racked up 9 points. Just waiting to see what the final count is.
While we're doing that, I just want to the replay right at the start. Just watching Greenhall Cooney with that toe stop skip on the inside line to pick up lead jammer. And we've had a comment in ICT Roller Derby watching from Wichita, Kansas. Hello.
Nice. Hello, Kansas. So 3 points on that last pass have been assessed to Greenhall Cooney. So that took it.
So 62 plays 47. Rosie Peacock, Siobhan Murphy, your jammers of the record.
And Rosie Peacock is through first. Around the outside line picks up lead jammer. But Siobhan Murphy quite close behind. She is hot on her wheels. No easy start here for Rosie Peacock. Peacock gets as far as she can and calls the jam. She picks up 1 point for Team Scotland in the white.
There's a lot of very fast sprinting there from both jammers.
Speed has been the order of the day at Euroclash 2017. I've found that the packs have been moving very, very fast generally. It seems to be a style that's in vogue at the moment, and not so much of the slow derby that we've seen so much of in the last couple of years.
And I'm sure that's really what the outside pack refs want after 12 games of derby.
I'm sure it really, really is. So Snowden with the jammer star for Team Ireland in the green.
And Lansborough in the white for Team Scotland. And Lansborough for Scotland picks up lead jammer once again.
And an attempted star pass, and it was a successful star pass. That is Minx who has taken the jammer star. but she did manage to drop to her knee, allowing the Team Scotland blockers to reform a wall of white in front of her.
Oh!
Minx with 1 to beat. She's clear at the back on her initial pass.
Jam is called off. That's a big hit there from Minx, running over one of the Irish blockers. Sorry, Scottish blockers. Chris McGranahan, go on Ireland. Can't wait for Belfast versus Limerick next week.
It's a Rusty Bullet with the Jammer Star now for Team Ireland in the green.
And that is Not Sorry Laurie for Scotland in the white.
Agent Dana Scurry moving forward there to make some space for Rusty Bullet.
Rusty Bullet picks up lead jammer.
Penalty being assessed there to Dana Scurry. She goes to sit in the box for 30
You see the star. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Illegal procedure being called there.
I believe it'll be because Laurie passed it to the pivot Bangers when Bangers had already been assessed for a penalty. I believe that will be a star pass violation. Puts Rusty Bullet and Ireland on the power jam, which could be just what they need.
So Ireland currently on 5 points in this jam at 52 points, behind Scotland on 66. Rusty Bullet, the only jammer on track at the moment, and she's going to take...
As an out of play block, which allows Rusty Bullet to carry on.
So that's all 5 points going up on the board there for Rusty Bullet.
So Anita Benasty will take a seat in the box just as Not Sorry Laurie returns. Good takeout from Bangers, the pivot. Obviously, Laurie's kept the star on. I did wonder if she'd have it in hand. It's not a scoring pass.
The jammers were neck and neck coming into the pass. Now, that is the star going back into her hand. She's not done the pass again. That was a stash that was going down. But just as she comes around, Ireland are calling the jam. And again, I'm waiting for the jam ref to see how many fingers go up in the air, because this is now quite a tight game.
So just want a couple of shouts out. Goodney Icicle, Roller Derby Iceland is cheering on Team Ireland. Spinny Weasley, excellent coverage of Euroclash 2017. Thank you very much, and thank you to the folks at Tyneham Fair Roller Derby, especially the esteemed 60 quad bit who is sat 2 seats from me. And I've got to be nice to him. He promised me beers at the after party.
So we've got, it's an official timeout, I believe, that's happening at the moment.
Yeah. Also, with the hashtag Euroclash 2017, Deborah Moriarty is watching from Wales. Anti-Venom, one of Rollo Tomasi's Birmingham Blitz teammates, is telling her to keep on blocking like a boss.
So I think that was some penalty board shenanigans that were happening there. And that is Greenhall Cooney. Oh, she gets picked up for a multiplayer block. It's not something you see every day.
I think she took a whip off one of her teammates, which stopped the jammer from getting through. Charlotte Patterson, nope, she'll be okay. Couple of fingertips went out of bounds, but that was about it.
Patterson has been owning that outside line for this whole weekend. Coming around now for her first scoring pass. Team Ireland with a full contingent of blockers on track at the moment, but Team Scotland in the white coming forward to try and break up that wall and allow Patterson to get through. Doing quite the job of holding her at the moment. And Greenhall Cooney is on her skates in the penalty box. She's just been discharged. That was quite a good penalty kill there from Team Ireland in the green.
O'Flaherty tried to draw the cut. Didn't quite get hips behind hips in time. So Patterson's allowed to carry on, but not that time.
Oh, there's a penalty being assessed. I didn't see what the call was.
It was a cut.
It was a cut. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so Greenhall Cooney, again, this is going to be another 2-minute jam. Greenhall Cooney is through the pack on her initial.
So Patterson will be sat on points. There's currently 4 points in it in favour of Scotland in the white. So this could potentially be a lead change, but we know that Patterson is sat on points.
So I do declare this is a lead change. Patterson being discharged from the penalty box, from the 5th blocker penalty box.
O'Flaherty gets a failure to reform penalty.
So Greenhall Cooney coming around for a second scoring pass, but that was Patterson's first scoring pass.
And there's 5 points for her there as well. Jam's called. How many points for Greenhall Cooney? Is that 2 points? I think we're going to have, with 3 minutes to go in the first half, a 2-point game. We've had some corking games all weekend. It started with a 5-point game between Tiger Bay and Central City, and it looks like we're going to finish with another nail-biter.
I have to say that the nail-biter of the entire event, though, has got to have been the ARG Bear City game last night. That went to
last game last night, that was superb.
Absolute edge-of-the-seat stuff. And Rosie Peacock, through the back, picks up lead jammer off the jam line.
Yeah, Phoenix is going for a forearm for that one. Siobhan Murphy does make it through on her initial pass.
Peacock is around on the inside, calls the jam.
Gee, since she sliders quick. Sorry, Siobhan Murphy's quick. How quickly did she get around the pack there?
And that's, how many games has she played this weekend?
This is her third, I think.
I think it probably is, but, I mean, she has been absolutely instrumental in all of those games. I just don't know where she's getting her energy from today.
I don't know. Whatever she had for breakfast, I want some. Oh, no, I'll do the shout-out after this, Jam. Someone in particular. So that is Lansborough again, and
she's up against
Snowdon. Oh no,
no, it's not.
It says Divine. That's not Divine. I can tell you now that isn't Divine. Divine is a bit bigger. We've got 354 viewers. From Fabian Rodriguez Santana, Go Team Ireland in the Canary. He's in the Canary Islands watching this. So in the island, supporting Ireland.
It's nice work if you can get it.
No pass, no penalty on. It is Snowdon jamming for Ireland.
Snowdon. So she's out first, but does not have lead. Lansborough, meantime, brought all the
There's
way
confusion
back.
here whether it is a cut or not. It was signalled by Eagle Maniac and then retracted.
Right, okay. But
So this could be interesting.
Lansborough going to take her seat in the penalty box.
Got company now, going to be joined by Snowdon.
It's going to be a switcheroo, and we're going to have another 2-minute jam.
And Mia Palau, apologies on the pronunciation, is watching from Portland, Oregon. It's a pretty good roller derby team in that neck of the woods, I believe.
I don't know. What are they called? I don't remember.
Something to do with Wheels and Justice and something along those lines?
Something purple, isn't it? Oh, nice little bit of footwork there from Snowdon. It's a no pass, no penalty.
Minks O'Flaherty, my apologies, with the drawback on Lansborough.
Snowdon
Couldn't
skidding
quite make
all the
it.
way across the track. She's going to come all the way back. She wants to be safe, make sure she's not going to pick up any more penalties. 10 seconds left in the jam. Lansborough behind a full complement of Ireland blockers. And Snowdon opting for the inside line, but gets taken all the way back. She's not going to bust her chops because she knows that that's going to be it.
So unless we get a stoppage, either an official review or a team timeout, this will be the last jam. Bench coach Lieutenant Dams coming into the middle.
3 points going up on the board for Team White there. Just waiting for those to be added to the score.
That will be half time. We do have just one final replay before we go into the half. So that is Lansborough coming out of the box as Scotland jammer and skipping around on the outside to complete that initial pass. The shout out that I mentioned just before that jam that I wanted to do is someone who, as an announcer, someone who I personally really look up to and admire, Lightning Slim. Supposed to be doing work here in Ontario and getting nout done whatsoever. Nice to see you using the British vernacular, sir. Well,
Even the northern vernacular.
what a first half. Wasn't that a song, 74-75? I'm sure it was. I'm sure 74-75 was a song. Right. Go and have a breather, because I'm sure we all need one.
We will see you back here in a few minutes for the second half of Scotland and Ireland.
Hi, my name's Statman, and I'm standing here with Minnesota Nice and Basic Instinct of Bear City after what was certainly an exciting game. How does it feel to finish your tournament on a note like that?
Well, we are definitely a little bit disappointed. We hoped for more. I think we also fought quite hard and tried our best. And
yeah, no, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah. And in the end, they were the clear winner, and they were physically very strong. I think the whole match was quite physical.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everything that I saw from the bench, because I didn't actually play at all. Oops. Everything that I saw was just really, really physical hits, and that's exactly what Master Blaster, our bench, had recommended that we try to do, is just go in and hit them. I mean, we can't just sit here and do nothing. You got to hit them back.
So what worked? The difficulty of a hard game like that, of course, you never come out of it feeling happy. But what you do come out of it with is knowing the few things that worked, really work, and those will be your stars for the team. So what do you think was the best thing that worked for you that game?
I think we had some really strong moments where our walls were working beautifully. There was beautiful recycling going on. We were able to hold the jammer for a while, but so did they. So they were also able to hold our jammers for a while. So it was on both sides. But what did you see?
Well, I noticed that a couple times when I was standing there, and I was like screaming from my bench, like certain actions that were really great, like the physicality that we brought, there's certain people in certain moments that were really awesome. Certain moments where, we had the wall and it was just not moving and we didn't overreact and whatever. Those moments where I was cheering and I was really proud, those were really great times. Yeah.
And you executed some really good star passes during that game. Do you practice that often? Is that going to be a common tactic for Bear City going forward?
We actually trained that one time last Tuesday. So apparently it was really successful. I mean, passing the star and also preventing the other people from doing a successful one.
Excellent.
So it seemed to work out, and I think it's something that we would continue working on, obviously. Yep.
Now, looking ahead, who do you have coming up next in sanctioned play?
Paris next weekend.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to Paris?
Yep. No. Sorry, we're going to Karlsruhe. They have a tournament there,
Yep.
and then we'll be playing Paris in Karlsruhe.
Because that makes sense.
Obviously.
Well, it's a tournament. People come from all over. Yeah.
So you're going from tournament to tournament. That sounds like fun.
I mean, we only have that one game next weekend, but it's also good preparation for our Bundesliga games because Cologne and Stuttgart are playing each other, and so when the Bundesliga, is the German teams against each other, and so we'll be able to prepare for that too.
For those of you who aren't familiar with the way roller derby is run in Europe, a lot of these teams also play in national competitions. In Britain, it's called the British Champs. It's the Bundesliga in Germany. But so you will play other teams from the top level of German roller derby for the German championships, as well as WFTDA rankings.
Yep.
And if that's not confusing.
We got a lot on our plates.
Well, and after a very successful EROC, I can tell you had a lot on your plates.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to say to the viewers at home?
Well, we would really want to thank our fans that traveled here, and that is Jetzt and the Amazonas who came to cheer for us all the way and help us with selling merch and supported us all the way. And we want to thank all the people that followed the stream, our lovely lead Bear City Roller Derby, and that's it, I think.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that what I would like to say just in general is to allow gigantic drums in a big hall like this, if that's ever possible, because our Amazonas, they have this gigantic drum and they use it, and it's really empowering, but almost every single time they get in trouble for bringing it. So if there could be some kind of way to compromise there, that'd be great.
I love that level of commitment, though. They know they won't be allowed to use it, but they bring it anyway.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Well, on behalf of all of us here at the broadcast, thank you very much for talking.
Thank you also.
Stay tuned for the rest of the roller derby. Hi, I'm Statman, and I'm standing here with Terry Sudrin and the Little Mermaid after that amazing finish from Middlesbrough. How does it feel now?
Yeah, we're pretty excited about it. I mean, after our game yesterday,
We were a little bit down, we were frustrated with our offense, we couldn't get our defense together, and today we just came out and smashed it, and we're just so happy. We're so pleased. Redemption is sweet.
So what do you think brought the offense together?
We just had a bit of a chat yesterday and today, and we just sorted ourselves out. It was our first game of the season, and we were a little bit nervous. It's a high-pressure environment, and today we just brought it.
Yeah, and on top of that, yesterday we were really shy with our offense, and today we were just like, we work on this we work on this week in, week out. We need to put it out there. We've got to get our jammers through, and we need to score points.
So this is the first game of your season, you said?
Arg was yesterday, yeah.
Excellent. And who do you have coming up later?
We've got Birmingham Blitzdom in 2 weeks, and then Leeds Roller Derby maybe a month away now.
And are those with champs, or is that just WFTDA sanctioned play?
British champs.
And you're sanctioning it as well?
Possibly not sure yet.
I understand.
Yeah.
So keeping in mind, you were predicted to come in 5 points ahead, and that's it. How do you feel beating them almost 3-1?
We're unbelievable.
There's no words to describe how we feel. I think there's been tears out there. There's been like grins from ear to ear. We're just elated with that outcome, really.
Yeah, it's just amazing what a bit of confidence and determination does for a team, and that's what we had today.
And on a personal basis, you had some amazing blocks out there.
Thanks.
I mean, I think I remember just shouting your name down the microphone a couple of times because you're just leveling people to the track. So how do you train to hit people that hard and connect that solidly?
It's not really part of our training, but I mean, we can't let the jammers show off. We can't be the only ones letting the jammers show off. The blockers got to get some glory too sometimes.
Well, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your whiskers, elbow pads, knee pads, your skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, locked. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus finally.
Somebody and we're feeling cool, living in a city that's full of
Hey, I'm Taco Cat in Geneva, Switzerland with Lorraine Evans from VRDL, who's been on an international coaching tour through Europe for the past 3 weeks. So how do you plan something like that?
A lot of time.
All right, welcome back here to Euroclash for the final half of action.
The final half of the whole weekend, and it has been a hell of a weekend.
It has been superb.
It's taken a massive crew to pull this whole weekend together.
Actually, we just want to thank all of the crew. So going through the officials, head NSO Pettichoke, head referee Jean-Claude Grand Slam, the games tournament oversight of Barney Trouble and Dog Mistress, the crew head NSOs Lindsay Needles, Serotonin and Evil Saint Laurent, and crew head referees Duncan Disorderly and Righteous Oxide.
And we've also got the photographers, the head photographers I've lost my words, Roller Derby on Film and NSP.
So NSP 189, so you can find them on Facebook. The other photographers that are here this weekend, Zero G Photography, Off Tracks, Bout Day, Floyd King Derby Photography, Chris Bell and Siobhan Redmond Photography. Just go through the other refs and NSOs. Big Smack and Fries, Bully Hayes, Deconic, Direwolf, Divide by Zero, Feminist Killjoy, Eagle Maniac, Instant Karma, Kilobyte, Peter Parker, Quads Law, Rocky, Shreff and Shrugs Bunny.
And the NSOs, we've got Animal, Bath Vader, Blind Io, Danger Muffin, Dorian Gray, Emily of the State, Freddie Merciless, Hissing Hellcat, Heart Ratio Nelson, I Am Groat, Ivy Nixon, Josephine Bacon, Julius Caesar, Catzilla, Lindsay Meyer, Miss Fury, Nurgle Bamber, Pretty Miffed, Princess Bitch, Resting Backspace, Riff Ref, Speedy Convalesce, Stagosaurus, and Stormborn.
And also thank you to our fellow announcers this weekend, headed up by Sven, Will I Be Famous, and Pandemonium. We've also had Badham, Beatrix, Jason Katie, Gay Forks, Holly, Shut the Fred Up, Statman, Suicider, and Tenacious P.
And a fabulous crew they have been indeed.
Yeah, we've just been okay.
Yeah.
So a couple of little bits of stats info. So going back into the game, there has been a points change at half time. It's now 74 to 79 in favour of Scotland. Scotland, Charlotte Patterson has 13 points, Lansborough 25, and Ireland with Murphy, sorry, I had to forget what her legal name was, and Greenhull Cooney are both on 23 points each. In terms of the penalties, 23 each. For Ireland, they've got a couple. They've got O'Flaherty on 5 and Dana Scurry on 4. Nobody else on more than 3. Scotland's a bit more spread out. They've got quite a few on 3, but nobody on more than that.
And it was relatively evenly balanced going into the half as to the amount of jammer penalties.
It was. A couple of shout-outs who have got involved. Alamir, it was the Connells that sang 74-75. Not as relevant now with the score change, but never mind. I ought to give a shout-out to fellow announcer and very good friend, Deliverance. That has been tweeted in by Julie McCran. Who else is there? Tids. DJ. Come on, the Unicorn. She's a member of the Team Scotland squad, watching from the Wirral, not able to make it here this weekend. And we've got Emma Humphrey, who is watching from Northumberland because the sofa is comfy.
It's a very long way away indeed. And a little bit of a shout out as well to a roller polo bar.
Parkour!
Excelsior!
Nobody mentioned Up Dog.
I almost fell for that once.
Yeah, there's just so many things with Bear that just shouldn't be said.
Yeah, there is. And he's been missed this weekend, and I hope he's feeling better and back to full annoyance soon.
Yeah, I was annoyed I missed him, but I did reload and take another shot.
So speaking of reloading, it's Rusty Bullet with the Jammer Star for Team Ireland.
But Rosie Peacock is lead jammer for Scotland.
Rusty Bullet taking a knock there from Crazy Legs to the inside is forced to recycle all the way back. Rosie Peacock taking that outside line, swooping down and around.
Star Pass has now been completed to Feral Fairy. Again, that's another Manchester to Manchester Star Pass.
And there you go. I said that's not something you see every day. We've seen it twice today so far.
It's not bad. There's only 3 Manchester players here.
Oh, and that was unfortunate. Jess Little there.
Rusty Bullet has got the misconduct for the late hit. We do have a replay of the scoring pass from Rosie Peacock.
Let's have another look at this.
Let's watch Rosie Peacock as she comes in from the right of screen now, just ducks round and gets low round the outside, rides the rail. So Not Sorry Laurie has the start for Scotland. I would guess it's Tinchy Slider.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry,
It's
Siobhan Murphy.
Murphy,
Ah.
pajama star for Ireland. And a lovely bit of footwork there on the outside from Not Sorry Laurie.
Phoenix with a big hit illegally, direction of play, but it did absolutely drop Murphy.
So Murphy's still on her initial pass. She takes a bit of a whip there from Guida. Gets
So-
around the outside.
Not Sorry Laurie, not sure who she needs to come back in behind.
She opts for Elkie Dixon, takes the safer alternative to avoid the track cut penalty being issued. And she does manage to call that before Greenhall Cooney picks up any points there.
Limerick Roller Derby saying, second half about to start. Have you got your tea, biscuits, pizza and beer? No, I haven't.
I have none of those things.
At least one of those will be rectified shortly at the Warehams, which is our after-party venue, because there ain't no party like a Warehams party.
It's apparently Newcastle's best kept secret, but I think we might have mucked that up for them this weekend.
Not anymore, it's not.
That is actually Siobhan Murphy who's on the jammer line. It was Greenhall Cooney who had the last jam.
Oh, my apologies. It's not like I've seen them and announced them both half a dozen times before or anything.
And it is Charlotte Patterson who's through first, but not cleanly. She picks up a track cut penalty, and that allows Murphy to pick up a lead jammer status.
So this is a power jam for Ireland, currently 18 points behind. So this could be very useful. Phoenix at the back trying to stop the offense coming in. And the Irish are trying to go crazy legs. That could be a mistake. Well, it could work very well.
Farrell Ferry going forward to do a little bit of offense there. She is the pivot, but Greenhall Cooney keeps the star. She picks up all 5 points. Farrell Ferry there picking up a penalty.
See, Ellie Devine has just thrown one of her teammates at the blocker. It's Crazy Legs who they're trying to hold back. Farrell Ferry is in the box.
Charlotte Patterson discharged now from the penalty box. She's back out of the fifth blocker penalty box. So that was a relatively good penalty kill there by Team Scotland. They held Siobhan Murphy to a single scoring pass.
Well, is on the second score pass. Dana Scurry goes for a forearms penalty.
She's on her second scoring pass now. Patterson is clear and free. So Murphy looking to her bench to see when it's appropriate to call that jam. He's given the signal to...
Oh, now this is going to be interesting. Is it points or a cut? It's a cut. I thought the foot landed on the infield. We don't have a replay of that, but we do have a replay of something else a bit special. I think it's Charlotte Patterson, the jammer. Just watch around the outside here. You can see the track. Look at that toe stop work getting around the outside.
Didn't so much skate around the outside as run around the outside. Charlotte Patterson is getting up smiling, so I'm assuming that is in fact...
No, it wasn't a cut penalty. It must have been just after the fourth whistle.
So we've got a 9-point game at the moment, and that is Snowden with the jammer star for Team Ireland.
I just wonder if Patterson said the jam was called before I had chance to yield.
Possibly.
Under the new rules, of course.
That's Lansborough with the jammer star for Scotland with the 2 blockers to beat.
O'Flaherty now is on 6 penalties with that forearms penalty.
That's somewhat unfortunate. She's been quite instrumental in the Irish defence so far.
She is a very, very strong blocker. Someone I had the pleasure of benching last week at Sci-Fight. Great skater and good fun to be around as well.
Snowden stashed the star to get through the pack. She has now put it back on her head. Lansborough, realising that Snowden was clear, called the jam before Snowden had a chance to rack up any points. So Scotland extending the lead again.
Another 3 points. That takes Scotland to the 100. And give a shout out again to Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus, by the way. There's their sponsoring our penalty box.
Pure Gallus, but not to be in the penalty box. Rusty Bullet, ready to take to the track.
She'll be up
for Team Ireland.
against Rosie Peacock in the white for Scotland.
Rosie Peacock is going for the outside line again, but she sneaks around Feral Fairy, picks up lead jammer status before she hits the pivot line.
Star pass again to Feral Fairy. Rosie Peacock pushes her own blockers out the way on the inside. Picks up 5.
Feral Fairy taking a knock there from Crazy Legs, forced to recycle as Peacock comes around for a second scoring pass. Feral Fairy still has to get through that Scottish defence.
Good takeout that time from O'Flaherty. So proving why that if she does pick up that 7th penalty, it will be a loss for them.
Indeed it will. Feral Fairy now clear of the pack on her initial pass.
Yeah, Semple going to the box for Scotland.
Peacock gets around the last blocker she can reach and calls that jam. That was all 5 points for Peacock on that pass. We're going to go back and have another look at that.
I'm just wondering, I think this may well be O'Flaherty's takeout. Yep, that little backside action, pushing Rosie Peacock out.
A nice little hip nudge there, forcing her out of play.
Scottish crowd are waking up. Someone must have told them the bar's open.
Greenhall Cooney with the jammer star for Ireland, but it is
Not sorry, Laurie. Definitely not sorry, it's the lead jammer. Forearms penalty called on Greenhall Cooney. That'll be another power jam for Scotland.
And Greenhall Cooney is really not happy with that call. She's extremely frustrated going to the box. And not sorry, Laurie again with that lovely little step around the inside, running on her toe stops to stay in bounds. It's not the first time we've seen that from Laurie this evening.
So 6 jams so far this half. This is the 5th lead for Scotland.
Scotland is starting to build up quite a lead now. 22 points and counting as Not Sorry Laurie comes around for another full Grand Slam. That's another 5 points on the board for Scotland.
And calls it, freezes Greenhall Cooney in the box. Only have another shout out our main tournament sponsor, Roller Derby City. They make merch, scrimmage tops and uniforms. They've introduced legwear, including leggings and shorts, so you can get a full top-to-toe uniform service. Yeah, come speak to them about getting your whole team covered.
And don't forget, you can talk to us if you want to drop us a message. We're at NRG Roller Girls, hashtag Euroclash 2017. So Greenhall Cooney just about discharged from the penalty box. Charlotte Patterson has the jammer star for Team Scotland. Charlotte Patterson is lead jammer, takes a knock, but she manages to stay in bounds. Greenhall Cooney, meanwhile, clear of the pack, but for Joe Mama to beat. She's managed to get around just as Patterson comes in for her first scoring pass.
Charlotte Patterson taken out, decided to call it off. Joe Mama will go to the box. Remember, hashtag Euroclash 2017, hashtag Euroclash 2017. And we'll look at getting some shout outs for you. Don't forget also to like on Facebook and subscribe to Tyne and Fear's YouTube channel. Tyne and Fear have done a superb job this weekend, I should say, and in events past, and I'm sure events future, streaming this. So Ireland haven't scored for 5 jams, have been held. It was a 5-point game at half time. It's now a 38-point game in favour of the girls in green.
So Team Scotland in the white have managed to build up quite a cushion. But we've also seen as well that Ireland in the first jam of the game, they managed to put up 20 points in a single jam. So it's still within Ireland's grasp with 20 minutes left on the period clock. It's a team timeout for Ireland that's happening at the moment. And the crowd are still making a hell of a lot of noise. Very good humoured noise coming out of the crowd at the moment. Team Ireland, Team Scotland have a lot of fans in common, I believe.
I must admit, I was looking at the merch earlier, and I do like one of the island shirts which just says "Crack is here." There it is.
It's on my water bottle. I have a sticker that says "The crack is here" because they didn't have "Crack is here" water bottles for sale this weekend.
I was going to say, that's not water in there, is it, Billy?
Now,
oh, nearly from Murphy, but manages to get back up in just in time. Phoenix and Anita Benasti doing their best, but lead jammer does go to Murphy. That's something that Ireland do desperately need.
And we've had...
Phoenix will go for a clockwise block. Murphy picks up the 5 points. Star stash by Lansborough.
Star stash by Lansborough. It looked as though she was going to pass the star there. It was a little bit shifty. Anita Benasti looked like she was ready. And we've got a 3-on-3 action as Anita Benasti does a lovely swooping hit to Siobhan Murphy. But Ireland has broken that run of lead jams going to Team Scotland, and they've managed to put some points up on the board as well for the first time in a few jams.
This is it. With 20 minutes to go, there is still time for Hit It and Quit It, Death by Inches derby.
Still, a 30-point difference is eminently achievable.
So anything Ireland need to be careful of? They've only got the one timeout on official review left.
They have, and they've also got a couple of their key players who are carrying a lot of penalties at the moment.
We're going to have some backwards derby. Rosie Peacock very smart there on Snowden.
A little bit of jammer on jammer, a little bit of psychological pressure coming in.
But Snowden with the hop. Lovely hop on the outside, getting through, picks up lead jammer as Ireland gains some momentum. Rosie Peacock takes a tumble, but is up quickly.
Rosie Peacock manages to get around on the inside.
Combination of crazy legs and then the drawback, very smart drawbacks from Jess Little.
Snowden looking to bench for direction there. She takes the hint to call it off. She's picked up 2 points on that pass.
It's just Snowden on the outside with the hop and the skip to get through, and that was to pick up lead jammer. And so another couple of points for Ireland in the green.
Ireland are giving it ole, ole, ole in the audience. Please feel free to join in at home, wherever in the world you happen to be.
And that is Rusty Bullet with the star. Anita Benasti to beat. Great work from the Newcastle blocker. Although Mink saw it coming. It was a no pass, no penalty. Lead jammer has gone to Laurie.
Oh, that was a lovely block there to the outside by Rolo Tomasi's forced Not Sorry Laurie to reset all the way back. And that Not Sorry Laurie does have lead, but she's not out and free and clear, so she calls that jam.
And we have an official review being signalled by Laura Liston, the bench coach this weekend, in her rather fetching moon boot.
So with this much time left on the clock, you'd want to be relatively confident that you were going to win that official review.
I'm guessing what it was the... I think they'll be requesting a cut on Rusty Bullet as jammer. Fairly early in the jam, Rusty was knocked outside by Anita Benasti, who was then knocked off herself. But another blocker, who I couldn't see who it was, had dropped back. Whether Rusty had already passed or not, I do not know.
Well, maybe
and you watch this be about, something totally different.
Maybe one of the referoodles will be kind enough to let us know.
So very different from the first half. We've only had one jammer penalty so far this period. I don't know how many we had last period, but it was lots for both teams.
I think it was about 306 in total, if I'm not mistaken.
That'd be a lot of jammer penalties.
Well, considering there are only 20 jams, maybe I might be exaggerating slightly. Of course, I am Irish. That does happen occasionally. We are prone to occasional exaggeration.
So bearing in mind that this official review, someone's going to be upset because you have actually head ref and Scotland bench manager are actually engaged.
Yeah.
Although let's see if we can hear from Righteous Oxide. So it was questioning the lack of a cut track call and the no call stands. So Scotland will lose their official review.
So Scotland do still have 2 timeouts left
Who?
in the bag. Team White.
No, who still have the... You said Dublin, I thought.
Scotland, I said.
Okay, I thought you said Dublin. So we will be having awards for best jammer, best blocker and MVP for both teams. If you've got anyone who you think deserves a mention, hashtag Euroclash 2017 and we'll have a look.
Greenahall Cooney coming off the jammer line, absolutely raring to go, picks up lead jammer status and is now on her scoring pass.
But is also being dragged all the way back behind the jammer line by number 7, Jess Little.
Charlotte Patterson has yet to clear the pack on her initial.
Sharp change of direction there from Greenhall Cooney. Elka Dixon trying for the offense. Everybody gets cramped up on turn 2.
So Charlotte Patterson clear of the pack on her initial pass. Oh, and Greenhall Cooney picking up a track cut penalty. It's going to be a power jam in favour of Team White.
It was crazy legs with the takeout. Jess Little very aware with the drawback. Charlotte Patterson manages to juke through and get through. Picks up 5 points for Scotland. First points in a few jams for Scotland, I think. We've certainly been held sort of fairly tight since that Irish timeout. Crazy legs will now go and sit in the box.
So another 5 points going up there for Charlotte Patterson. Greenhall Cooney is on her skates at the penalty box, so she's just about to rejoin the action.
Just Little goes in on the offense. More of a distraction as much as anything.
There's 20 seconds still left in the jam, and it will be a 2-minute jam because Greenhall Cooney had lead jammer but lost it by going to the bin. So Greenhall Cooney trying to complete her first scoring pass.
So I think Greenhall Cooney, I think she's on 5. Someone's going for something. There was a signal, but nobody's gone to the box yet. Greenhall Cooney's going to get her 6th there.
Oh, and that's
Jess Little again with the drawback.
That is unfortunate. So that's at least 4 jammer penalties for Greenhall Cooney this last.
Fantastic producer next to me. Shut the thread up. I believe makes that 6 penalties now for number 23 for Ireland, Greenhall Cooney.
I would not be surprised. I think she has been quite penalty heavy so far.
So getting low to start with on this power start, it is Lansborough.
And the Irish pack starting off at quite a pace. Guider getting caught behind the Scotland wall, forcing the blockers to spread out at the front. So Mix has to let Lansborough go.
It was a great effort from Minx, but not quite enough. There's only 2 blockers on track, and Scots have got the Irish blockers split up.
Greenhall Cooney now with the star in hand rejoins the track. Lansborough coming around the inside. Nice little skip, not quite an apex jump, but enough to pick up 4 points. We're going to have another look at that when we go to the end of the jam. Lansborough swooping around the outside, gets down really low. Gets another 5 in the sky there. Greenhall Cooney forced to recycle. Comes back in behind bangers.
Phoenix picks up another penalty. She's got to be getting hot now as well.
Greenhall Cooney still with the star in her hand. Has just managed to clear the pack on her initial pass. So we've got 46 seconds left in the jam for as long as Lansborough wants to run with another 5 in the skies. That's a big jam for Team Scotland. Takes the signal and calls the jam. So it's a 19-point jam for Team White.
Jane Ballard has tweeted in, so proud of my sister, not sorry Laurie, playing a blinder for Scotland. That she is indeed. So this is the replay. So Greenhall Cooney coming out of the box, but then that little hop over the inside from Lansborough.
So Siobhan Murphy now with the jammer star for Team Ireland in the green, and Rosie Peacock for Team White. Rosie Peacock pushing around the outside. Jammer on jammer. Coming around turn 3, Rosie Peacock calls that jam.
So we think O'Flaherty has picked up a seventh penalty. Sadly, will take no further part in the game. 12 minutes to go. 1:55 plays. 98 in favour of Scotland in the white. And Not Sorry Laurie continuing playing that blinder.
So Captain Snowden with the jammer star for Ireland in the green. She has the star in her hand at the moment.
Burst of speed around the outside. Docks under Anita Benasti.
Snowden cleared the pack on her initial pass. Not Sorry Laurie looked as though she was going to signal for the end of the jam, but looking to her bench, they told her to run, so run she did. And she managed to pick up another 2 points on that pass.
So Scotland have had a lead 10 times out of 14 jams this period. And that explained by what was a 5-point game at half-time, now being a 64-point game.
We've just had confirmation there from the track that it was O'Flaherty who has picked up her 7th penalty and left the track. Rusty Bullet with the jammer star for Team Ireland in the green. But it is Charlotte Patterson who's through first, picks up lead jammer status for Team Scotland. Rusty Bullet
picks up the cut.
Goes to the 5th blocker penalty box. A power jam in favour of Team Scotland.
So Rusty Bullet is either on 5 or 6, I'm not sure. There's an out of play block on one of the Scottish blockers.
That's Joe Mama who's going to the 5th blocker penalty box. Charlotte Patterson meanwhile picking up all 5 points. Swoops around for another scoring pass. Rusty Bullet on her skates in the penalty box at the moment.
So I just think the difference in this period has been the fact that Scotland have kept it cleaner. They've stayed out of the box more. Not just the jammers, but the blockers as well. Just as I say that, Jess Little goes to the box. Rusty Bullet this time comes blasting in and does get through.
Charlotte Patterson is close behind her coming through that pack. And again, looking to the bench. She's looking at the clock. She's watching.
Trying to kill time on Jess Little's penalty.
And she times that just right, so no points scored there on that pass. So that was another big jam for Team Scotland. That was a 14-point jam.
So let us know again, like I say, hashtag Euroclash 2017. Get in touch. Let us know where you're watching from. Stephanie McNamara, I keep catching my air sheer roller derby girls on camera in the crowd. Go Scotland.
Greenhall Cooney with the jammer star for Team Ireland up against Lansborough for Team White. Greenhall Cooney gets through the pack first, picks up lead jammer status for Team Ireland.
78 points behind, 9 minutes. It's going to need something special for Ireland to get back into this one.
Greenhall Cooney through the pack. She takes 3, but she manages to give away 1.
Yeah, Dana Scurry was the low-hanging fruit at the back of the pack.
Oh, Lansborough's very happy with that. She's ever so happy with that. She gave a big cheer as she was coming around there. So Ireland now coming over the 100-point mark for the first time in the game.
And we have Rosie Peacock up against, I'm going to say it's Siobhan Murphy. I think it is.
You're safe to say that. It does look like Siobhan Murphy who has the jammer star for Team Ireland.
Rosie Peacock with some great strength to get through. Although Siobhan Murphy is right behind.
So Rosie Peacock calling the jam as she was hitting the pack. She does manage to pick up a single point.
Just look at this footwork on the inside from Rosie Peacock. As she comes through, just rides the rail despite the best efforts of Divine. I think Rosie Peacock had the divine inspiration to stay upright then.
Oh, I don't even know what to do with that. I got nothing.
Oh, bad jokes. I started with them in the first game. I'll finish with them in the last one.
That's Captain Snowden with the Jammer Star for Team Ireland. And she's up against Not Sorry Laurie, who's been a very effective jammer for Team Scotland. Working her way around that inside. She's just using her toe stops and using her strength to stay in bounds.
Snowden gets the cut. That'll be another power jam for the Whites of Scotland.
Not Sorry Laurie working her way around that pack.
Nice hit there from Rollo Tomasi. Exit here on turn 3 and draw back all the way to turn 2. 99 on 99, that one. Makes me want ice cream. Now, the jokes don't get any better.
Well, I suppose the best thing that can be said is that there's only 7 minutes left.
You just see this hit again. Watch Not Sorry Laurie go round the outside. And last, it's swooping hit from Rollo Tomasi. So I think number 50, Rosie Peacock, the captain, leading by example. 7 out of 9 lead jammer stats, we believe. Might be slightly wrong.
Rosie Peacock taking to the track in a power jam. Power start to Team Scotland.
Snowden is stood. And Charlotte Patterson's through. That's lead jammer once more for Scotland.
Snowden back on track, has managed to pass the start of Farrell Ferry. But a lovely little apex jump there from Charlotte Patterson, picking up 4 points.
So we're just going to see that Charlotte Patterson again. Just seeing her coming in now on your right of screen. Watch her and air miles. That's the sort of thing that we like to see on WFTDA.tv. Massive, massive thank you to everyone involved at WFTDA.tv for linking this and allowing us to stream this.
And of course, a massive thank you as well to Tynan Fear for providing the rig and the expertise. Greenhall Cooney with the jammer star for Team Ireland. She's up against Lansborough, but it is Greenhall Cooney who gets through the pack first. Takes lead jammer for Ireland.
So 86 points in it. Greenhall Cooney at pace comes in. And gets through and calls it.
Just waiting to see. Team Scotland did manage to pick up a point.
I'm just wondering, I was watching from the far side, and Schreff all of a sudden started waving manically. I just wondered if he's actually watching it and was waving at us. I don't think he is now. Someone who I know has been watching, I want to give a shout out to, from Stockholm and Team Sweden Roller Girl. It is Maureen Phillip. Hi Maureen, thank you very much for your messages during the day. So Siobhan Murphy versus Rosie Peacock. Rosie Peacock continues her lead jammer status.
Darling does her best to catch her on the outside, but isn't quite quick enough. Siobhan Murphy, however, getting through relatively quickly. Peacock all the way through the pack. And they're burning the clock as much as they possibly can now. They want to do their best to protect that lead. That's an 87-point lead that they have going on at the moment.
So a podcast I know quite well. Talk Derby to me. Tweeted in saying Rosie Peacock has an awesome mindset. Decides what she wants to do and commits to it. Inside or outside, pick one and go. I think that is a very, very fair shout. I say Farrell Ferry for Ireland has received 4 star passes. I have seen a jam for both Ireland, Manchester and in a Leeds Roller Dolls once. But the cut track has been called on Not Sorry Laurie. So that will be a power jam and it will go 2 minutes. Snowden has taken off the star.
So she has the star in her hand. Of course, she had nobody to pass it to because Farrell Ferry was in the box as a pivot.
So this jam will go 2 minutes. Just the 87 points needed, Snowden. I'm sure you can do that in one jam.
Sure. Oh, and a lovely little apex jump there from Snowden, picking up all 5 points for Team Ireland.
It's a good start. There's 5, 82 to go. Strong brace there. That is Riot bracing.
Not sorry, Laurie, around the inside of the Ireland blockers. Getting through on her initial pass.
Just little bit of takeout. Got back behind and need to be nasty, which is fine.
There was a no pass, no penalty being signalled there by the jam ref. Not sorry, Laurie. Inches up the inside, waits for the opening and absolutely belts through it. Because this is going to be, as we said, a 2-minute jam. Nobody has the right to call it off, so both teams anxious to scratch up as many points as they can while the clock ticks down.
Direction of play on Rollo Tomasi.
4-point pass from Snowden.
This is Snowden's 3rd game this weekend, looking visibly tired. Shrug of the shoulders, oh, I've got to get through him again.
It's not been an easy game for either team. It has been very physical.
200 points have been reached by Scotland in the white. And we've got some backwards derby.
And Snowden's not the only one looking tired there. Not sorry, Laurie is looking glad of the rest also.
Snowden, a little juke to the outside and an apex hop over the inside. We've had a question come in. How fast does Siobhan Murphy skate round the track? Pretty quickly, probably about 8 or 9 seconds, we reckon. So this may be the final jam. Shout out to Inverclyde roller derby guys and girls from Marach Mac.
Charlotte Patterson taking to the track is your lead jammer for Team White. Greenhall Cooney is the jammer of note for Team Ireland roller derby. She's knocked back to turn 3, turn 4. It's difficult, this canting backwards.
And we have the Scottish fans are now. The Flower of Scotland starts to ring around the Walker Activity Dome.
Semple going forward to make a space in the pack.
Oh, Shorty sprinting out. Joe Mama, tag team effort there. Yeah, Joe Mama can sit for that one. That was out of play.
And the clock still has 20 seconds left on it.
Timeout has been called by Ireland. We will get at least one more jam. Don't forget, there will be awards for MVP, jammer and blocker for this game, as well as for the Euroclash tournament, which I'm sure will be posted in the event page. Massive thank you again to not only Tyne and Fear for the streaming, Newcastle Roller Girls for hosting this, Walker Activity Dome, WFTDA TV for the stream. It's just been an amazing weekend to be part of. And thank you all for watching around the world, for your tweets, for your comments on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much. I'm not going to thank the crowd, they can't hear me anyway.
So there will be one final jam to come to finish off this weekend of roller derby. It's been a longer than average weekend with an extra hour in it. Oh, and a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there in the world, and to my own mummy, Mummy No Skates, who is probably not watching but would be glad to hear it anyway. Siobhan Murphy will be the jammer of note for the final jam for Team Ireland, and she gets through, picking up lead jammer status for the ladies in green.
She is quick. How can the Irish team hold back Lansborough? So let's have a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 9 seconds to do a lap of the track. That's answered the question we had earlier.
And Murphy is clear. Calls the jam, but Lansborough was hot on her wheels. She's got to have some points going up there as well. So 3 points apiece it looks like in that jam. Well, 3 points apiece in the last scoring pass in any event. So we're just waiting for the scores to be finalised. We're having another look at that.
This is Siobhan Murphy dipping round the outside just on that scoring pass, but Lansbury did nothing at the back. Wow, what a game, what a weekend this has been.
I'm exhausted.
As an after party, yeah. So just for those of you that have been watching over the weekend, thank you very much. For those of you that haven't, the games I'm sure will be up on the Tyne and Fear YouTube channel pretty quickly. And the games I would say to watch out for, there's a couple that stand out. The obvious one, we've mentioned it already, from last night, the last game last night, which was Bear City and Old Reekie.
Indeed, that was an absolute cracker. I was on the stream for that last night.
I was on the stream for Tiger Bay versus Central City, the first game of the weekend. This has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, there's a lot of quality roller derby that's happened this weekend. There's been a couple of upsets as well.
Who would you say, which team has impressed you the most? It's not been a tournament, but who would you say was the team that's impressed the most?
I have to say I've been very impressed with Middlesbrough this weekend as well. They took a good win over Bear City this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that surprised a lot. They rebounded well because they had a tough loss to Old Reekie first up. The team that has impressed me all weekend has been Paris.
Paris have been pretty impressive as well, but I would also suggest that probably Old Reekie put up a very good showing this weekend too.
I think it's been fantastic. It's been great to see the performance, so many skaters, few roster changes, and just see the strength. I mean, these teams have all got ambitions of being in at least Tier 2 for the playoffs later in the year, the WFTDA playoffs.
Of course, the deadline for the playoffs, we're going to know where the seeding is by the 14th of July. So there's a date for your diary if you want to know what's going to happen and when.
Exactly. But in the meantime, for all the announcer crew, everybody at Tyne and Fear that's helped put this together, I have been King Crazy.
I have been Billy No Skates, Cora Margoif Galer.
And we thank you very much for watching.
August.
Blocker Skates, Scotland's only roller derby skate shop, situated in the heart of Glasgow. We've got your helmets, your wrist guard, elbow pad, knee pad, skates, your wheels, your bearings, your laces, lot. Fifth Blocker Skates. It's Gallus by the way.